Chapter 1699. The next day, just when countless people thought that Jiang Chen would strike again, East Xuanyu had calmed down. All the major powers were ready, waiting for Jiang Chen to show up again. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen seemed to have vanished completely. Countless immortal venerables searched the void of East Xuanyu, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. However, these experts were already used to this. They all knew the scariness of the Great Void technique. They knew that Jiang Chen could hide in the spatial crevice or even the turbulence of the void. It was incomparably difficult to find him. The only thing they could do was to wait for Jiang Chen to show himself. Isn't Jiang Chen going to show up? Of course. Jiang Chen isn't a fool. If I were him, I wouldn't show up either. Now that all the major powers have joined forces, showing up is equivalent to courting death. Jiang Chen is very shrewd. That's true, but this matter certainly won't end here. If Jiang Chen isn't killed, those major powers won't be able to sleep peacefully. Jiang Chen has become a thorn in their eyes or even their nightmare. That's true. Countless people were talking about Jiang Chen all the time. The temporary calm only represented the arrival of a more violent storm. Everyone was looking forward to something. In the Zulong Tower, a month had already passed. The dragon transformation skill had successfully advanced. The ancestral dragon of slaughter in the depths of his soul had vanished, forming a dragon seal in the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. The slaughter dragon seal is another powerful combat technique. Jiang Chen was delighted. Every time the dragon transformation skill transformed, he would receive great benefits. The slaughter dragon seal contained an endless amount of killing intent, and it carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter. Once it was unleashed, it would be like a raging storm. Just the killing intent alone was enough to kill someone. Wing. The energy in Jiang Chen's body buzzed. His whole body trembled violently. This situation made Jiang Chen even more excited. The comprehension of the Tao of Slaughter and the advancement of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. His cultivation base had begun to break through. He was already a peak half-step immortal emperor, and was about to advance to the true immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen had been waiting for this moment for too long. New dragon marks began to condense, filling up Jiang Chen's qi. The number of dragon marks reached 1.3 million in an instant. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had officially stepped into the immortal emperor realm. However, this wasn't the end. The advancement of the dragon transformation skill didn't stop there. The new dragon marks were still rising. Jiang Chen's accumulation was just too strong. Now that it had erupted, his cultivation base would surely advance to the peak of early immortal emperor realm. To Jiang Chen, advancement had always been a very fast process. Very soon, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 1.34 million. As expected, his cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. He only needed the last 10,000 dragon marks to advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Very good. I've finally advanced to the immortal emperor realm. I have no idea how much my combat strength has improved, but it's still far from enough to fight those major powers. After losing the Sun Divine Feather, I'll only be slaughtered by them. I'm not in a hurry to go out now. I'll first stabilize my cultivation base in the 33rd level and carefully comprehend the slaughter dragon seal. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He didn't plan to go out right away. He knew the situation outside very well. Even if he went out, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything great. He might as well stay in the 33rd level and comprehend the slaughter dragon seal. Once he went out, it would be another powerful killing technique. At this moment, in the void of East Xuanyu, a faint qi was faintly discernible, but even so, it was still sensed by all the experts. These mighty immortal venerables had already laid out an inescapable net in the entire East Xuanyu. Even the slightest movement in the void would attract their attention. In the blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 30 immortal venerables had appeared here. 2 of them were intermediate immortal venerables. Such a force was just too terrifying. Jiang Chen, get out here. Stop hiding. Old Man Corpse Yin gritted his teeth and spoke. His hatred for Jiang Chen was incomparable to anyone else. Therefore, any fluctuation in the void would immediately attract his attention. While speaking, Old Man Corpse Yin struck at the void. His huge palm tore the void apart. The other immortal venerables sealed the entire void, not giving the opponent any chance to escape. Under such a powerful spatial energy pressure, A silhouette was forced out of the void. It was a young man in a yellow robe with black and white hair. Damn it. What bad luck. The young man looked around and couldn't help but curse. He was none other than Xian. He had been hiding in the void using the powerful secret art of the Battle Clan, but he didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He had been in seclusion all this time refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Due to the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Xian's cultivation base suddenly broke through to the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm. He was only a step away from stepping into the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. The impact of the powerful energy made him reveal a faint chi, which exposed his location. Xian wasn't a fool. When he saw so many Immortal Venerables besieging him, he could almost guess what had happened here. When he thought of the massacre in Golden Horizon, it was only natural for these Immortal Venerables to be infuriated. However, Xian was no longer in the mood to think about this. He only knew that he was going to be unlucky today. Although his cultivation base had improved and his combat strength had become more terrifying, he was afraid that Xian would be powerless in the face of so many Immortal Venerables. He isn't Xianxia, someone said with a frown. There's a strong immemorial battle spiritual chi in his body. He's that Xian. An expert couldn't help but speak after sensing the chi on Xian. Kid, are you Xian? Old man Corpse Yin gritted his teeth. Although he couldn't find Xianxia, finding Xian was also a kind of harvest. He had long heard from his disciples that this Xian had killed many geniuses of Corpse Yin sect in Golden Horizon, including He Lang. Grandpa is Xian. Xian spoke aloud. Given his noble status, how could he not dare to admit his identity? Besides, Xian wasn't a fool. He knew that it was useless even if he didn't admit it. These Immortal Venerables weren't idiots. It was too easy for them to determine his identity. He was afraid that those disciples of Golden Horizon had already described his appearance. Chapter 1700. Xian looked left and right and completely gave up the idea of escaping. It seemed unrealistic for him to escape from the encirclement of dozens of Immortal Venerables. He wasn't Xianxia. He didn't know how to use the Great Void technique. Although the secret technique of the Battle Clan could help him conceal himself, the situation was just too strong. Layers of spatial zones had been completely sealed. He had become a turtle in a jar. Xian, do you really think you can escape from the pursuit of all the major powers? You can't run away and neither can Xianxia. An early Immortal Venerable yelled at Xian. These 2 days they had been in a sullen mood due to the matter of Xianxia. As powerful Immortal Venerables, they were usually high and mighty existences, but they had lost all their face in the past 2 days. Everyone had a belly full of anger, but the appearance of Xian naturally made him their punching bag. Although Xianxia was still at large, capturing Xian was still a gain for them. The gloominess in their hearts had been somewhat alleviated. Stop talking. Just kill him. Another early Immortal Venerable yelled while gritting his teeth. He was also a disciple of Corpse Yin sect. He was one of the guards who was scared away by Xianxia yesterday. He felt that he had lost all his face and was filled with anger. Now that he saw Xian, he couldn't help but release his killing intent. Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Xian darted a glance at the man, then lunged forward with extreme speed. The extermination symbol art of the Battle Saint technique was like a raging wave, rushing towards the elder of Corpse Yin sect. What? The elder of the Corpse Yin sect exclaimed. He didn't expect Xian to dare to attack him in this situation. Xian was crazy to this extent. The mighty extermination symbol art was just too terrifying. Moreover, Xian had already unleashed his killer move. Despite being besieged by dozens of Immortal Venerables, Xian wasn't afraid at all. He would never sit still and wait for death. When it was time to strike, he would never hesitate. Hong Long. The extermination symbol art struck the elder's body, crushing half of his body. The elder dragged the remaining half of his body and fled to the side. Logically speaking, a dignified Immortal Venerable shouldn't be so weak, but this elder thought that Xian had already become a turtle in a jar, so he didn't dare to make a move. As a result, he wasn't prepared at all. In addition, Xian's attack was too fast. At such a close distance, even an early Immortal Venerable didn't have the chance to react. More importantly, the current Long Xian was different from the previous Long Xian. After absorbing the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his cultivation base had reached the peak of late Immortal Emperor realm, which was many times stronger than when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then he was already able to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius like Yi Qingtian, so killing an elder of Corpse Yin sect naturally wouldn't be a problem. If they were to fight one-on-one, the elder wouldn't have any chance to survive. Courting death. Old man Corpse Yin was infuriated. Immediately he struck out a huge black palm at Long Xian. His palm turned into a cage enveloping Long Xian completely. Everyone was horrified and infuriated. No one had thought that Long Xian would dare to kill under such circumstances. Therefore they were caught off guard and didn't have the time to rescue him. Corpse Yin sect had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Xianxia. Now Long Xian had killed another immortal venerable. This made old man Corpse Yin have the urge to spurt out blood. He couldn't wait to tear Long Xian into pieces. Even if the elder didn't die, he would be crippled. It was basically impossible for him to restore his cultivation base to the immortal venerable realm. Hong Long. Being trapped by old man Corpse Yin, Dragon Xian's ferocious nature burst out. He faced the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. His body instantly expanded, turning into a golden violent ape. He executed the battle saint technique to the extreme and fiercely slammed towards old man Corpse Yin's palm. The earth-shattering attack actually caused cracks to appear on old man Corpse Yin's palm. At the same time, Long Xian used the life symbol art and found a trace of the profound meaning of life, allowing him to escape from the cracks on old man Corpse Yin's palm. Voila! However, Long Xian couldn't escape at all. He was firmly besieged by the other immortal venerables. In such an environment, even the life symbol art couldn't find a chance of survival. Damn it! Old man Corpse Yin was appalled. Not just him, everyone on the scene was appalled. Each of them turned to look at Long Xian. Even though they were immortal venerables, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. They had never seen such a heaven-defying bastard who almost killed an early immortal venerable with a single strike. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it. Haha. You all have to pay the price if you want to kill Master Monkey. Long Xian laughed wildly. His body was 30 meters tall like an iron tower. His fiery golden eyes shot out endless fiery light as he stared at one of the early immortal venerables. Arg! The immortal venerable was caught off guard. When his eyes met Long Xian's fiery golden eyes, his eyes exploded on the spot. Blood gushed out and he let out a heart-wrenching wail. Even the eyes of heaven of the northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to look into Long Xian's fiery golden eyes, let alone the eyes of an ordinary person. It was simply courting death. Long Xian went mad. He casted a secret technique that increased his speed to the extreme. In a blink, he had reached the immortal venerable whose eyes had exploded. His giant palm grabbed the head of the immortal venerable and crushed it with a bang. It was too fast. The dozens of immortal venerables didn't have time to react. The main reason was that the fiery golden eyes was too terrifying. No one had thought that this monkey would still dare to attack again after being trapped like a turtle in a jar. By God! What's the origin of this Long Xian? How can he be so heaven-defying? Damn it! There's Xianxia and now Long Xian. How can there be so many monstrous geniuses? Compared to them, the geniuses of those major powers can't even be called geniuses. Ferocious. This is the ferocious nature of an immemorial battle spirit. Even in such a situation he still dares to kill. 2 immortal venerables have already fallen in his hands. Chapter 1701. Kill him. Old man Corpse Yin bellowed. The huge commotion had attracted the attention of over 100 immortal venerables, trapping Long Xian firmly. It was a situation of certain death. Even if Xianxia appeared in person, he wouldn't be able to escape. There were 7 to 8 intermediate immortal venerables. At least, all the sect masters of the 8 major powers of East Xuanyu had come. Each of them was gnashing their teeth in hatred for Long Xian. An incomparably ghastly sharp blade appeared in old man Corpse Yin's hand and slashed at Long Xian. The iron staff appeared in Long Xian's hand. Long Xian had transformed into a violent ape. No matter how strong his opponent was, he would still dare to fight back. The moment the iron staff and the sharp blade collided, The void was torn apart. Barf. Long Xian spurted out a mouthful of blood. Old Man Corpsine was an intermediate immortal emperor after all. No matter how heaven-defying Long Xian was, he was only a late immortal emperor, not even a half-step immortal venerable. He was absolutely no match for an expert like Old Man Corpsine. It was already a matter of pride for Long Xian to survive the furious strike of Old Man Corpsine. Old Man Corpsine, don't kill him. A voice sounded. It was none other than the patriarch of Nanbei family, Nanbei Taixing. Why? Old Man Corpsine glared at Nanbei Taixing. Using this man to lure Xianxia out is our chance. As long as we have him, Xianxia will definitely appear. Otherwise, we won't be able to find Xianxia once he cultivates the Great Void technique. Nanbei Taixing spoke. That's right. Patriarch Nanbei is right. Xianxia is the real calamity and a great threat to us. With this Long Xian, we won't have to worry that Xianxia won't appear. As long as he appears, we will kill Xianxia at all costs. The Emperor of Great Cloud Empire Yun Tianzuan said. He felt that Nanbei Taixing's words were very reasonable. Xianxia will die and so will Long Xian. I'll kill Long Xian and use his corpse to attract Xianxia. Old Man Corpsine had already made up his mind to kill, and it seemed that he would not change his mind. While speaking, the sharp blade in his hand once again slashed toward Long Xian. That's right. Kill Long Xian and use his corpse to lure Xianxia. That monkey's body is stained with the blood of our geniuses. We can't let him live. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring said fiercely. With a sway of his body, he and Old Man Corpsine lunged at Long Xian at the same time. How could the already injured Long Xian resist two intermediate immortal venerable experts? The void was completely locked by countless immortal venerables. Long Xian had no strength to fight back. The sharp blade of Old Man Corpsine plunged into Long Xian's chest, piercing his heart. Two of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring's sharp fingers pierced Long Xian's eyes, destroying his fiery golden eyes. Old Man Corpsine's attack was incomparably fierce. The sharp blade in his hand exuded terrifying qi, shattering the internal organs of Long Xian and hanging him on the blade. Long Xian's body wriggled a few times and then he lost all signs of life. The iron staff in his hand seemed to have a spirit of its own as it vanished. Is he dead? AI. What a pity. A genius of a generation, an immemorial battle spirit has died just like that. If Long Xian didn't die, he would certainly become an earth-shaking figure in the future. It's useless to say so much. He can only blame himself for offending powerful enemies, but Long Xian's death is worth it. He has dragged two immortal venerables with him before he died. Long Xian is dead, but this matter is far from over. I'm afraid that these major powers are going to use Long Xian's corpse to lure Xianxia out. They're really shameless. That's right. The major powers are really shameless to use such a despicable method. Many of them were lamenting the death of Dragon Xian. This peerless monstrous genius was destined to be just a flash in the pan. The act of those major powers using Dragon Xian's corpse to attract Xianxia had become a shameless act, but they were also feeling very aggrieved. They were all people who cared about their reputation. If there was a way, they wouldn't use such extreme means, but they couldn't care less about it now. Their reputation wasn't as important as killing Xianxia. Send out a message. Give Xianxia a day. If he doesn't show up after a day, destroy Long Xian's corpse. Old Man Corpsine spoke aloud, and then hung Long Xian's corpse in the sky, completely imitating what Xianxia had done that day. Long Xian was suspended high in the sky. His body was still bleeding. Both of his eyes had been completely destroyed. The fiery golden eyes could no longer produce the divine glow of the setting sun. There were mighty immortal venerables everywhere. They were waiting for Xianxia to appear. They believed that given the relationship between Xianxia and Long Xian, he would certainly appear. As long as Xianxia appeared, he would die for sure. Exquisite paradise. Lan Lingji was agitated. She flew out of the mountain gate, but was stopped by Venerable Ling Long. Master, I'm going to save Brother Xian. Lan Lingji was inconsolable. Long Xian is already dead. It's useless for you to go. Venerable Ling Long spoke. She seemed to be in her 30s. She had an exquisite figure and wore a jade-colored robe. There was a sense of majesty in between her brows, giving people a feeling of valiance. Venerable Ling Long was very beautiful. Her impressive figure showed her maturity. A woman like her was destined to be looked up to. No, Brother Xian won't die. He can't be killed. Tears flowed down from Lan Lingji's eyes. She didn't believe that Long Xian would die. Even though it had become a fact, she still wasn't willing to accept it. Accept the reality. The enemy is too strong. There's nothing we can do. Venerable Ling Long's eyes were full of helplessness. She had the intention to help, but just like Yang Yu, she had many concerns. She felt very sorry for Long Xian's death. After a long time, Lan Lingji recovered. She raised her head, looked at Venerable Ling Long and said in a pleading tone, "Master, let me go and see him." Regardless of life or death, Lan Lingji wanted to see Long Xian for the last time, even if it was just from a distance. Alright, I'll bring you there. Venerable Ling Long sighed and vanished with Lan Lingji. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. Han Yen and Tyrant had also received the news that Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had killed Long Xian. Now they were going to use Long Xian's corpse to lure Xianxia out. The death of Long Xian had made Han Yen and Tyrant fall into a state of rage. They couldn't stay calm anymore. What should we do now? We can't let the monkey's corpse hang there. Han Yen gritted his teeth and said, It ba. I can wait for a while. Little Qinzi will definitely appear. He will definitely avenge the death of the monkey. These major powers are playing with fire. They are provoking Xianxia, provoking a terrifying beast. Tyrant couldn't maintain his mercy anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew it wouldn't help, he and Han Yen would have already rushed out. Everyone thought that Long Xian was dead, but as a matter of fact, would Long Xian, who cultivated the life symbol art, die so easily? The mighty battle Saint Ape, a rare immemorial battle spirit, might not be so easy to kill. Chapter 1702. In books there was a saying about black clouds covering a city. Right now, black clouds were directly covering everyone's heads as well as the entire world's heads. Black clouds filled the sky of the eastern Xian region. That was a pressure condensed from fury and killing intent. It gave the entire world an apocalyptic feeling, causing people's hearts to tremble. In the distant sky, Long Xian was floating. His blood had already flowed out. He had turned into a monkey as tall as a human. The golden fur on his body had turned dim. There was no sign of vitality or qi in his body. Countless immortal venerables surrounded his corpse. The sky was filled with a desolate smell. Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were standing at an extremely far distance, looking at each other. Brother Xian. Lan Lingji screamed hoarsely. Her voice had turned hoarse. Tears were pouring down her face. She wanted to rush forward regardless of everything. Even if they couldn't live together, she wanted to die together. Lingji. Venerable Ling Long firmly controlled Lan Lingji, not allowing her to do anything stupid. Presently all the major powers were in a state of rage, especially Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing. Anyone who had any intention of harming Long Xian would be regarded as an enemy by them. If Lan Lingji rushed forward, she would certainly die. No, don't. Lan Lingji's beautiful face was twisted by pain. She was the saintess of a generation, but at this moment she was wailing loudly without caring about her image. Her cries were heart-wrenching and earth-shattering. Although Lan Lingji and Long Xian hadn't known each other for long, they had a deep affection for each other. Ever since Long Xian rescued her from the hands of He Lang, his shadow had been firmly imprinted in her heart. A proud woman might never look at her pursuers. They were cold and arrogant, thinking that no man in the heavens and earth was worthy of their nobility, but the more such a saintess was, once her psychological defense was broken, her feelings would get out of control. You said you would come to exquisite paradise to look for me. I've been waiting for you. Long Xian, how did you fall just like that? Aren't you known to be invincible? Lan Lingji squatted down in the void, hugging her shoulders, shivering and sobbing. Sigh. Venerable Ling Long heaved a sigh. She had watched Lan Lingji grow up and treated her like her own daughter. How could she feel good seeing Lan Lingji in such a painful state? At this time, two figures appeared beside them. They were Hua Gai and Hua Xiaoqian. Hua Xiaoqian's face was also filled with sorrow when she saw Lan Lingji. She raised her head to look at the lonely figure hovering in the sky, unable to calm her heart for a long time. She would never forget what happened in the ancient city. She would never forget who saved her and her sisters from Yen Yulong's hands. That godlike man, that invincible immemorial battle spirit, had died so miserably. Hua Xiaoqian was unable to accept this. I haven't even repaid young Master Dragon for saving my life, and now we're separated from each other. A tear rolled down Hua Xiaoqian's cheek. Hua Gai looked at Venerable Ling Long and said, I wonder if we can snatch Long Shisan's corpse back if we join hands. Let's give it a try then. 2 rays of cold light shot out from Venerable Ling Long's eyes. Both of them felt that they owed Long Shisan a favor and couldn't bear to see Long Shisan's corpse hanging there. Don't be impulsive. At this time a voice sounded. Yang Yu had appeared beside them out of nowhere. Yang Yu, Jiangqin is a man of great Qian Empire. Shouldn't you do something? Venerable Ling Long spoke. Do you think I don't want to? Jiangqin is my most valued genius disciple. He will certainly raise the prestige of my empire in the future. But what can we do even if the 3 of us join hands? What can the 3 of us do? Old Man Corpse Een and the others are at the end of their fury, otherwise they wouldn't have killed Dragon Shisan. If we make a move at this time we will only give them an excuse to deal with us. I believe that many of them will be very happy to eliminate us. The 8 major powers are now full of anger and depression and have nowhere to vent their anger. If you go there now, you will only give them a place to vent their anger, a reason that they won't be able to find. At that time it will be the doomsday of our 3 major powers. You don't have to think about yourselves, but you have to think about the lives of the thousands of disciples of your sections. Yang Yu said coldly. Upon hearing this, Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai halted their steps. What Yang Yu said was true. They wanted to take action but it seemed that they were powerless. Just like what Yang Yu said, even if the 3 of them joined hands, they might not be able to snatch Long Shisan's corpse. On the contrary, it would give the major forces an excuse to eliminate them. In that case it would be a disaster for the 3 major forces. Are we just going to watch Long Shisan's corpse being taken away? Venerable Ling Long frowned. Don't worry. There's still 1 day left. Jiangqin will definitely appear. Yang Yu said. Are you so sure? Hua Gai asked. Of course. Jiangqin is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Don't underestimate Jiangqin. He's a ferocious tiger, a ferocious beast. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, it's very terrifying. The major forces have killed Long Shisan and used his corpse as a hostage. This has touched Jiangqin's bottom line. Just wait and see. Once a ferocious beast is enraged, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful. Yang Yu said. His evaluation of Jiangqin was too high. But even if Jiangqin appears, I'm afraid it won't help. He's just relying on the Great Void technique in the Sun Divine Feather. But given the current situation, even if Jiangqin comes with the Sun Divine Feather, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long Shisan. He might even get himself into trouble. If Jiangqin isn't a fool, he won't show up. Hua Gai had never seen Jiangqin before, so she didn't know Jiangqin well. That was why she said such words. Jiangqin will definitely show up. You won't just watch 13's corpse being destroyed here. A voice sounded from behind. It was Han Yan and the others. No one knew Jiangqin better than him. Back then, in order to repair his broken arm, Jiangqin didn't hesitate to obtain the regenerative lotus. What Yang Yu said was right. These major forces were enraging a ferocious beast. Once the ferocious beast made its move, they would be bitten all over. However, looking at the camp, Tyrant Han Yan and Yang Bufan couldn't help but worry. The current situation was too difficult. Chapter 1703. But if little Qinzi shows up, how will he deal with the current situation? Yang Bufan's face was full of worry. Don't worry. Little Qinzi has been through all kinds of storms and waves. I believe he will have a way to prevent them from destroying 13's corpse, said Han Yan. He and Jiangqin had known each other for the longest time. They had met in Qi province and later in Black Sect. Jiangqin had created too many miracles. Both Han Yan and Tyrant had an inexplicable belief in Jiangqin. Such miracles were something that ordinary people couldn't understand or believe. But now, looking at the floating corpse of Long Shisan, the sorrow and anger in their hearts had reached an uncontrollable level. Their brother was being humiliated, but they could only watch from afar. That kind of depression was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. Han Yan and Tyrant wanted to rush forward and retrieve Long Shisan's corpse, but it was useless. If Xianxia knew about it, he would surely scold them. They couldn't create trouble for Xianxia anymore. AI, do you think Xianxia will show up tomorrow? It's hard to say. Xianxia isn't a fool. If I was him, I definitely wouldn't show up. That's why you won't be Xianxia in this life. I heard that Xianxia is a man who values friendship and loyalty. He has a deep brotherhood with Long Shisan. He will never leave Long Shisan's corpse alone. I think he will definitely show up. But even if Xianxia shows up, it won't help anything. I'm afraid that there are still late immortal venerables hiding in the dark. Once Xianxia shows up, he will surely die. Although the Sun Divine Feather is strong, it's only a feather after all. It's not a complete gold feather fan. Besides, Xianxia's strength is limited. If he shows up, I'm afraid he won't be able to save Long Shisan's corpse. Let's see. I think Xianxia will show up. He's a fearless man. Ever since the end of the Golden Horizon, East Xuanyu hadn't had a moment of peace. For the past 3 days, Xianxia had killed a dozen immortal venerables and hung their heads as a provocation. Then he destroyed the mountain gate of corpse insect. Now Long Shisan's corpse was also hung there, waiting for Xianxia to show up. No one knew what would happen next. In the 33rd floor of the Zulong Tower, time was passing rapidly. Xianxia was in a state of seclusion. Light was flickering on the surface of his body. Dragon roars could be heard from time to time. His black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind, making him look extremely divine. A month's time passed by quickly. Xianxia finally opened his eyes. His eyes were gleaming with sharp divine light. The dragon transformation skill had undergone a complete transformation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. More importantly, due to the transformation, the ancestral dragon pagoda had also received tremendous benefits. It had condensed to the 42nd level. This was what made Xianxia the happiest. The pagoda had always been the treasure that Xianxia cherished the most. Every level that was condensed in the pagoda represented an increase in strength. The pagoda had always been Xianxia's most cherished treasure. This time, the transformation of the dragon transformation skill is really great. Not only has my cultivation base improved greatly, but the Zulong Tower has also been upgraded. I have also gained control of the Slaughter Dragon seal. Xianxia turned his palm. A blood-red dragon roar appeared in his palm, spiraling constantly. Then the dragon seal turned into a slaughter blood dragon. Its eyes were cold, merciless and lifelike like a real divine dragon. The stronger the killing intent of the slaughter dragon seal, the stronger the power it could radiate. This was the essence of the slaughter dragon seal. Xianxia was very clear about this. 2 days should have passed in the outside world. I wonder what the major powers are doing now. I might as well go out and have a look. Xianxia stood up and walked out of the Zulong Tower with a sway, but his chi was still shrouded by the Zulong Tower, perfectly concealed. Although his cultivation base had improved greatly, the current situation was still very dangerous. The Sun Divine Feather was the biggest reliance for Xianxia to fight against the immortal venerables of the major powers. Of course, his combat strength was enough to kill an immortal venerable in his dragon form. Of course, he could only kill an ordinary immortal venerable. However, as soon as Xianxia walked out of the Zulong Tower, his scalp tightened. A large dark cloud appeared above his head. A feeling that he hadn't felt for a long time instantly filled his body and struck his heart. Heavenly tribulation! Xianxia exclaimed. Then his face was filled with excitement. This feeling was really nostalgic. Back in Saint Origin World, he would trigger a heavenly tribulation every time he advanced to the next realm. He hadn't experienced any heavenly tribulation in the immortal world. This time he finally found the feeling of heavenly tribulation after the transformation of the dragon transformation skill. Haha, awesome. I've got another trump card. Xianxia laughed and quickly retracted his chi. He could now control the tribulation as he pleased. He could do it whenever he wanted. Haha, ha, 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 ha. A powerful heavenly tribulation was destructive. Any cultivator who underwent it would have a slim chance of survival. In the immortal world, a great sovereign tribulation would only be triggered when a cultivator advanced to the great sovereign realm. Anyone below the great sovereign realm wouldn't be able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. This indicated that the heavenly law of heaven and earth in the immortal world was relatively strong. It was very rare for a heaven-defying existence to appear. This was also the reason why Xianxia hadn't triggered a heavenly tribulation until now. Now that the dragon transformation skill had evolved, Xianxia had triggered another heavenly tribulation. Everyone feared the heavenly tribulation like a tiger. A guy like Xianxia who was so excited that he was about to jump up was really a weirdo. If someone saw Xianxia's attitude towards the heavenly tribulation, they would probably spurt out blood from depression. However, to Xianxia the heavenly tribulation itself was a trump card. Judging from the current situation, the power of the heavenly tribulation was much more terrifying than the sun divine feather. Xianxia felt that if he were to undergo the heavenly tribulation in the sky above Nanbei family, it would certainly be very spectacular. Even the old ancestor of Nanbei family wouldn't dare to attack him. Walking in East Xuanyu, the heavenly tribulation was still as strong as before. This was within Xianxia's expectation. Walking in the sky, he saw many cultivators flying towards a certain direction in panic. Curious, Xianxia followed behind them. Let's go and have a look. The time is almost up. I heard that Xianxia hasn't appeared yet. Old man corpse Yin is going to burn Long Shisan's corpse in public. Sigh, I knew that Xianxia wouldn't dare to appear. After all, compared to his brother's corpse, his own life is more important. Both of them spoke. Zhoush. A figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Just as they were about to curse, they saw the other party's eyes that were as cold as hell, causing their souls to tremble in fear. What are you two talking about? Long Shisan is dead? Chapter 1704. The two of them had never seen such a sharp gaze before. They had no idea where this young man came from standing in front of them. Their hearts almost froze as their bodies trembled. For a time they couldn't even speak. No matter what, the two of them were powerful immortal kings, but right now they were truly afraid. Speak. Xianxia shouted loudly, causing the duo's ears to buzz and blood to seep out from their mouths. The two of them were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. How would they dare to be careless? They immediately bowed to Xianxia. This young master actually doesn't know? Yesterday Long Shisan was imprisoned by Old Man Corpse Yin and the others, and Old Man Corpse Yin blinded Long Shisan. Old Man Corpse Yin directly killed Long Shisan and hung Long Shisan's corpse in the sky, saying that if Xianxia didn't appear in a day's time he would destroy Long Shisan's corpse. Now, a day has almost passed but Xianxia still hasn't appeared. We wanted to go and watch the show. Young master, we didn't do anything wrong. The two of them spoke in a trembling voice while wiping their cold sweat. Pong. A towering rage suddenly gushed out from Xianxia's body. The rage almost materialized, blotting out the sky and covering the earth like tidal waves. Even the void was about to be incinerated by the rage. The two immortal kings were directly sent flying hundreds of meters away by the impact of Xianxia's powerful aura. Blood flowed out from their 7 apertures, but how could they care about their injuries? They were so scared that they started crying. Spare us, young master. We don't know what we did wrong. The two of them knelt there and kowtowed repeatedly, crying bitterly. They truly didn't know what they did to offend this young man. With a single glance, they could tell that this young man was a peerless genius from a major power. Such a character was the most terrifying. He wasn't someone they could deal with. I'm Xianxia. After Xianxia finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. Everywhere he passed, the flames of anger formed a line, and the void shattered inch by inch. Long Shisan was dead. Xianxia only felt his head buzzing. He had no other thoughts. His eyes were bloodshot. The will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter had filled his whole body. The intense killing intent couldn't be stopped at all. Xianxia was furious. He had never been so furious before. Long Shisan was dead. He couldn't accept this reality. The two people who were injured by Xianxia's aura looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Xianxia, he is Xianxia. Xianxia has appeared. Something big is going to happen. The two of them were too shocked. They had never thought that this white-robed youth was the legendary unparalleled Devil King Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had appeared, there was bound to be another fierce battle. In the sky, the corpse of Long Shisan was still hovering there. This area was already filled with people. Everyone was paying attention to the scene. There were immortal venerables everywhere. It was afraid that there were quite a number of immortal venerables in the entire ethereal immortal domain. They were all figures who wouldn't show up during normal days. Today all of them had come out for the sake of a single Xianxia. A day's time was up but Xianxia still hadn't appeared. Lan Lingji had stopped crying. Her face looked a lot more haggard. She had been in despair for a day, unable to accept the fact that Long Shisan was dead. The time is almost up but Xianxia still hasn't appeared. It seems like he doesn't dare to come out. Hua Guyi said. She looked very anxious. Xianxia will definitely appear, said Han Yen firmly. No one knew Xianxia better than him. In the sky, Old Man Corpse Yin's face was incomparably gloomy. The reason why so many immortal venerables were guarding here was to wait for Xianxia to appear. If Xianxia didn't show up, their wait would be in vain. I don't think Xianxia will show up. He isn't a fool. The master of Northern Xuanyu Invincibility School spoke. What should we do if Xianxia doesn't show up? Are we really going to destroy Long Shisan's corpse? Zhuge Qiong spoke with a frown. Obviously, although he really wanted to kill Xianxia as a major power, he still had to consider his own face. Long Shisan was already dead. If they were to destroy Long Shisan's corpse, Zhuge Qiong admitted that he wouldn't be able to do it. If Xianxia doesn't show up, I think we can forget about Long Shisan's corpse. After all, it's not a glorious thing. In any case, Long Shisan is already dead. The master of Limitless Immortal Sect spoke, feeling that Zhuge Qiong's words made sense. They were all people who wanted to save face. You want face but I don't. As long as Xianxia doesn't show up, I will personally destroy Long Shisan's corpse, Limitless Immortal Sect's master said coldly. Corpse Yin Sect didn't care about face at all. Not to mention, Corpse Yin Sect had suffered heavy losses because of Xianxia. Old Man Corpse Yin simply couldn't let go of such hatred. As long as Xianxia didn't show up, he would vent his anger and resentment on Long Shisan's corpse and destroy it. Many people frowned. All the major powers in Eastern Xuanyu were disgusted with Corpse Yin Sect. Normally they wouldn't deal with them at all. If it wasn't for the fact that they had reached an agreement to kill Xianxia, they wouldn't have conspired with someone like Old Man Corpse Yin and lowered their status. Time passed bit by bit. The scene was extremely quiet. Many people were looking forward to something and were worried about something. If Xianxia would show up, then this was the calm before the storm. Rumble. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia wouldn't show up, a big hole suddenly exploded in the distant sky. A half-human half-dragon dragon man appeared with endless anger. His whole body was covered in blazing flames and he was holding the Sun Divine Feather in his hand. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? Dragon Transformation and Sun Divine Feather were the biggest symbols of Xianxia. It's Xianxia, he really showed up. My god, he really isn't afraid of death. Good, there's going to be a good show. Xianxia is the #1 genius among the younger generation. His appearance at this time is enough to show that he is a person who values friendship and righteousness. Even if the other party only threatened him with the corpse of his brother, he still showed up without hesitation. So domineering, worthy of being an unprecedented genius. If I can be as domineering as him one day, even if I die, it won't be in vain. Forget it, take a piss and look at yourself first. You still want to compare yourself with Xianxia. Stop talking, let's all stay away from here. This is bound to be an earth-shattering battle. I'm afraid Xianxia won't be able to escape today even with the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void technique. This is an inescapable net. Chapter 1705. The appearance of Xianxia immediately caused an uproar. No one could keep their calm. Han Yen and Tyrant's blood was boiling, but they couldn't make a move. Hua Gai's gaze fell on Xianxia. Her eyes were also filled with shock. This was her first time seeing Xianxia. Even with her eyesight, she had to admit that Xianxia was a dragon among men. It had been a long time since such a powerful figure had appeared in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long was the same. Just like Hua Gai, she was deeply shocked by Xianxia's domineering aura when she saw him for the first time. Yang Yu looked at Xianxia with blazing eyes. This was his favorite disciple. He suddenly felt that Xianxia might create another miracle today. Voila! The instant Xianxia appeared, a large number of immortal venerables immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Xianxia in an instant. Even if Xianxia could cast the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape from such an encirclement. Xianxia, it seems that you are really courageous. You actually dared to show up. Nanbei Taixing yelled. Xianxia, you have destroyed my Corpse Yin Sect. I'm going to tear you to pieces today. Old man Corpse Yin gnashed his teeth, his eyes glinting fiercely. Jiang Chen's attraction was too great. Everyone had besieged him, completely ignoring Long Shisan's corpse. After all, Long Shisan was already a dead man. His only use was to attract Jiang Chen's attention. Now that their goal had been achieved, who would care about the corpse? Apart from Old Man Corpse Yin, no one else would destroy a corpse. Facing the siege of so many immortal venerables and the wrath of an intermediate immortal venerable like Old Man Corpse Yin, Jiang Chen remained indifferent. His eyes were fixed on Long Shisan, who was floating in the distance. He didn't say a word, but his anger was erupting like a volcano. His eyes were so red that blood was about to seep out. In an instant he had turned into a killing maniac. His brother's corpse was right in front of him. Old Man Corpse Yin's action had completely infuriated Jiang Chen. In Yang Yu's words, when a bloodthirsty beast was enraged, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and said faintly, "It's the two of you who did it." Jiang Chen's voice was hoarse. The killing intent in his body was about to erupt at any time. "That's right, Jiang Chen. You have destroyed my Corpse Yin sect, so I'll kill your brother and let you know what pain is. Since you have come, you'll accompany your brother on his way, but I won't let you die so easily." Old Man Corpse Yin said viciously. "Is that so? It seems like you haven't suffered enough." A cold smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He clawed at the void and grabbed a person from the Zulong Tower. It was the old devil who had been crippled by Jiang Chen. "Brother, save me, brother." The old devil was being held in Jiang Chen's hand like a dead chicken, struggling constantly. When he saw Old Man Corpse Yin and his big brother, he became incomparably excited, as though he had seen hope. He believed that if there was anyone in this heavens and earth who could save him, it would certainly be his big brother. No one knew how terrifying his big brother was better than him. Second brother. Old Man Corpse Yin's expression changed greatly when he saw his brother falling into Jiang Chen's hands. He never thought that such a change would happen. "Jiang Chen, let my second brother go." Old Man Corpse Yin shouted. Although his younger brother was a good-for-nothing, Old Man Corpse Yin had always doted on him and protected him in everything. Even if his brother ran amok outside, Old Man Corpse Yin would let it go and support him in all aspects. He never thought that his brother would fall into the hands of Jiang Chen. Old Man Corpse Yin wouldn't be worried if his brother fell into the hands of anyone else. But the other party was Jiang Chen, the devil who killed people more ferociously than him. Jiang Chen simply ignored Old Man Corpse Yin's threat. With a fiendish grin on his face, a flame suddenly shot out from his hand and rushed into the old devil's body. In an instant the old devil's body turned into a sea of fire. He issued an earth-shattering scream. That was the tyrannical sun fire, and the old devil simply couldn't withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the old devil was burned to ashes. Not even a speck of him was left. On the opposite side, Old Man Corpse Yin was furious. He let out a roar. Watching his own brother being burned alive by the enemy in front of him, this kind of feeling was something that ordinary people couldn't understand. "Jiang Chen, this seat will tear you into 1,000 pieces." Old Man Corpse Yin crazily attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's battle prowess soared to the sky. The Sun Divine Feather in his hand slashed towards Old Man Corpse Yin. At the same time, Jiang Chen's momentum completely erupted, triggering the heavenly tribulation. Hong long long. The heaven and earth shook. The heavenly tribulation came too quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the sky was covered with dark clouds and flashes of lightning. The intense heavenly might spread out, making many people feel as though their souls were about to be torn apart. This was the true heavenly tribulation, a tribulation that only great sovereigns could trigger. The unimaginable pressure of the heaven and earth wasn't something that those immortal venerables could compare to. "What's that?" "It's the heavenly tribulation," someone exclaimed, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. In the sky, countless immortal venerables who were about to attack Jiang Chen had a drastic change of expression when they saw the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Even Old Man Corpse Yin's face turned pale. "Damn it! How can there be a heavenly tribulation? This is the true heavenly tribulation. This heaven-defying bastard is the heavenly tribulation that Jiang Chen has triggered. This is a tribulation that only great sovereigns can trigger. No one can resist it." The heavenly tribulation has arrived. It's extremely fast. The heavenly might is inviolable. Damn it. Everyone hurry up. Don't get close to Xianxia or else you will be punished by the heavenly lightning and fire. Damn it. Run. Hurry up and run. Entering the range of the heavenly tribulation is equivalent to death. The powerful immortal venerables were instantly thrown into chaos. Each of their faces turned pale and unsightly. At this time, who would still have the mood to kill Xianxia? They couldn't wait to stay as far away from Xianxia as possible. After triggering the heavenly tribulation, Xianxia was like a hedgehog with thorns all over his body. Anyone who got close to him would be covered with cuts and bruises. Killing Xianxia was important, but their own lives were more important. Chapter 1706. By God. He actually triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the immortal world, only great sovereigns can trigger the tribulation, but rumor has it that when a heaven-defying existence appears, it will also arouse the jealousy of the heavens, causing the heavenly tribulation to descend. However, such monstrous geniuses are very rare. There hasn't been one since ancient times. Hua Gai couldn't keep her composure anymore. The appearance of Xianxia had given her too many surprises. He's that heaven-defying person. If he doesn't die, he will certainly become a great sovereign in the future. Venerable Ling Long sighed, unable to control her excitement. Tyrant and Han Yen were afraid that the only ones who could remain calm were Tyrant and Han Yen. They knew how heaven-defying and terrifying Xianxia was. Heavenly tribulation was as common as eating a meal to Xianxia. Back in Saint Origin World, Xianxia had often gone through all kinds of tribulations, but this was his first time in the immortal world. Good, very good. I never thought that this brat would be so heaven-defying. None of the major powers had ever thought that such a scene would happen. The inescapable net that they had set up has collapsed in an instant. One should know that what Xianxia has triggered now is his own tribulation. If the others were to fall into it, they would also trigger their own tribulation. Triggering a tribulation at a time when one shouldn't be transcending the tribulation is absolutely devastating. Not to mention the likes of Old Man Corpse Yin and Nanbei Taixing. Even their old ancestors would die under the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that the world will be plunged into chaos today. Xianxia will never calm down. Yang Yu's eyes sparkled. Previously, when the 8 major powers went to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu felt incomparably sullen. Now when he saw those peerless geniuses fleeing in front of Xianxia, like mice that had seen a cat, the gloominess in his heart had finally been released. Now he felt extremely happy. Xianxia stood in the void, completely ignoring the rumbling thunder above. Transcending a tribulation was just like having a meal to him. His body had already developed an immunity to it. An ordinary heavenly tribulation wouldn't be able to cause any harm to him. Xianxia came to Long Shisan's side and hugged him. Hong Long. At this moment, a dazzling lightning descended from the sky and struck right on Xianxia's head. The lightning instantly enveloped his and Long Shisan's corpses, forming a dense electric net that made one's scalp tingle. However, such a terrifying heavenly tribulation couldn't even shake Xianxia's body. Xianxia drew out a lightning and struck it into Long Shisan's body, trying to stimulate Long Shisan's vitality. At the same time, a large amount of Wood's spiritual qi entered Long Shisan. At first Xianxia was just trying his luck, but to find that Long Shisan's body was automatically absorbing the tears and Wood's spiritual qi. The monkey is not dead. This was no small matter. Xianxia's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. If Long Shisan was dead, it would be impossible for him to automatically absorb the lightning and Wood's spiritual qi. Since he could still absorb them, it meant that Long Shisan was not dead. Oh, this guy has cultivated the life symbol art which can allow him to narrowly escape death. He can also put himself in a dead end and come back to life. The secret skill of the battle clan is really terrifying. However, 13th's injuries are too serious. His fiery golden eyes have been destroyed and his internal organs are all shattered. It won't be easy for him to recover. Xianxia frowned. In any case, Long Shisan was not completely dead. At the last moment he used the life symbol art to preserve a glimmer of life. This was a great thing. Rumble. The heavenly thunder rumbled and the second heavenly tribulation was formed in an instant. Above the sky, a red demonic dragon appeared. The demonic dragon was completely condensed from the power of thunder and lightning. It carried endless heavenly might and was extremely terrifying. Not only that, but the blood-red demonic dragon also carried endless killing intent. Xianxia raised his head and found that behind the blood-red demonic dragon, there were 7 more blood-red lights constantly condensing. That was to say, after the first heavenly tribulation, there would be another 7. Including the previous one, there would be a total of 9. This is the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. Very good. It fits my slaughter dragon seal perfectly. If my slaughter dragon seal is tempered by the heavenly thunder and lightning, it will certainly become more terrifying after absorbing the powerful lightning energy. The slaughter dragon seal itself carries the killing intent of the ancestral dragon. After experiencing the 9 tribulations of slaughter, it will contain the killing intent of the heavenly might. Every time it strikes, it will carry the pressure of the heavens. Xianxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a powerful heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid that even the tribulation of a great sovereign can only be like this. Hua Gai's face turned pale. Such heavenly might made her feel very uncomfortable. I wonder if Xianxia can successfully transcend the tribulation. Lan Lingji murmured. Far away, the grand immortal venerables who had fled stopped, staring unblinkingly at Xianxia and the terrifying heavenly tribulation. This is a powerful tribulation. There are a total of 9 of them. It should be the legendary 9 tribulations of slaughter. The killing intent of this tribulation is too strong. Xianxia surely won't be able to withstand it. He will surely die in the tribulation. That's right. If Xianxia dies in the tribulation, we will have gotten rid of a great scourge. Even if Xianxia doesn't die, he will fall into a weakened state after the tribulation. At that time it will be a piece of cake for us to kill him. All the immortal venerables were certain that Xianxia would die under such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. After all, such a heavenly tribulation wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. This was one of the most terrifying heavenly tribulations in the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Even if Xianxia was lucky enough to survive, he would still be at their mercy in his weakened state. Unfortunately, these immortal venerables had no idea about Xianxia's means. At this moment, fleeing was the best choice. If they didn't, they would soon bring an endless disaster to themselves. Xianxia looked at the murderous devil dragon that was about to swoop down, then at Xian in his arms. He found that the lightning energy and wood energy had activated Xian's life symbol art. Vitality began to appear in his body. Xianxia sent a drop of great earth immortal milk into Xian's mouth, then kept him in the 33rd floor of Zulong Tower. Monkey, watch this brother avenge you. The murderous intent in Xianxia's body and the 9 tribulations of slaughter had almost formed a tacit understanding. Although Xian didn't die, the injuries he had suffered would inevitably cause someone to pay a heavy price. Moreover, Xianxia knew very well that if it wasn't for Xian's life symbol art, he would have died for sure. Swish. Xianxia's dazzling eyes looked at Old Man Corpse Yin in the distance. Immediately he cast the Great Void technique and rushed towards Old Man Corpse Yin at lightning speed. Seeing Xianxia moving, the heavenly tribulation in the sky also moved at the same speed as Xianxia. Wherever Xianxia went, the heavenly tribulation would follow. Chapter 1707. Son of Abt. Seeing this, Old Man Corpse Yin's complexion instantly changed. He cursed in his heart. This damned guy, he's not focused on transcending the tribulation. He's thinking of killing people at this time. Even if he wants to take the lives of others, he shouldn't throw away his own life. It should be known that the heaven tribulation itself represents the might of the heavens. It is the most terrifying tribulation in the world. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare to be careless when transcending the tribulation. It should be known that the slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. This was also the reason why those immortal venerables didn't leave. After all, in their minds, the heavenly tribulation was sacred and terrifying. Even a great sovereign wouldn't dare to be distracted while transcending the heavenly tribulation. One should know that even if they were to single-mindedly resist the heavenly tribulation, they wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would survive the heavenly tribulation. If they were distracted, they would die for sure. They wouldn't have thought that this wasn't the first time that Xianxia was transcending the heavenly tribulation. Transcending the heavenly tribulation had already become a habit for Xianxia. His body already had the attribute of transcending the heavenly tribulation. His ability to resist the heavenly tribulation wasn't something that an ordinary expert could compare to. At this moment Old Man Corpse Yin had no time to think. Even though he hated Jiang Chen to the core, the fear of Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation made his heart tremble. The fear of the heavenly tribulation was like seeing a plague. Old Man Corpse Yin's speed was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen, who was proficient in the Great Void technique, was able to pinpoint his location accurately. Adding on to the fact that Old Man Corpse Yin wasn't fully prepared, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would rush towards him despite the heavenly tribulation. As a result, he was caught up by Jiang Chen in an instant. Hong Long. Just at this moment, the second heavenly tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter poured down. The terrifying dragon of slaughter and lightning turned into a sea of lightning that instantly besieged Jiang Chen and Old Man Corpse Yin. Arg! A miserable wail sounded from the sea of lightning. It was the wail of Old Man Corpse Yin. He was an intermediate immortal venerable and the sect master of Corpse Yin sect. It was imaginable what kind of pain he was suffering at the moment. Some people saw that Old Man Corpse Yin was completely covered by the thunder and fire that filled the sky. He had triggered his own heavenly tribulation, and under the attack of the heavenly tribulation he directly turned into ashes, leaving not a single residue behind. Looking at Jiang Chen again, that terrifying killing thunder dragon didn't cause any harm to him at all. Countless thunder lights filled the surface of his body, as if he was wearing a layer of thunder and lightning armor. He looked extremely mighty. Jiang Chen's true dragon body was too abnormal. The power of thunder and lightning didn't affect his body at all. Instead, it continued to refine his body. Those thunder lights also became his nourishment. Old Man Corpse Yin died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. He died in the sea of lightning without leaving a single residue behind. The sect master of a generation, one of the famous overlords of Eastern Xuanyu, had died an incomparably miserable death. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes widened. They had never seen such a scene before and they didn't dare to imagine it at all. They were afraid that Jiang Chen was the only one in the world who could use the heavenly tribulation to kill someone. My God. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal. How could he remain unscathed under such a powerful heavenly tribulation? He even diverted his attention to kill the sect master of Corpse Yin sect. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. How sad. Too miserable. Old Man Corpse Yin died just like that. Feels like a dream. He killed Long Shan and successfully used Long Shan to lure Jiang Chen out. Originally, he wanted to avenge Corpse Yin sect, but he didn't expect to bring such a huge disaster to himself. This is too cruel. I have never seen such a shocking scene before. A character like Jiang Chen is too heaven-defying. The entire immortal world is going to be shaken. Those immortal venerables are going to be in trouble. There's still a long time before the heavenly tribulation arrives. Jiang Chen has learned the Great Void technique. If he uses the heavenly tribulation to kill people, I don't know how many immortal venerables will die under the heavenly tribulation. My God. I can't even imagine it. Everyone was shocked. Not to mention those who didn't know Jiang Chen. Even Yang Yu and Venerable Ling Long had their mouths wide open. Their understanding of Jiang Chen was already very high, but now it seemed that they had still underestimated Jiang Chen. This heaven-defying guy who could always create miracles had once again widened their horizons. When the heavenly tribulation descended, both of them were completely relieved. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised no matter how tragic the scene that would happen next. Because this wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene. The heavenly tribulation was Jiang Chen's biggest trump card. He could go anywhere he wanted while enduring the heavenly tribulation. Even great sovereigns wouldn't dare to step into his heavenly tribulation. That's way too awesome. Mo Wuqing and Grandmaster Hao Ran rubbed their eyes, unable to believe this fact. This is just the beginning. Han Yen crossed his arms in front of his chest with a relaxed look. No one knew better than him how scary Jiang Chen was. There were too many immortal venerables in front of them. Jiang Chen would certainly kill them at all cost. Jiang Chen would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Brr. The heavenly lightning shook. The third heavenly tribulation was formed very quickly. A blood-red killing lightning dragon emerged. Its eyes were emotionless. The heavenly might and killing intent were strong, as though it was going to annihilate everything in the heavens and earth. Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Then, his eyes shifted to a direction where at least 7 to 8 immortal venerables were gathered. All of them were from hostile forces. Not good. Seeing that Xianxia was looking at them, those immortal venerables immediately broke out in cold sweat. How would they dare to say a word? They immediately turned tail and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. The scene of Xianxia killing Old Man Corpse Yin had left an unerasable shadow in their hearts. When they saw Xianxia now, it was as though they had seen a ghost. It was a very shocking scene. They were afraid that only Xianxia could make these mighty immortal venerables flee in panic. Although these immortal venerables ran very fast, they couldn't outrun Xianxia's great void technique. In a blink, Xianxia appeared in front of an immortal venerable, opened his arms and hugged the immortal venerable tightly. No, the immortal venerable let out a heart-wrenching scream. His tribulation was triggered. His entire body was instantly covered by lightning and fire, and was burned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, the third heavenly tribulation descended. The few immortal venerables who hadn't escaped in time were also caught in it. Chapter 1708. Ah! Miserable wails resounded across the sky. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the 4 early immortal venerables were engulfed by the lightning and fire. Their bodies were instantly incinerated and turned into nothingness. Despite their strength, they couldn't put up the slightest bit of resistance against the mighty heavenly might. Once they were enveloped by it, only death awaited them. He's truly insane. He's a madman. This is too brutal. Those were mighty immortal venerables, but they died just like that. The heavenly might is just too powerful. It's impossible to violate it. I have no idea how Xianxia could be so heaven-defying. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. By relying on the Great Void technique, he continuously directed the heavenly tribulation towards those immortal venerables. This technique is just too brutal. No one wasn't shocked. This was an incomparably shocking scene that subverted everyone's imagination and cognition. In their hearts, immortal venerables were unreachable, mighty and omnipotent existences that stood at the top of the pyramid. But now, those immortal venerables who would never appear on normal days were dying tragically one after another. And the cause of all this was just an immortal emperor young man. After killing a few immortal venerables, Xianxia went completely mad. He rampaged through the group of immortal venerables. His speed was just too fast. By the time those immortal venerables recovered from their shock, it was already too late. Xianxia broke into the camp of 5 to 6 immortal venerables. He casted out the true dragon palm and grabbed each of them. Those immortal venerables didn't even have the chance to escape before they were struck to death by the heavenly lightning and fire. In just a few blinks, more than 10 immortal venerables had died in the hands of Xianxia, including Old Man Corpse Yin. This was just too terrifying. There were a few late immortal venerables who had attracted Xianxia this time. Their appearance was to prevent Xianxia from having the slightest chance to escape. They wanted to kill this huge threat once and for all. But at this moment, even those old ancestors were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to show themselves? If Xianxia charged at them recklessly, even a late immortal venerable would die. Run. Leave this place. This is a madman. Someone shouted loudly. Only then did those immortal venerables react to the situation. How would they dare to delay in the slightest? All of them fled like stray dogs. Xianxia let out a wild laugh. His laughter was incomparably carefree. Seeing this group of people fleeing in all directions and seeing him as if he had seen the plague of ghosts and gods, Xianxia's heart was indescribably comfortable. His depression could be said to have been completely vented. The scene was just too majestic. Countless immortal venerables ran away, causing many people to open their mouths wide. It would be great if this scene could be recorded. Even if it can't be recorded, Xianxia's tribulation today will be recorded in the history of the immortal world. In the entire history of the immortal world, no one has ever done something like this. All the immortal venerables of the immortal world fled like stray dogs. Countless people sighed. They simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. It was just like a dream. Since these immortal venerables were fleeing, Xianxia naturally had to take advantage of the situation to chase after them. If he could kill one more, he would kill one more. These people would become a huge threat in the future. Since they were already enemies, Xianxia naturally wouldn't show any mercy. Moreover, this was in line with the meaning of the Tao of slaughter. Swish. Xianxia's speed was simply too fast. Given his current strength and the Great Void technique, ordinary immortal venerables wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Honglong. The fourth lightning tribulation poured down, landing on Xianxia's body. It couldn't cause any damage to Xianxia, but the immortal venerable that Xianxia caught up with was unlucky. He died miserably in the sea of lightning, not even ashes were left behind. Howl. A sky-shaking sword howl resounded. The heavenly saint sword turned into an azure dragon and appeared, shuttling back and forth in the sea of lightning. It had been a long time since the heavenly saint sword underwent tribulation. The baptism of heavenly tribulation was the best way to temper it. Very soon, all the immortal venerables disappeared without a trace from this spatial zone. Xianxia looked around with a kind of heroic spirit. He didn't continue to chase after those immortal venerables. Instead, he focused on the heavenly tribulation. This time he had killed many immortal venerables and Old Man Corpse Een. His only regret was that he didn't kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had destroyed Long Shursan's fiery golden eyes. This revenge must be taken. However, the life of Old Ancestor Yellow Spring would be his sooner or later. Initially, Xianxia could continue to chase after those immortal venerables, or even go to Nanbei family to undergo the tribulation, but Xianxia didn't have that many options. After all, it wasn't easy for him to obtain this heavenly tribulation. He had to consider his own benefits. He couldn't use it to increase his strength no matter how many immortal venerables he killed. Xianxia was very clear that even if he killed all the immortal venerables this time, he wouldn't be able to wipe out those major powers. Each major power had incomparably strong foundations. Even if he killed them, there would still be more powerful experts. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. There are still 5 heavenly tribulations left, which can bring me 2 benefits. One is that I can absorb the lightning energy and endure until the end of the heavenly tribulation. In that case, my cultivation base will break through to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, but the power of the 9 tribulations of slaughter will bring me a certain amount of damage and weaken me. At that time, those old ancestor-grade immortal venerables will attack me. I may not even have the chance to escape. It's not worth it. The other option is to let the Zulong Tower absorb the lightning energy. In that case, the Zulong Tower will be able to condense at least 3 more floors, reaching the 45th floor. Xianxia thought to himself. After a brief thought, he decided to refine the Zulong Tower. His cultivation base could be improved little by little. Furthermore, Xianxia's cultivation base had been improving too fast recently. He wanted to stop and stabilize it, but the advancement of the Zulong Tower was incomparably difficult. The condensation of each floor required too much energy. This was a rare opportunity that Xianxia didn't want to miss. Honglong. As the speed of the heavenly tribulation was very fast, Xianxia couldn't afford to neglect it. Immediately he opened the door of the Zulong Tower. Sensing the rolling heavenly lightning, the Zulong Tower immediately became excited. The door of the Zulong Tower was like the mouth of an ancient beast. When the 5th lightning struck down, the Zulong Tower absorbed all of them at once. The ancestral dragon pagoda was just too abnormal. Even though Xianxia had been controlling it for a long time, he was still shocked by it. It seemed like there wasn't any kind of energy that this pagoda couldn't absorb. It could even absorb the heavenly tribulation. The more abnormal the Zulong Tower was, the more Xianxia looked forward to it. He dared not imagine what would happen when the 99 floors of the Zulong Tower were condensed and reached its peak state. Xianxia had been looking forward to this day. Chapter 1709. Rumble. Lightning flickered inside the Zulong Tower as if it was experiencing an unparalleled catastrophe. The rolling sea of lightning was absorbed by the Zulong Tower and transformed into terrifying energy. Half of the space on the 43rd floor was condensed in an instant. The energy absorbed by the heavenly lightning was incomparably pure. It was much more beneficial than absorbing the energy of those demonic devils. This was an incomparably mystical scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Xianxia just stood there motionlessly, letting the countless lightning strike his body and then disappear. It didn't cause any harm to Xianxia at all. Even Xianxia's body didn't move at all. How can this be? Even if Jiang Chen is heaven-defying, he shouldn't be able to withstand such a powerful energy. He actually absorbed all the energy into his body. How is this possible? Hua Gai was horrified. She couldn't believe such a scene. Although she had never experienced a heavenly tribulation before, she knew how terrifying it was. Even a great sovereign could only resist the heavenly tribulation and absorb a little of its energy to temper his body. Even the sect master had to survive the heavenly tribulation. She had never seen someone like Jiang Chen who was absorbing the lightning energy without any resistance. He was truly a weirdo in the heavenly tribulation boundary. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. Such a person can't be judged by common sense. His existence has surpassed all the great sovereigns in the history of the immortal world. Even the valiant existences like Immortal Execution King and great sovereign Zhou Xian couldn't do what he did. Yang Yu sighed. Jiang Chen was always able to shock him, and the shock was getting more and more intense. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen was absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously, Yang Yu didn't find it strange at all. In other words, no matter what kind of miracle happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be too surprised. Han Yen and Tyrant smiled without saying anything. Others might not know Jiang Chen's secret, but Han Yen and Tyrant knew it very well. Just like what Hua Gai said, no matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to absorb the energy of the heavenly tribulation unscrupulously because it was no different from courting death. The reason why Jiang Chen could do all this so easily was because of the Zulong Tower. The power of heaven shook. The 9 tribulations of slaughter was more terrifying than the previous one. The energy contained in each of them was like a vast ocean. However, this terrifying heaven's tribulation could not cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood under the heaven's tribulation like a peerless god of war. He was calm and composed to the extreme. He absorbed the energy of the heaven's tribulation as easily as drinking water. When the 7th heavenly tribulation fell, the 44th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda had been condensed. When the 8th heavenly tribulation fell, the 45th level of the ancestral dragon pagoda would be condensed. At this time, some fluctuations appeared in the void again. Some immortal venerables had returned. They were like hunters hiding in the dark, completely treating Jiang Chen as their prey. These immortal venerables were incomparably astute. They knew that Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation was about to end. Now Jiang Chen could rely on the heavenly tribulation to make them fear him. But as soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, Jiang Chen would once again become a turtle in a jar. No one would let go of such a great opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying and threatening. It wasn't easy for them to lure him out. If they let him escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be almost impossible to catch him again. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. His eyes fell upon a spot in the void with the most violent fluctuation. He discovered that it was a powerful late immortal venerable expert. Judging from the gloomy qi that was being emitted, he was from Cultivation sect. Jiang Chen could tell that this expert was from Cultivation sect. Needless to say, the late immortal venerable of Cultivation sect must be the old ancestor of Cultivation sect. Since you all want to kill me, I, Jiang Chen, won't be polite anymore. Today I will completely destroy your Cultivation sect and make it disappear from the immortal world. Jiang Chen was infuriated. He was a courageous man. There was nothing in the heavens and earth that he didn't dare to do. Before the 8th tribulation descended, Jiang Chen closed the door of the Zulong Tower, then used the Great Soul Derivation Technique and Great Void Technique to locate the old ancestor of Cultivation sect. With a sway of his body, he vanished from the heavenly tribulation. The next moment, Jiang Chen appeared not far away from the old ancestor of Cultivation sect. Old ancestor Cultivation, where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen yelled. He grabbed the tail of the slaughter lightning dragon and hurled it at the old ancestor. This scene was too heaven-defying. Someone could actually control the heavenly tribulation while transcending the tribulation and grab the tail of the heavenly tribulation. This was too heaven-defying. As a matter of fact, the reason why Jiang Chen could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation for a short period of time was entirely due to the Slaughter Dragon Seal. The Slaughter Dragon Seal contained the Tao of Slaughter and carried the will of the ancestral dragon of slaughter, which coincided with the will of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. At this moment, the Slaughter Dragon Seal that Jiang Chen used immediately resonated with the 8th Slaughter Lightning Dragon. Damn it! Cultivation ancestor roared. His snake-like eyes instantly panicked. He didn't dare to be careless and immediately ran away. The old ancestor of Corpse Yin thought that he had hidden himself well and only appeared after Jiang Chen's heavenly tribulation. In his opinion, even if Jiang Chen had discovered him, Jiang Chen wouldn't continue to use the heavenly tribulation to deal with him. After all, the longer the heavenly tribulation was, the more terrifying it would be. Being distracted at this time was equivalent to throwing away one's life. Taking a step back, even if Jiang Chen attacked without any regard for his life, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape with his own ability. Unfortunately, without confronting Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. The Great Void technique was unparalleled. Anyone who underestimated the Great Void technique was questioning the power of the Void Emperor and was destined to have a bad end. Old man Corpse Yin was already dead. If he killed the old ancestor of Corpse Yin sect, then the Corpse Yin sect would be completely finished. A powerful sect would also be destroyed. Corpse Yin ancestor's escape speed was very fast, but he was still a bit too slow. The lightning dragon hit his shoulder and half of his body was smashed to pieces. The remaining half of his body also triggered its own lightning tribulation, and endless lightning fire covered it. No. Chapter 17:10. This was the terror of the heavenly tribulation. If it wasn't for the heavenly tribulation, even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm, even if Jiang Chen had the sun divine feather, he would still have no choice but to flee when he encountered a powerful figure like old ancestor Corpse Yin. Now that he had killed old ancestor Corpse Yin, it could be said that he had gotten rid of a great threat. From now on, the entire Corpse Yin sect would no longer be a threat to him. The screams soon disappeared into the sea of lightning. The Corpse Yin ancestor had died again after Old Man Corpse Yin. From now on, the Corpse Yin sect had no leader and completely collapsed. The Corpse Yin sect was already riddled with holes, so what else could it rely on to survive in the Eastern Profound Domain? Everyone was shocked. Each and every one of them found it difficult to breathe. The scene was just too shocking. They could still accept the death of those immortal venerables. After all, Jiang Chen had killed immortal venerables with the sun divine feather at the very beginning. For Jiang Chen, killing immortal venerables wasn't a rare thing, but the one he had just killed was a peerless figure of old ancestor. It's over. Corpse Yin sect is completely finished this time. Even the old ancestor is dead. How is it going to survive in the future? It's good that he's dead. This evil sect has even refined the corpse. It should have been destroyed long ago. It shouldn't exist in the immortal world. I hope that Jiang Chen can uproot this major power completely. Only then will it be satisfying. It can be said that old ancestor Corpse Yin's death was a tragedy. If he didn't appear, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the chance to kill him. He has underestimated Jiang Chen, which eventually led to his own death. How sad. It's mainly because Jiang Chen is too heaven-defying. He killed an old ancestor at the end of the heavenly tribulation. I'm afraid only Jiang Chen is capable of such a feat. The world was shocked. The death of an old ancestor almost represented the downfall of a major power. No one knew how long it had been since the death of a late immortal venerable in East Xuanyu. Voila! Seeing the death of old ancestor Corpse Yin, those immortal venerables who were eager to give it a try hastily fled as far as they could, fearing that Jiang Chen's attention would fall on them. Even though there was only one bolt of heavenly tribulation left, no one was willing to risk their lives. Jiang Chen raised his head. It was the last bolt of tribulation. Since the Zulong Tower had been put away, there was no need to open it again. The appearance of the Corpse Yin ancestor made him make a crazy decision. Today he was going to do something earth-shattering. He was going to eradicate a major force and a major sect from this world. Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eyelid when it came to matters that countless major forces couldn't do, things that countless major forces wanted to do but didn't dare to. Jiang Chen's eyes shifted to the direction of Corpse Yin's sect. The sun divine feather had already destroyed more than half of the mountain gate of Corpse Yin's sect. Today he was going to make this major power disappear completely, including those evil cultivators of Corpse Yin's sect. Before leaving, Jiang Chen looked over at Yang Yu and the others. His eyes fell upon Lan Lingji, who was in agony. He couldn't bear to see her like this, so he transmitted a message to them. Don't worry. Monkey isn't dead. He has cultivated the life symbol art, so he still has vitality. I'll find a way to bring him back to life. After saying that, Xianxia flew towards the direction of Corpse In's sect. The last strand of heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Xianxia had no more time to waste. After the tribulation he would have to flee again. So before that he had to inform Lan Lingji and the others about the news of Long Shisan. What? Brother Shisan isn't dead? Lan Lingji, who was on the verge of losing her heart, was jolted all of a sudden. Her face revealed a look of ecstasy. This news was too important to her. It turned her tears into a smile. I always knew that he wouldn't die so easily. Lan Lingji said excitedly. How is this possible? Long Shisan was obviously killed by Old Man Corpse In and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. How could he still be alive? Hua Gai couldn't understand. Monkey is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. How can he die so easily? Besides, if little Chinzi said that he's still alive, then he must be alive. Han Yen said with a smile. He had never doubted Jiang Chen's words. Now that he knew that Long Shisan was still alive, his and Tyrant's depressed mood was lifted. Look, what is Jiang Chen going to see? Mo Wuqing shouted. That's the direction of Corpse In's sect. That bastard is going there to face the last strand of heavenly tribulation. Yang Yu was horrified. Crazy. That madman. Venerable Ling Long was speechless. Corpse In's sect is going to be finished. Hua Gai let out a sigh. Jiang Chen left. Countless people could see through his intention. For a moment the scene became restless once more. Countless silhouettes flew towards the direction of Corpse In's sect. That's right. That's right. Something big was going to happen. The historical moment of East Xuanyu was about to come. He's insane. He's going to destroy a sect with a long history. I wonder how many people are going to die this time. The violent, bloodthirsty devil. Jiang Chen is going to do something that will shake the heavens and earth. He's going to destroy a big sect. I can't believe such a magnificent feat will be done by a single man and not a big power. Quick, go and have a look. East Xuanyu is going to change completely. If Corpse In's sect is really destroyed, the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu will be reduced to 10. Crazy. Everyone went crazy. Many young people were shouting. Their blood was boiling. They had a deep admiration for Jiang Chen. They wanted to chase after him to witness this historic moment, to witness the true miracle in the history of East Xuanyu. Many people in the Corpse In sect were busy rebuilding the sect. It had to be said that the Corpse In sect was indeed worthy of being a big force. In just 2 days, half of the destroyed sect had been restored. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, all their efforts were destined to be in vain. The biggest disaster of Corpse In sect had just arrived. Rumble. All of a sudden, dark clouds covered the city. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Everyone in Corpse In sect was shocked. They raised their heads and saw a dragon man flying towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Corpse In sect was completely covered by rolling thunder. Countless lightning bolts fell down like giant pythons. Rumble. The arrival of the heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the end of the world. Many disciples of Corpse In sect didn't even have time to react before they died in the sea of lightning. The buildings that had just been repaired were instantly destroyed. The last bolt of heavenly tribulation descended and didn't give the Corpse sect any chance to explain. This was like a punishment from the heavens. Under the might of the heavens they were like ants. They didn't even have the ability to crawl and could only wait for death. Death was the only path left for them. Chapter 17:11. Ah! Miserable screams came from the Corpse sect. The power of the lightning was too terrifying and there was no way to resist it. Countless disciples of the Corpse sect were turned to ashes by the lightning. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. When the people who came later saw this scene, they were all shocked, speechless. All of them were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They had never seen such a massacre before. Right now, they were going to witness the destruction of a major power with their own eyes. That kind of soul-stirring, that kind of ghastly sight, that kind of despair that filled the sea of lightning made their minds unable to calm down. It's over, the Corpse sect is completely finished. Even if they don't die out, they will only be a motley crew. In the future, they won't be able to cause any big waves in East Xuanyu. The destruction of the Corpse sect is a good thing for us. Such an evil force shouldn't exist in the first place. Over the years, the corpse sect has been crazy, burning, killing, and looting. It can be said that there are many complaints, but because of their evil cultivation method, many people don't dare to say anything. Even the other great forces don't want to provoke the corpse sect. Today the corpse sect has been destroyed by Xianxia. Even if there are remnants left, they won't be worth mentioning. If they come out to do evil again, they can be directly eliminated. They will no longer have a backer. That's right, Xianxia has done a great deed for East Xuanyu. He has eradicated an evil force. They don't even know how to respect corpses, they don't have the slightest bit of humanity to speak of. Although Xianxia is decisive in killing, the people he killed were all his enemies. A man like Xianxia is willing to sacrifice himself for his brothers. I admire him very much. I believe the other great forces will also be happy to see the corpse sect being eradicated. No one wasn't shocked. Looking at the rolling sea of lightning, no one could control their emotions. But one thing was certain, most people were happy about the destruction of the corpse sect. They thought that Xianxia had done a good deed for East Xuanyu. No one had a bad impression of Xianxia. Many people worshipped Xianxia, especially those young people. They simply regarded Xianxia as their idol. Young people all had a heroic dream. They wanted to dominate the world and fight against countless heroes. That kind of feeling was something that many people yearned for. Seeing Xianxia fighting like rain, killing his enemies so freely and domineeringly, who wouldn't be envious? To put it bluntly, Xianxia was their fantasy. Xianxia's shadow was lofty in their hearts. A person who could do earth-shattering things was destined to be passed down through the ages. As for the slaughter, the immortal world itself was a world of slaughter. For example, the immortal Slayer King, Great Emperor Zhou Xian, Golden Emperor, Void Emperor, Empress Xiaoyao. Which of these peerless figures didn't step on piles of bones to climb to the top? Although Xianxia was young, he already had the demeanor of a supreme figure. Some people predicted that sooner or later, Xianxia would become an existence like the immortal Slayer King or Great Emperor Zhou Xian. He might even surpass them and become the #1 emperor throughout the ages. The slaughter continued. The last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter was too great. The corpse sect had been razed to the ground and completely lost its former glory. The powerful attack of the heavenly tribulation had even completely destroyed the spirit vein below the corpse sect. In the next few hundred years, this place was destined to be a barren land. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't feeling well either. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the last tribulation of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. Although he had destroyed the corpse sect, he had also withstood the tribulation by himself. The Zulong Tower didn't help at all. My current state might be a bit disadvantageous for my escape later. Xianxia frowned. The heavenly tribulation was about to end, but before that he wouldn't be able to run away because no matter where he went, the heavenly tribulation would follow him. At this moment he had no idea how many pairs of eyes were watching him in the dark. They were all extremely powerful experts. Once he was surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Xianxia couldn't care so much now. He had to overcome the heavenly tribulation eventually. For the time being he had to take one step at a time. He used the wood's spiritual qi to heal his injuries. The heavenly tribulation ended very quickly. The corpse sect had completely disappeared from this world. Countless people had died. Some of the survivors who managed to escape could only drag out an ignoble existence. The famous corpse sect was destined to become history, a thing of the past. The corpse sect was different from the other major powers. The other major powers might still have people in the immortal court, but the corpse sect couldn't. The immortal court wouldn't allow such an evil force to enter the immortal court. Therefore, the death of the old ancestor and old man corpse meant the destruction of the corpse sect. The scene was silent. Everyone was looking at the billowing black smoke of the corpse sect. This place was destined to become a land of death. Rumble. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, a big hole was blasted in several places in the sky. Endless pressure spread out in an instant. Everyone could see several powerful figures emerging. Their chi was incomparably powerful, no weaker than the old ancestor of Corpse Yin. They came from different directions and completely sealed the void the instant the heavenly tribulation ended. Upon seeing this, Xianxia's facial expression changed completely, because to his horror he discovered that there were too many experts that had appeared at this moment. Apart from these late immortal venerables, There were even more experts that had appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 late immortal venerables appeared in the sky. Each of them was an old ancestor. They came from East Xuanyu, West Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and North Xuanyu. They were the supreme experts of the entire ethereal immortal world. Their appearance had almost sealed the entire East Xuanyu. Even if Jiang Qin had the Great Void technique, he wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, Jiang Qin had just experienced the heavenly tribulation, so his body was somewhat weak. Damn it. The heaven is going to change. There are so many old ancestors. Jiang Qin is finished this time. This is too ruthless. This has never happened in the immortal world before. All the old ancestors have appeared. It seems like they have seen the threat of Jiang Qin and no longer care about their face. If they don't kill Jiang Qin now, I'm afraid that they won't have the chance to do so in the future. Obviously, these old ancestors have been paying attention to the development of the situation for a long time. They didn't want to show themselves, but after this heavenly tribulation, they have seen the threat of Jiang Qin. They have no choice but to show themselves. As soon as the heavenly tribulation ended, all of them have appeared. This scene is much bigger than the previous one. What should we do now? Is Jiang Qin really going to die? Now that he has lost the heavenly tribulation, it seems like he can't escape with the Great Void technique. I'm afraid that the Sun Divine Feather alone won't be enough. These old ancestors are all late immortal venerables. Chapter 17:12. Not good. I didn't expect so many old ancestors to appear. What should we do now? In the distance, Venerable Ling Long's face turned incomparably ugly. They were in the same camp as Jiang Qin. They didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Qin. Not only the 8 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu, but also the old ancestors of the other 3 domains. The entire Eastern Xuanyu has become a cage. Jiang Qin won't be able to escape even if he has the Great Void technique. Damn it. How could this happen? Yang Yu clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. However, he was powerless in the face of such a situation. Not to mention him, even the old ancestor of Great Qin Empire wouldn't be able to save Jiang Qin's life. I wonder if there will be any more miracles. Hua Gai looked incomparably nervous. What other miracles can there be? The Sun Divine Feather and Great Void technique are useless. The heavenly tribulation is also over. What else can there be? What should we do? Who can come out and save little Qinzi now? Yang Bufang was very anxious. He couldn't do anything when he saw his life and death brother being besieged by the enemy. Compared to the Long Shan siege, this was a truly grand scene that had never happened before in the immortal world. With so many old ancestors besieging a young man at the same time, many of them felt that it was worth it even if Jiang Qin had to die. Han Yen and Tyrant couldn't help but worry. The scene in front of them could be said to be the most dangerous one that Jiang Qin had ever encountered in his life. Even though they were very interested in Jiang Qin, they really couldn't think of how Jiang Qin could break out of this deadlock. Let's wait and see. I believe that little Qinzi can still create miracles. He has always been creating miracles, said Han Yen. Although he looked nervous, his confidence in Jiang Qin came from his heart. He still believed that Jiang Qin could still create miracles until the last moment. In the void, pressure filled the air. The killing intent of those old ancestors soared to the sky, completely sealing off the space, trapping Jiang Qin like a bird in a cage. Jiang Qin, let's see where you can run to now. Nanbei Taixing flew over and said to Jiang Qin fiercely. Currently, the fate of the northern and southern dynasties was still unknown. They hadn't returned after leaving the Golden Horizon. They were the hope of Nanbei family. Additionally, the family had suffered a great loss this time. 2 of their immortal venerables had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. As a result, their hatred towards Jiang Qin had reached an irreconcilable level. Previously, Jiang Qin had relied on the heavenly tribulation to do whatever he wanted. Now that the heavenly tribulation was gone, he would like to see how Jiang Qin was going to fight against them. Humph. Nanbei Taixing, it seems you have forgotten how you were like a stray dog before. Let me tell you, sooner or later your Nanbei family will end up like the corpse sect. Just look at the corpse sect. This is what happened to the corpse sect. They went against me, Jiang Qin. Your Nanbei family is no exception. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Even in the face of such a siege, he still didn't show the slightest sign of panic. His temperament alone was enough to make people admire him. This was the terrifying part of Jiang Chen. The more dangerous the situation was, the more he would be able to maintain his consciousness, because only by being clear-headed could he seize any opportunity to escape. Bastard! Jiang Chen, you have been arrogant for long enough. Corpse insect has been annihilated by you. Even if you die, you can still smile in the netherworld. You have carried the blood debt of so many major powers. Even 100 lives won't be enough for you. Nanbei Taixing bellowed. He couldn't wait to bite Jiang Chen to death. Even in the face of death, he still didn't forget to play smart. He had almost fooled all of them. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that his plan was going to fail. His original intention was exactly as the old ancestor of the Nanbei family said. He wanted to use the temptation of the Great Void technique to find a way to make the other party panic and then escape. He had the Great Void technique. As long as he had the slightest gap, he could escape. In my opinion, we should directly cripple Jiang Chen, then use the soul-absorbing technique to make him tell us the cultivation method of the Great Void technique. At that time we can study it together. Chapter 17:13. Intense killing intent burst out of the old ancestor of Nanbei family, but he didn't attack Jiang Chen directly. He still needed to listen to the other old ancestors. Killing Jiang Chen was no longer a matter of one person. Besides, if it was just to kill Jiang Chen, it didn't matter who did it. But the key now was the Great Void technique. Since Jiang Chen had already become a turtle in a jar, it was impossible for him to escape. As such, they had to find a way to obtain the Great Void technique. All the major powers had suffered heavy losses in the hands of Jiang Chen. Obtaining the Great Void technique could be considered as some compensation. Otherwise, it would be too depressing for them. Alright, I agree with old ancestor Nanbei. Cripple this little beast first, then extract his memories using the soul assimilation technique. That way we can obtain the Great Void technique. The old ancestor of Huangquan Gate spoke sternly. He was the old ancestor of Huangquan Gate. His status was much higher than old ancestor Yellow Spring. He rarely appeared in public. Old ancestor Yellow Spring was just the sect master of Huangquan Gate, which was completely different from being an old ancestor. Then let's not talk so much. Let me kill him. The old ancestor of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He was ready to strike and kill Jiang Chen. Hold on. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. Soon after, a valiant figure appeared. It was also an old man who appeared to be in his 50s. His beard was half black and half white, but every movement he made exuded a noble aura. In a flash he arrived in the sky. He was also a late immortal venerable expert, but he wasn't an old ancestor of any major power. Greetings, venerable tornado. Even the patriarchs had to bow when they saw the old man. Venerable Xianfeng was a famous immortal venerable in ethereal immortal domain. No ordinary late immortal venerable could compare to him. Even these old ancestors couldn't compare to him. Wang Xianfeng was as famous as venerable Wang Qing. Not only in ethereal immortal domain but also in the 9 immortal domains. His cultivation base was infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. More importantly, Wang Xianfeng was a member of the immortal court. Although the major forces in East Xuanyu were incomparably powerful, they were not on the same level as the immortal court. The people of the immortal court have also come. I didn't expect that Jiang Chen's incident would cause such a sensation that even the immortal court would show up. You should know that the immortal court is the pinnacle existence in the immortal world. They would never care about the battle between the major powers, but today they have come for a puny Jiang Chen. This is really unbelievable. Is that the legendary venerable Whirlwind King Whirlwind? One of the most powerful venerables in the heavens and earth, an existence infinitely close to a half-step sovereign. I have never thought that he would show up in person. Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. It's only natural that the immortal court would show up. There's nothing we can't figure out. The appearance of Wang Xianfeng had set off a storm once more. The appearance of an expert of the immortal court had completely changed the meaning of the matter. Jiang Chen's fate was no longer determined by those old ancestors. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. He could feel the terror of this Wang Xianfeng. He had only experienced such terror from one person, the old liar Shao Wangqing. Now that the people of the immortal court had come, especially the powerful venerable Whirlwind, Jiang Chen's situation had become even more unsightly. Even if he hid in the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to escape the detection of Venerable Whirlwind. Venerable Whirlwind's eyes turned incomparably cold as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. You have killed too many people in Golden Horizon. Now you have even destroyed Corpsine Sect. I can't help but admire you. There hasn't been such a figure in the immortal world for a very long time. I can ignore all these, but you won't dare to kill the geniuses of the immortal court. Wang Xianfeng spoke lung. Can't I kill the geniuses of the immortal court? What kind of bullshit logic is this? In the eyes of Jiang Chen, I will kill whoever wants to kill me. It's only right and fair. If your immortal court can't afford to lose, then don't nurture geniuses. Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as ever. There was no trace of panic or fear on his face. What a good Jiang Chen. You can still remain so calm in the face of Venerable Whirlwind and even contradict him. I admire your courage. That's right. Among the young geniuses of the immortal world, only Jiang Chen has such courage. What a pity. Even Venerable Whirlwind has appeared. Jiang Chen's fate has been completely sealed. No one can change it. Many of them were moved by Jiang Chen's bearing and courage. They felt that he was a true figure, a role model for the young generation. No other genius could compare to his courage, not even the geniuses of the immortal court. Even Venerable Whirlwind couldn't help but nod his head, feeling pity in his heart. If such a genius could serve the immortal court, his future achievements would certainly be limitless. Unfortunately, he had gone astray and became the enemy of the immortal court. What a good Jiang Chen. I've finally seen something new. Venerable Whirlwind nodded and said to those old ancestors, I've come under the order of the immortal court to bring Jiang Chen to the immortal court for trial. The immortal court has already known about your hatred. Once the immortal court has executed Jiang Chen, it will be considered as an explanation to you all. After hearing Wang Xuanfeng's words, the old ancestors revealed a wry smile. Of course, they wouldn't dare to disobey Venerable Whirlwind's words. However, the Sun Divine Feather and the Great Void Technique were no match for the immortal court. The immortal court must have come for the Great Void Technique. No matter how confident the major powers were, they wouldn't dare to compete with the immortal court for the treasures. Although they didn't get the treasures, they were able to get rid of Jiang Chen. This was a great relief to them. Jiang Chen, follow me. Venerable Whirlwind looked at Jiang Chen. He didn't want to attack. He felt that Jiang Chen should be as obedient as a slave in front of him. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to his dignity. Wang Xianfeng, I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take Jiang Chen away just like that. At this moment, another powerful qi drifted over from afar, descending in the blink of an eye. The newcomer was wearing a lightning robe. He was about the same age as Wang Xianfeng. The qi radiating from his body was equally matched. Impressively, he was another terrifying immortal Venerable Thunder King Lei Batian. What's wrong? Does this have anything to do with your Radiance Immortal Domain? This doesn't seem to be the territory of Radiance Immortal Domain. It doesn't seem appropriate for you to come here, right? Seeing the newcomer, Venerable Whirlwind frowned and his tone became unfriendly. Venerable Thunder King. Damn it. A powerful guy has appeared. All of them have been famous for a long time. They are the most promising existences to break through to the half-step sovereign realm in the near future. Lei Batian is from the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. I didn't expect him to appear here. It seems like the attraction isn't Jiang Chen but the Great Void Technique. Chapter 17:14. Venerable Tornado Wang Xianfeng and Venerable Thunder King Lei Batian. Both Ethereal Immortal Domain and Radiance Immortal Domain had produced peerless venerables. Jiang Chen's incident had already attracted the attention of the Immortal Court. In the history of the immortal world, there was only one person who could receive such treatment. Just as the Venerable Thunder King appeared, a powerful aura filled the void again. Another powerful peerless venerable had appeared. Almost without thinking, everyone could already guess that it was an expert from the Mi Luo Immortal Court. Sure enough, a tall middle-aged man with a domineering aura appeared. His entire body was covered in intense blue flames. The man looked to be in his 40s and his figure was extremely majestic. One look and anyone could tell that he was a domineering existence. Venerable blue flame Lan Tingyan has also come. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Wang Xianfeng couldn't help but say. However, it seemed to be within his expectation. Therefore he wasn't too surprised. Since the two of you have appeared, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't join in the fun? Lan Tingyan said with a smile. Then his eyes fell on Jiang Chen, flickering with a hint of coldness and greed. Jiang Chen could feel that this person's greed was different from the other two. The other two might only be coveting his Great Void technique, but this Lan Tingyan didn't just want the Great Void technique. In other words, it was the Immortal Court that wanted the Great Void technique. After all, the reputation of the Void Sovereign was just too great. Even the Immortal Court coveted the technique. Apart from the Great Void technique, Lan Tingyan was more concerned about the fire of sun in Jiang Chen's body. He cultivated a fire attribute cultivation method. If he could obtain the fire of sun, it would very likely help him break through to the half-step sovereign realm. Lan Tingyan naturally wouldn't let go of such a temptation. The peerless venerables of the three immortal courts have appeared. Now the major powers can no longer make decisions. They are all targeting Jiang Chen. It seems like Jiang Chen won't be able to escape today. It's truly a pity. If a figure like Jiang Chen doesn't die, his future achievements will truly be limitless. But even if he dies, his name will definitely be recorded in history and become a highlight of the immortal world's history. In the next 10,000 years, there will definitely be people who will remember this name. It's obvious that the three immortal courts are here for Jiang Chen's Great Void technique. You should know that the Void Sovereign is one of the most powerful great sovereigns, almost on par with the Immortal Slayer King. Even the immortal courts want to investigate the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen is too ferocious. He even dared to kill the people of the immortal courts in the Golden Horizon. Naturally, the three immortal courts won't let him go. Seems that he's going to die for sure. I believe that there won't be any more miracles, unless Jiang Chen is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation, but that's obviously impossible. Many of them were sighing, feeling sorry for Jiang Chen, but given the current situation, Jiang Chen had almost no chance of escaping. Putting aside the old ancestors of the major powers, just any one of the three peerless venerables was enough to overwhelm Jiang Chen. He was an existence that was infinitely close to the sovereign realm. Those late immortal venerable old ancestors weren't even on the same level as him. Yang Yu and the others looked nervous, but they didn't say a word. They knew very well that it was useless to say anything at this moment. In the face of such a situation, everyone was powerless. They could only wait and see if Jiang Chen could create another miracle. Jiang Chen, you're audacious enough to kill the genius disciple of the immortal court of Mi Luo immortal domain. So you'll follow me back now and accept the trial of the immortal court. Lan Tingyan spoke as soon as he arrived, wanting to take Jiang Chen away. Lan Tingyan, you don't have the right to speak here. Don't forget that this is ethereal immortal domain, not your Mi Luo immortal domain. Even if Jiang Chen wants to judge someone, it should be us, the immortal court. It's not your turn to judge him. Upon hearing that Lan Tingyan was going to take Jiang Chen away, Wang Xianfeng couldn't stand it anymore. This was no joke. He was ordered to come here. This was the territory of ethereal immortal domain. If Jiang Chen was taken away by someone else, where would his face be? How was he going to show his face in the immortal court in the future? Calm down, Brother Wang. Although this is ethereal immortal domain, it's a fact that Jiang Chen has killed the genius of our two immortal courts. Not only that, many disciples of the major powers of Radiance immortal domain and Mi Luo immortal domain have also died in his hands. He has committed a heinous crime. In my opinion, the three immortal courts should join forces to judge him. Lei Batian spoke. He was a smart man. He could already see that it was impossible to bring Jiang Chen away alone. Wang Xianfeng would never agree to it. Just like what Wang Xianfeng said, this was after all the territory of ethereal immortal domain, not their Radiance immortal domain. In that case, the two of you can follow me to the immortal court to be judged. As for taking Jiang Chen away, don't even think about it. It's impossible. Wang Xuanfeng's attitude was firm and domineering. It seemed that he wouldn't be afraid even if he had to fight the two of them. After hearing this, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan exchanged a glance and nodded. They knew very well that they had come here with the same purpose. It was obviously impossible to take Jiang Chen for themselves. Wang Xianfeng had already made the biggest concession by asking them to enter the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain to judge Jiangchen together. It would be unwise for them to continue to be entangled with Wang Xianfeng, and they wouldn't get the result they wanted. It wouldn't be beneficial for them to have a conflict with Wang Xianfeng in ethereal immortal domain. Jiang Chen's face darkened. He didn't say a word. These three bastards were treating him as a prey, a cooked duck. This kind of feeling made Jiang Chen very uncomfortable. Jiang Chen, let's go. Wang Xianfeng looked at Jiang Chen and said in an indifferent tone. At this moment the old ancestor of Nanbei family walked out, bowed to Wang Xianfeng and said, "Venerable Tornado, this Jiang Chen has killed so many of our geniuses and caused such a great loss to us. We don't need any compensation. We just want to see Jiang Chen's punishment with our own eyes. Therefore we suggest that Venerable Tornado cripple Jiang Chen in front of us, then go to the immortal court for the final judgment. In that case we will be at ease." "That's right, Venerable Tornado. Cripple Jiang Chen, then our hearts will be at ease. Only then will the immortal world be at peace," the old ancestor of Limitless Immortal sect said. These old ancestors were smart people. They knew that the immortal court only intervened because of the Great Void technique. If it was only for Jiang Chen's life, they wouldn't even need to intervene. Therefore their suggestion of crippling Jiang Chen wouldn't affect the immortal court at all. Chapter 17:15. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. They had witnessed it firsthand and tasted the bitterness of it. The complete annihilation of Corpse Yin sect was a living example. Although Jiang Chen would eventually die in the immortal court, they would only feel at ease when they saw Jiang Chen's cultivation being crippled in front of their eyes, in case of any more trouble. Not good. These old ancestors seemed determined to put Jiang Chen to death. They want Wang Xianfeng to cripple Jiang Chen now. If there's no accident, Wang Xianfeng will definitely agree to it. Yang Yu cursed inwardly. Jiang Chen's crisis was about to come. Wang Xianfeng glanced at those old ancestors and nodded. "All right, I'll do as you wish. I'll cripple Jiang Chen myself." To Wang Xianfeng it didn't matter if Jiang Chen was crippled or not. It was enough as long as Jiang Chen was alive. However, these old ancestors were the pinnacle figures of the major powers in the immortal world. As the immortal court, it was necessary for him to appease them. After all, the peace and tranquility of ethereal immortal domains still needed them. "Thank you, Venerable Xianfeng." All the old ancestors spoke at the same time. Then their gloomy eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. To them, nothing was more important than destroying Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you heard it. These old ancestors want me to cripple you. It's only natural for you to receive such a punishment." Wang Xianfeng came to the front of Jiang Chen and spoke. His eyes were high and mighty, looking at Jiang Chen as if he was looking at an ant. "Cripple me? Do you have the ability to do so?" Jiang Chen's eyes were as red as blood, staring straight at Wang Xianfeng. This gaze instantly aroused Wang Xuanfeng's anger. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. An immortal emperor was an absolute ant in his eyes. In his point of view, Jiang Chen should be kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. But now Jiang Chen's performance made him feel very comfortable. He couldn't see the slightest nervousness or fear in Jiang Chen's eyes. Such attitude made Wang Xianfeng feel incomparably uncomfortable, as if his dignity had been severely challenged. He must cripple Jiang Chen with his own hands to let this arrogant kid know the consequences of offending his dignity. A gust of ice-cold killing intent drifted out of Venerable Xianfeng's body. Judging from his expression, if it wasn't for the immortal court wanting to bring Jiang Chen back, Wang Xianfeng would have already killed Jiang Chen on the spot. Jiang Chen was already prepared. As long as Wang Xianfeng attacked, he would instantly hide in the Zulong Tower. It didn't matter whether the Zulong Tower could escape the senses of a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, but this was Jiang Chen's last move. He couldn't just stand here and wait for his death. "Jiang Chen, if you kneel down and kowtow to me and beg for mercy now, I might not cripple you and give you a chance." Wang Xianfeng spoke all of a sudden. What he wanted now was his face and dignity. As long as Jiang Chen kowtowed to him, he would bring Jiang Chen away. In any case, Jiang Chen would die sooner or later. "Ha, old fart, what are you thinking?" Jiang Chen laughed aloud. Not to mention Wang Xianfeng, even the great sovereign of the immortal court wouldn't be able to force Jiang Chen to kneel down. Boom. Intense anger surged out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. He wanted to regain his face, but he had never thought that a single sentence from Xianxia would make him lose all his face. He was a famous peerless venerable. Not only in the ethereal immortal domain, but even in the entire immortal world he would be respected wherever he went. But now a brat actually dared to call him an old fart. How could he accept that? Brat, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being impolite, Wang Xianfeng said, and his big hand grabbed towards Xianxia. Whoosh. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly pierced through the air and collided with Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Bang! The void exploded in an instant. Wang Xuanfeng's body was shaken. His facial expression changed slightly. He raised his head and shouted, "Who's there?" "Wang Xianfeng, aren't you a little too arrogant?" A voice rang out from the void. After that, a silhouette walked out. It was a dirty old man who didn't care about his appearance. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and the aura he exuded was enough to cause people to tremble in fear. Old liar. Seeing the newcomer, Xianxia's face lit up and his mood relaxed instantly. This fellow was extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wangqing came to Xianxia. After looking at him from head to toe, he patted Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Not bad, not bad. You're much more powerful than I imagined." The old liar rarely praised others, but he was full of praise for Xianxia. "Looks like I've troubled you again." Xianxia shrugged helplessly. Immediately he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. With Xiao Wangqing here, he didn't need to do anything. "Who are you?" Venerable Xianfeng looked at the old liar. He felt that the old liar's qi was somewhat familiar, but he knew almost all the famous venerables in the immortal world except for this old man. "Wang Xianfeng, I've been gone for so long. Have you completely forgotten about me?" The old liar turned to look at Wang Xianfeng with a smile on the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help releasing his qi. Venerable Wang Qing, Xiao Wangqing. Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan exclaimed almost at the same time, because they had seen through the old liar's true identity. A person's appearance could be changed, but his qi couldn't. Who didn't know the fame of Venerable Wang Qing? If there was an existence below half-step sovereign that they feared, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Wangqing. What? Venerable Wang Qing, Xiao Wangqing? I never thought that this old man is the legendary Venerable Wang Qing. My God. Venerable Wang Qing has been missing for so long. Many people thought that he was dead. I never thought that he would reappear in the immortal world today. Even such a figure has been attracted by Xianxia. The famous Venerable Wang Qing. It seems like he's going to protect Xianxia. When did this Xianxia become friends with Venerable Wang Qing? That's incredible. According to rumor, the exalt of Wang Qing is extremely handsome, and he's a renowned handsome man in the immortal dimension. Why has he become an extremely filthy and dirty old man now? Isn't the difference too great? It really is disappointing. Even Venerable Wang Qing has appeared. But there are too many people who want to kill Xianxia now. All three immortal courts want Xianxia's life. I'm afraid that even Venerable Wang Qing won't be able to save Xianxia's life. Chapter 17-16. Good. Sure enough, a miracle has happened. Xianxia is indeed a man of great fortune. He even befriended a peerless venerable like Xiao Wangqing. As long as Xiao Wangqing is determined to protect Xianxia, Xianxia will have a chance of survival. Yang Yu's face was filled with excitement. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing was undoubtedly a miracle. The situation had changed rapidly. Everyone was on tenterhooks. Countless people were sighing. They didn't know what would happen next, but one thing was certain. They didn't watch the show in vain. Putting aside the fact that they couldn't see those old ancestor-level figures, those peerless venerables were legendary pinnacle existences. Now that Xiao Wangqing had reappeared in the world, no one could keep their calm. "Xiao Wangqing, you're still alive?" The Thunder King Venerable Lei Batian said. "You old guys are still alive and well. I, Xiao Wangqing, naturally can't die in front of you," said the old liar with a smile. His tone was filled with the bearing of a peerless venerable. He was incomparably arrogant, as though he didn't put the other party in his eyes. "Xiao Wangqing, this is the matter of the immortal court. I hope you won't interfere in it," said Wang Xianfeng with a frown. This Xiao Wangqing wasn't easy to deal with. He wasn't a fool. Previously when he attacked Jiangchen, Xiao Wangqing had also stopped him. His purpose was obvious, to save Jiangchen. I naturally won't interfere in the matter of your immortal court, but I won't allow you to kill Jiangchen. Jiangchen is my man. No one is allowed to touch him, said Xiao Wangqing casually. Xiao Wangqing said casually, but the firmness in his words was evident. Xiao Wangqing, I'm afraid you can't interfere in this matter. All 3 immortal courts want Jiangchen's life. I'm afraid you're not qualified to do so, right? Said Lan Tingyan. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. You don't even have the right to speak in front of me. Xiao Wangqing's expression was indifferent. He would stick his nose into this matter to the end. The arrogant Reverend Wangqing? He's in existence on the same level as those 3, a peerless reverend. And now he's saying that they don't even have the right to speak before him? Isn't he being a little too confident? They are indeed a little arrogant. If the 3 of them join forces, I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing won't be a match for them. Let's see. Jiangchen now has a powerful backer. Maybe a miracle will happen. Jiangchen has disappeared for so long. No one knows how terrifying his combat strength is now. Everyone was shocked by Xiao Wangqing's domineering manner. The bearing of a peerless immortal venerable was evident in his body, but many of them were guessing how powerful he was to be able to ignore 3 peerless immortal venerables of the same level. Xiao Wangqing, aren't you a little too arrogant? In that case, let me see if you're still as powerful as before after disappearing for so long. Wang Xianfeng suddenly burst into laughter. He had already lost his face because of Jiangchen's matter. Now that Xiao Wangqing had appeared, who was even more arrogant than Jiangchen and said that he didn't even have the right to speak, how could Wang Xianfeng bear it? This was a naked slap to his face. A powerful qi rushed out of Wang Xuanfeng's body. As a peerless venerable who didn't have some courage and domineeringness. What they couldn't tolerate the most was having their dignity challenged. Wang Xianfeng moved, fully exerting the aura of a peerless venerable. A dazzling palm strike was launched at Xiao Wangqing. Countless eyes were fixed on the scene. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness a battle between peerless venerables. Incredible. No wonder he's Venerable Xianfeng, an existence that's infinitely close to the half-step sovereign realm. I'm sure I'll be killed if this palm strike is used against me. Yang Yu was appalled. Not just Yang Yu, even the eyes of those late immortal venerables lit up. They had seen the gap between them and these peerless venerables. Now everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Wangqing. They all wanted to see how powerful this legendary peerless venerable was. Was it really as he said, that not even someone like Wang Xianfeng was qualified to speak in front of him? The scene was silent. In the face of Wang Xuanfeng's destructive palm strike, there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in Xiao Wangqing's eyes. His body didn't even emit the slightest bit of qi. When Wang Xuanfeng's palm was about to reach Xiao Wangqing gently flicked out a finger. That's right, just a finger. Xiao Wangqing's finger landed precisely on Wang Xuanfeng's palm. Under countless rays of light, Wang Xuanfeng's palm was pierced by Xiao Wangqing's finger. Blood spurted out crazily and all the energy in his body collapsed immediately. Arg! Wang Xianfeng exclaimed and retreated hastily. He felt that his entire arm had gone numb. Blood flowed uncontrollably. Wang Xianfeng looked at Xiao Wangqing with incomparable horror. The fear in his eyes began to spread. Why, you have stepped into the sovereign realm? As soon as the word, sovereign realm, came out of his mouth, an uproar broke out, especially Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had completely changed. Others might not be able to see it, but they absolutely could feel that Xiao Wangqing had pierced through Wang Xuanfeng's palm effortlessly without emitting any qi. The only explanation was that Xiao Wangqing had already stepped into the sovereign realm. If that was the case, Xiao Wangqing's words weren't arrogant at all. They weren't qualified to speak in front of a half-step sovereign. By God! A sovereign realm expert. No wonder he's so arrogant now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Amazing. A half-step sovereign has appeared. I've actually witnessed the demeanor of a half-step sovereign today. This trip is worthwhile. Sure enough, Xiao Wangqing has the qualifications to be arrogant. He has actually advanced to the sovereign realm after disappearing for so long. Everyone was shocked. The shock brought by a peerless venerable and a half-step sovereign was completely different. They couldn't be compared at all. Looking at the back of the old liar, Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. It seemed that Xiao Wangqing had finally broken through to the sovereign realm. This was something worth celebrating. Chapter 1717. Xiao Wangqing's transformation was tremendous. In just a minute he had transformed from a filthy old man into a green-clothed young man. He had a stalwart body, a handsome face, eyes as bright as the stars, and silky black hair. He seemed to be in his 30s. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His oppressive qi made people not dare to look at him directly. Xianxia gaped in shock. He couldn't believe that this handsome young man was actually the old liar. The huge contrast made Xianxia unable to accept it for a moment. However, Xianxia also understood that Xiao Wangqing had abandoned himself to become a filthy old man. An old liar who only knew how to eat and drink. Now that he had broken through to the sovereign realm, it was only natural for him to regain his former glory and become even better than before. This is the real venerable Xiao Wangqing. No, he can no longer be called a venerable anymore. He has already become a mighty half-step sovereign. Everyone said that Xiao Wangqing is the most handsome man in the immortal world. Now it seems like he's indeed extraordinarily handsome. Isn't this bastard a little too handsome? I'm afraid even women will be jealous of that face of his. This is Xiao Wangqing's original appearance. The filthy old man was just a disguise. Now that Xiao Wangqing has become a half-step sovereign expert, he has distanced himself from Wang Xianfeng and the others. Xianxia is finally saved. No wonder Xiao Wangqing said that Wang Xianfeng and the others aren't qualified to talk to him. Now it seems like he really isn't qualified. No matter how powerful a peerless venerable is, he's still just an ant in front of a half-step sovereign. That's right. Although there's only a step between the late immortal venerable realm and half-step sovereign realm, no one knows how many people have been killed in this step. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. There's no comparison at all. Xiao Wangqing is a pinnacle existence among the peerless venerables. Now that he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm, his strength is unfathomable. Who would dare to stop a half-step sovereign from protecting Xianxia? Xiao Wangqing's elegant demeanor had won the admiration of everyone. At this time, no one thought that Xiao Wangqing's words were arrogant at all. More importantly, Xiao Wangqing's appearance was another turning point. Xianxia's death was broken just like that. Each of the old ancestors of the major powers had an ugly expression. They knew that it was impossible for them to kill Xianxia. With Xiao Wangqing protecting Xianxia, who would dare to make a move? Now they could only rely on the immortal court. Although Xiao Wangqing could deter them, he couldn't deter the immortal court. I've said it before. In front of me you don't even have the qualifications to speak. Xiao Wangqing stared coldly at Wang Xianfeng, Lan Tingyan and Lei Batian. These people who were once on the same level as him could only look up to him now. Boundless sovereign aura gushed out of Xiao Wangqing's body. An invisible pressure pervaded the air. Many people's facial expression changed. Even immortal venerables shivered under such pressure. They couldn't resist such a powerful pressure at all. Purong purong. Many people with low cultivation base immediately knelt down and prostrated themselves on the ground. Their bodies were trembling. They had never seen a great sovereign before. It was even the first time for them to see a half-step sovereign. In their hearts, great sovereigns were supreme beings. They were like gods that needed to be worshipped. Many of them knelt on the ground. The pressure of a half-step sovereign was just too great for them to bear. The faces of Wang Xianfeng and the other two turned ashen and unsightly to the extreme. They didn't dare to look at Xiao Wangqing's imposing aura. They knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between them and Xiao Wangqing. In front of Xiao Wangqing they were like ants. Wang Xuanfeng's injuries were all thanks to Xiao Wangqing's mercy. Otherwise he would have been a corpse by now. One should know that the consequences of offending the dignity of a half-step sovereign were very serious. With a face full of arrogance, Xiao Wangqing retracted his great sovereign qi. Countless people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though a huge mountain had vanished from their shoulders. The scene was incomparably quiet. No one dared to speak. Who would dare to act rashly in front of a half-step sovereign? Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian, Lan Tingyan, the three of you go back and ask your experts to come here. I'll be waiting for them in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire tomorrow to discuss the issue of Jiangchen. Xiao Wangqing spoke to the three of them. The three of them exchanged a glance, then nodded at Xiao Wangqing at the same time. Yes. The attitude of the three peerless venerables towards Xiao Wangqing changed completely, because the person standing in front of them was no longer the familiar venerable Wangqing, but a mighty half-step sovereign, an existence that they couldn't possibly deal with. Go. Xiao Wangqing waved his hand at the three of them. The three of them immediately turned and left, not daring to stay any longer. The dignity of a half-step sovereign was inviolable. If they disobeyed Xiao Wangqing, they would die in vain. Subsequently, Xiao Wangqing's eyes swept around casually. The old ancestors and venerables of the major powers kept quiet out of fear, lowering their heads and not daring to say a word. Kid, come with me. Xiao Wangqing turned to Xianxia and spoke, then vanished with a sway of his body. Xianxia followed closely behind and vanished as well. Watching Xianxia disappear in front of them, the old ancestors had a look of helplessness. At this time there was nothing they could do. Xiao Wangqing's appearance had made them completely helpless. Damn it. That kid has Xiao Wangqing as his backing. Are we going to let go of our hatred just like that? What can you do? Should he go against Xiao Wangqing? He's a half-step sovereign. If he's enraged, he can kill all of us with just a finger. This matter isn't that simple. The three immortal courts won't let this matter go. Xiao Wangqing didn't say that he would protect Xianxia, but asked the immortal courts to come out for a discussion. This shows that he's still very afraid of the immortal courts. Many geniuses of the three immortal courts have died in the hands of Xianxia. For the sake of their dignity, the immortal courts will certainly punish Xianxia. Let's wait and see. There will be an outcome in tomorrow's meeting. Chapter 17-18. Did you hear it clearly just now? Where is Senior Xiao going to hold the conference? Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai. He seemed very excited. He had clearly heard it clearly, but he still wanted to confirm it again because he couldn't believe it. Yang Yu, stop pretending. Senior Xiao said that he's going to hold a conference in Genius Prefecture. Hurry up and go back to prepare it. Hua Gai glared at Yang Yu in annoyance. Swoosh. As soon as Hua Gai's voice faded, Yang Yu vanished from where he was, running faster than a rabbit. Upon seeing this, both Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai were speechless, but they could imagine Yang Yu's current mood. Xiao Wangqing had chosen Great Qian Empire of all places. This had already indicated to the world that he had a good impression of Great Qian Empire. To a major power, being favored by a half-step sovereign was already a supreme glory for Great Qian Empire. If Great Qian Empire could establish a relationship with a half-step sovereign, who would dare to provoke them in the future? This point alone was enough to make the other major powers jealous. I've told you that little Qinzi won't die so easily. Now we can finally rest easy. Han Yen said with a smile. Not necessarily. It depends on the outcome of the conference tomorrow and Senior Zhao's attitude. Hua Gai said. Given Xiao Wangqing's ability, it's enough to intimidate him. Is there a need for him to hold a conference? Mo Wuqing asked in puzzlement. His thinking was very simple. Solve everything with violence. In his mind, Xianxia was a half-step sovereign. It was enough for him to have a half-step sovereign protecting Xianxia. There was no need for a conference which would lower the prestige of a half-step sovereign. Ignorant. Venerable Ling Long gave Mo Wuqing a glance. It seems that you can't see through Senior Zhao's good intentions at all and have underestimated the immortal court. Half-step sovereigns are indeed supreme, but they're nothing to the mighty immortal court. Besides, even if Xiao Wangqing can protect Xianxia, will Xianxia have to live under his protection in the future? Xiao Wangqing can protect him for a while but not forever. Plus, a fledgling under his wings can't fly. What Xiao Wangqing needs to do is to help Xianxia resolve the biggest crisis. As for the rest, it still depends on Xianxia himself. This way he can protect Xianxia and create a good environment for Xianxia. Venerable Ling Long is right. That's exactly what Senior Xiao is going to do. He's going to clean up little Qinzi's mess instead of confronting the three immortal courts for Xianxia's sake. In that case, both sides will suffer great losses. Tyrant nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said was true. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to hold the conference. Moreover, Senior Xiao has a purpose in holding the conference in Great Qian Empire. Firstly, it's to help Great Qian Empire become famous and strengthen the empire's prestige. Secondly, it's to give Jiangchen a reasonable reason to return to Genius Prefecture. Previously, my father has announced to the world that he has expelled Jiangchen from Genius Prefecture, so there's no reason to summon him back now. If Senior Xiao comes forward and allows little Qinzi to return, everything will be reasonable. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Currently everyone was very happy. The gloomy atmosphere had been swept away. Things had begun to develop in a good direction. All of them now admired Jiangchen very much. They admired Jiangchen for being able to make friends with a peerless figure like Xiao Wangqing. Moreover, Xiao Wangqing was willing to confront the 3 immortal courts for him. This was very rare. I wonder how Brother Shisan is doing now. Lan Lingji was still worried about the safety of Long Shisan. She had already lost all hope, but after hearing that Long Shisan was still alive, she felt relieved. Then when she saw that Jiangchen was besieged by so many experts, she became even more nervous. It wasn't until Xiao Wangqing took Jiangchen away that she felt relieved again. The ups and downs of this period of time were really not a good feeling. Don't worry. Since little Qinzi has said that monkey is fine, he will be fine, comforted Han Yan. He believed in Jiangchen. Jiangchen was the person he trusted the most. Let's disperse, everyone. Tomorrow Genius Prefecture will be open. We'll go there and have a look. I hope that Senior Xiao can get a good result. We shouldn't celebrate too early before the result is out, said Venerable Ling Long. Everyone nodded, knowing that what Venerable Ling Long said made sense. Everyone nodded, knowing that Venerable Ling Long's words made sense. The attitude of the Immortal Court was still unknown. They would certainly send out immortal emperors tomorrow. They didn't know what kind of attitude Xiao Wangqing would use to negotiate with them, but they could imagine that the Immortal Court wasn't an easy opponent. Therefore, it wasn't a good thing to celebrate too early before the outcome of the negotiation came out. The experts of the major powers had left in a bad mood. They thought that they would definitely kill Jiangchen, but such a big incident had happened involving a half-step sovereign. What would happen next wouldn't be up to them, and they could only rely on the Immortal Court. However, they would all go to Genius Prefecture tomorrow to put pressure on the Immortal Court. They must seek justice for them. East Xuanyu was destined to be turbulent. No one knew how many years it had been since such a big scene had appeared. Tomorrow's conference was the most crucial and the biggest climax of Jiangchen's time. Almost everyone was looking forward to it. In the depths of the void, Xiao Wangqing was looking at Jiangchen with a smile. Why are you looking at me like that, Senior? Jiangchen rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. When he first came into contact with Xiao Wangqing, the latter was a filthy old liar. But now he had turned into a handsome man. It was impossible for him not to feel uncomfortable. Kid, you're ruthless enough to create such an earth-shattering event. It seems like I've underestimated you. Xiao Wangqing chuckled. Don't make fun of me. If it wasn't for your appearance today, I would have been killed by those bastards. Jiangchen shook his head. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do, but today he had finally witnessed the terror of the immortal world. He knew that there was always someone better than him in this world. Given his current cultivation base, he was still far from reaching the immortal world. They won't be able to kill you as long as I'm here, but I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your guidance, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to break through to the sovereign realm in this lifetime. Chapter 17-19. You must be joking, Senior. I'm just speaking my mind. It's all because of you that you can achieve what you have today. Jiangchen smiled. He now had incomparable respect for Xiao Wangqing. Including the incident of the heaven-devouring devil ape, Xiao Wangqing had saved him twice, and both times were when he was in the most critical situation. Jiangchen really didn't know when he would be able to repay this kindness. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you know why I'm holding this conference? Xiao Wangqing changed the topic. Senior is wiping my ass. It's impossible to go against the immortal court directly, and you can't protect me all the time. I Jiangchen have to rely on myself after all. That's why you're holding this conference, to resolve the grudge between me and the immortal court. Given how smart Jiangchen was, he could naturally see through Xiao Wangqing's intention. Jiangchen was touched by Xiao Wangqing's good intention. To be honest, Jiangchen was flattered that Xiao Wangqing would appear at the most critical moment and not hesitate to go against the immortal court. Well, you're very smart, kid. Everything depends on tomorrow. Let's go to Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire. Xiao Wangqing nodded. He liked smart people. He would never feel troubled when talking to smart people. He only needed to make a single move to make the other party understand what he wanted to do. At this moment, the entire Great Qian Empire was bustling with activity. Yang Yu had summoned all the immortal venerables to Genius Prefecture. Even the old emperor of Yang family had come out to welcome the arrival of a half-step sovereign. To Great Qian Empire, this was an absolutely major event. No one dared to neglect it. On the square of Genius Prefecture, there were more than 30 immortal venerables lined up neatly. Each and every one of them had a solemn and excited look on their faces. That's right, all of them were immortal venerables. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal venerable. Yang Zhanqing and Dongfang Yu could only stand at the back. Over 30 immortal venerables. This showed how strong the foundation of a major power like Great Qian Empire was. These immortal venerables were usually in seclusion and didn't have the time to come out, but today Xiao Wangqing was here. The Great Qian Empire had more than 30 immortal venerables. From this, it could be seen that the other major powers wouldn't be much inferior to the Great Qian Empire. This time, the immortal venerables that the major powers had sent out to encircle Jiangchen were only a small portion. When is Senior Xiao coming? The old emperor looked at Yang Yu with a somewhat excited expression. Although he was a late immortal venerable, he was no match for a peerless venerable like Wang Xianfeng, let alone a half-step sovereign like Xiao Wangqing. It should be soon. He has taken Jiangchen away, saying that he will hold a meeting with the bigwigs of the 3 immortal courts in Genius Prefecture tomorrow to settle the issue of Jiangchen. Yang Yu said, "Great, our Great Qian Empire hasn't had a half-emperor before. This is our honor." That's right. If we can establish a relationship with Senior Xiao, it will absolutely bring us endless benefits. Let's just stand here and welcome them. We have to pay attention to the situation. We cannot make Senior Xiao unhappy. The immortal venerables of Great Qian Empire seemed incomparably excited. These old men who were usually high and mighty were now standing respectfully here. It was a beautiful scene. Countless disciples of Genius Prefecture were watching from afar, not daring to approach them. For many of them, this was their first time seeing so many immortal venerables and the first time knowing how strong the foundation of Great Qian Empire was. There are so many immortal venerables. I never thought that the foundation of Great Qian Empire would be so strong. Even the old emperor has appeared. This is my first time seeing the old emperor. Sure enough, he's a wise and mighty late immortal venerable. I wonder when we will be able to reach this realm. I heard that Xiao Wangqing is coming and is going to hold a meeting in Genius Prefecture. Otherwise, do you think we will have the chance to see so many immortal venerables? It's all thanks to Senior Brother Jiang. Senior Brother Jiang is just too heaven-defying. He's the most terrifying genius I've ever seen. He single-handedly stirred up the entire immortal world and annihilated a major power, Corpse Insect. I can't believe it. Now, Senior Brother Jiang has joined hands with Xiao Wangqing. I heard that Xiao Wangqing went against the 3 immortal courts for Senior Brother Jiang. It's a pity that he couldn't be there. If I can become as famous as Senior Brother Jiang one day, it will be worth it even if I die. Hurry up and take a piss and look at yourself. You're far from being comparable to Senior Brother Jiang. Nowadays, Jiang Chen's name was resounding in the entire Genius Prefecture. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen's name was already resounding in the Golden Horizon. Those disciples who entered the Golden Horizon had witnessed the last brutal massacre of Jiang Chen. Such a genius wouldn't appear in tens of thousands of years. In the hearts of countless genius disciples, Jiang Chen had already become their idol. Many of them felt sad and regretful that Jiang Chen was expelled from Genius Prefecture. The old Emperor Yang Yu and the others seemed very excited. Just at this moment, 2 silhouettes flickered in the void and quickly descended on the square of Genius Prefecture. They were Xiao Wangqing and Jiang Chen. Upon seeing Xiao Wangqing, the old emperor and the others hastily went forward and saluted him. Junior Yang can greet Senior Xiao. The tone of the old emperor was incomparably respectful. He knew that this was a figure from the same era as the ancestor of Yang family, Yang Junlong. And get up. The descendants of Yang Junlong are not bad. Your Great Qin Empire didn't disgrace Yang Junlong, said Xiao Wangqing. Apart from Jiang Chen, Part of the reason why he chose to stay in Genius Prefecture this time was because of Yang Junlong. He had a good relationship with Yang Junlong. If he could take care of his friend's descendants, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. The entire Great Qian Empire is honored by your presence, Senior Shao. Yang Yu said. Senior Shao, I have already vacated the biggest conference hall of Genius Prefecture for tomorrow's conference, said the old emperor. There's no need for that. The people of the Immortal Court aren't that important. Tomorrow's conference will be held in this huge square. Tomorrow Genius Prefecture will be fully open to the public. Let those who want to come in. Shao Wangqing said. Yes, Senior Shao. The old emperor nodded and said to Yang Yu, remove the defensive grand formation outside Genius Prefecture and open it to the public. Chapter 1720. The next day when the sky was just beginning to light up, there was already a sea of people outside Genius Prefecture. Today was a major event in East Xuanyu. Shao Wangqing, the half-step sovereign, was convening a conference. The people who would attend the conference might be at the same level as Jiang Chen, and also the supreme experts of the Immortal Court. No one wanted to miss the opportunity to witness the demeanor of a half-step sovereign. Moreover, Jiang Chen's matter had already reached the point of no return. Today there might be a complete result. Everyone was very concerned about this result, especially the experts of the 8 major powers. Their current mood was very complicated. They could have solved the problem themselves, but now they could only watch. Given their foundation, they had never thought that they wouldn't be able to subdue a puny immortal emperor one day. Now the only thing they could do was to wait for the experts of the Immortal Court to appear. According to the Immortal Court's practice, they would never compromise. Killing the people of the Immortal Court was equivalent to slapping the face of the Immortal Court. Jiang Chen would certainly die. Even with the protection of Jiang Chen, they were afraid that he wouldn't be able to save Jiang Chen's life. The disciples of Genius Prefecture had also come out. Their faces were filled with excitement. They had been in Genius Prefecture for so long, but they had never seen such a spectacular scene. There was a sea of people that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were just too many people. The Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire had never been the focus of attention like this. There are so many people. I have never seen such a grand scene in my life. All of them are here for Senior Shao and Senior Brother Jiang. Among the young generation of the immortal world, I'm afraid only Senior Brother Jiang has such great ability. Look, even the old ancestors of the 8 major powers have appeared. There are so many immortal venerables. This camp is just too huge. If it was during normal times, I'm afraid that Genius Prefecture would be on high alert and nervous when facing such a camp. How would they dare to remove their defense like now? What's there to be afraid of? With a half-step sovereign in charge, no one will dare to act rashly, unless they don't want to live anymore. I wonder if there will be any half-step sovereigns in the 3 immortal courts and what the result of today's conference will be. I hope Senior Brother Jiang will be fine. It's a great loss for Genius Prefecture to lose Senior Brother Jiang. If Senior Brother Jiang can stay and serve Great Qian Empire, it will only be a matter of time before our empire rises again. For Genius Prefecture, today was a very significant day. All of them were very excited. They were very clear about the great things that Jiang Chen had done during this period of time. Each and every one of them worshipped Jiang Chen to the extreme. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Jiang Chen. At this time, even a fool could see the potential of Jiang Chen. As long as he continued to grow, he would certainly become a pillar of Great Qian Empire in the future. The entire empire would rise in his hands. An hour later, the sky was completely bright. More and more people had gathered outside the mountain gate of Genius Prefecture. No one knew how far the crowd had spread. Venerable Ling Long and Hua Gai had also arrived. They were directly invited into Genius Prefecture by Yang Yu. Yang Yu's action was to tell the world that his Great Qian Empire was going to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. If it was in the past, although there was no conflict between Great Qian Empire and these 2 major sects, they didn't have much contact or friendship. But this time, because of the matter of Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, the 3 major powers had directly joined forces. As for the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu, there were only 10 major powers left. Corpse Yin sect had completely disappeared from East Xuanyu. It was indeed a great benefit to have three major powers join forces. The old emperor of Great Qin Empire was very happy about the alliance with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. According to Xiao Wangqing's invitation, there was nothing in the center of the empty square, not even a chair. Not long after that, under countless expectant gazes, Xiao Wangqing led Jiangchen to the center of the square. The old emperor and the higher-ups of Great Qin Empire were standing on both sides, waiting for the arrival of their opponents. Innumerable eyes fell upon Xiao Wangqing. He was clad in a green robe. His eyes were sharp. Every movement of his exuded the domineering and majestic aura of a half-step sovereign. His black hair was tied up in a bun on top of his head. He looked so young that it was unbelievable. His handsome face could even make women jealous. It's said that Venerable Wangqing is known as the most handsome man in the immortal world, but I didn't have the chance to meet him. Now that I've seen him today, he really deserves his reputation. He's just too handsome. Xiao Wangqing can be considered a legendary figure. Jiangchen is really lucky to have such a peerless figure personally come to help him. I wonder when the people of the Immortal Court will arrive. Do you think the Immortal Court won't show any respect to Xiao Wangqing? Impossible. Even if the Immortal Court doesn't show any respect to Jiangchen, they will certainly come. After all, Jiangchen is still alive and well. The Immortal Court will certainly come. Jiangchen is their target. The atmosphere gradually became tense. The appearance of Xiao Wangqing meant that the important figures of the Immortal Court wouldn't be far away. It was almost needless to imagine that the Immortal Court would certainly send powerful experts. The weakest of them would be at least at the same level as Xiao Wangqing, because a figure like Wang Xianfeng had already appeared yesterday. They weren't qualified to negotiate with Xiao Wangqing. All of a sudden, three extremely tyrannical airflows vibrated from three different directions. Countless gazes looked over and saw that the three airflows were extremely fast, arriving at the sky of Genius Prefecture almost at the same time with lightning speed. They're here. Everyone held their breath, their faces filled with excitement. The ones who had come this time were all figures of the Immortal Court. To them, it was already a great fortune to be able to see the supreme experts of the Immortal Court once in their lifetime. The three airflows quickly turned into six figures standing in pairs. Three of them weren't unfamiliar to them. They were the three peerless venerables who appeared yesterday: Wang Xianfeng, Lei Batian and Lan Tingyan. Wang Xianfeng was injured by Xiao Wangqing yesterday, but his injury had already recovered. After all, Xiao Wangqing didn't kill him. It was very easy for a peerless venerable to recover from such an injury. However, the three peerless venerables from yesterday could only stand behind three other people today. Those three people were the real focus. The three middle-aged men seemed to be in their 40s, and each of them emitted an unparalleled aura. The overflowing aura made people tremble in fear, and they didn't dare to look at them directly. Chapter 1721. The three half-step sovereigns looked disdainfully at the world, their faces filled with arrogance. In their eyes, all living beings were like ants. Look at that black-robed man. He's called Li Wangye, a powerful figure of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation and has a high chance of breaking through to the great sovereign realm. I didn't expect him to come personally this time. As for the other two half-step sovereigns, they're from the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain and Mi Luo Immortal Domain. I don't know them either. Someone spoke, his eyes falling upon Li Wangye. He looked majestic with golden accessories hanging above his head and his hands clasped behind his back like a peerless monarch. Even Li Wangye has come. He's a half-step sovereign of the older generation. I'm afraid Xiao Wangqing is no match for him. After all, he has just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. Yeah. I wonder what will happen next. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to protect Jiangchen. Li Wangye isn't someone easy to deal with. The situation became tense in an instant. The Immortal Court was indeed a high and mighty existence, sending out a half-step sovereign and a peerless venerable. They were afraid that only the Immortal Court was capable of such a feat. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye, thousand-hand butcher Qiu Qianyun, word glacier Qin Xianbing. I've heard so much about you. I'm Xiao Wangqing. Xiao Wangqing clasped his fists at the three and spoke in a clear voice. Once upon a time, these three peerless figures were existences that he had to look up to. Today he was able to stand at the same height as these figures. Xiao Wangqing couldn't help feeling lofty. Hao Wangqing, I know you. I didn't expect that you have already broken through to the half-step sovereign realm, but don't think that you have the capital to challenge the immortal court. You injured Wang Xianfeng yesterday. We haven't settled the matter yet. Call Jiangqin out now and I'll consider it as nothing has happened. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye looked at Xiao Wangqing and spoke arrogantly. It seemed like he didn't put Xiao Wangqing in his eyes at all. Of course this was normal. After all, Xiao Wangqing had just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. There was no way he could be compared to a half-step sovereign of the older generation. In his opinion, it was already a great honor for Xiao Wangqing to see him personally. All right. Prairie blazing fire Li Wangye is here. Let's see how Xiao Wangqing is going to deal with this. There's a gap even between half-step sovereigns. Xiao Wangqing thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. How can it be to protect Jiangqin? The old ancestor of Nanbei clan sneered. If he was worried about today's meeting at the beginning, all his worries vanished after seeing Li Wangye, Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing. No matter how powerful Xiao Wangqing was, he would not dare to act arrogantly in front of Li Wangye and Qiu Qianyun since he had just reached the half-monarch realm. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell onto Xiao Wangqing. They wanted to see how Xiao Wangqing would deal with Li Wangye's group. Li Wangye, I, Xiao Wangqing, invited you all here today to discuss Jiangqin's matter. He came up and asked for his life. How is this a negotiation? Xiao Wangqing's tone turned cold in an instant. His eyes flickered as he stared at Li Wangye with an oppressive aura. Xiao Wangqing's performance was out of everyone's expectation. No one thought that he would become so domineering in an instant. It seemed like he didn't even put Li Wangye in his eyes. However, Jiangqin understood Xiao Wangqing's intention. He knew very well that in this world where strength reigned supreme, strength was the key to everything. Since Li Wangye looked down on Jiangqin, Jiangqin had to be domineering. He wanted to let Li Wangye know that he had the strength to negotiate with them so that the negotiation could continue. Xiao Wangqing, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me? You're just a half-step sovereign. I don't put you in my eyes at all. I'm already giving you face by coming here today. Don't be so shameless. Li Wangye's aura fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. Haha. Li Wangye, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've become a half-step sovereign earlier. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Since you said that I'm not qualified to negotiate with you, then let's see if I, Xiao Wangqing, am qualified to do so. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and waved his hand, directly opening up an extraterritorial battlefield. Powerful half-step sovereign aura was released like raging waves. Challenging Li Wangye. That's right, Xiao Wangqing was challenging Li Wangye. This action made countless people widen their eyes in disbelief. Even Li Wangye was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing would come up and challenge him. Xiao Wangqing, are you challenging me? Li Wangye's tone was cold. That's right. Li Wangye, come up and fight, then we'll negotiate. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the powerful Li Wangye. Very well, then I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you know how arrogant and ignorant you are. Li Wangye was a high and mighty figure. How could he be afraid of Xiao Wangqing's challenge? As a powerful half-step sovereign, he couldn't stand such provocation. What the fuck? He's going to fight without a word? I'm not even prepared yet. Isn't this supposed to be a negotiation conference? Why are they fighting before it has even started? Are you kidding me? You guys don't understand. Xiao Wangqing has just become a half-step sovereign. Li Wangye and the others don't put him in their eyes at all. They think that Xiao Wangqing isn't qualified to negotiate with them. That's why Xiao Wangqing challenged Li Wangye to prove that he's qualified to negotiate. Otherwise, today's conference wouldn't be able to continue. That's right. But can Xiao Wangqing really fight Li Wangye? After all, he has just become a half-step sovereign while Li Wangye has been famous for a long time. The title of Blazing Prairie isn't for nothing. Look, don't underestimate Xiao Wangqing. I think he's very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to challenge Li Wangye. He knows very well that once he loses, he'll lose the qualification to negotiate. Then there's no need for the conference to continue. The scene instantly became restless. Two half-step sovereigns started fighting because of a disagreement. However, this battle seemed to be inevitable. Otherwise, the conference wouldn't be able to continue. Chapter 1722. Li Wangye entered the extraterritorial battlefield. Both of them stood opposite each other, staring at each other. Their aura was rising bit by bit. Neither of them took the initiative to attack. It seemed that they wanted to use their aura to overwhelm the opponent first and gain the upper hand to defend their dignity. Little Qinzi, do you think Senior Xiao can defeat Li Wangye? That's a half-step sovereign expert of the older generation. After all, Senior Xiao has just advanced to half-step sovereign, said Han Yan worriedly. Don't worry. Since Senior Xiao dares to do this, it means that he has great confidence in his strength. His Tao of forgetfulness has been comprehended and transformed. Even if he has just advanced to half-step sovereign, he can't be underestimated. Let's wait and see. This is a battle of dignity between half-step sovereigns. It's bound to be very exciting, said Jiang Chen. He had absolute confidence in Xiao Wangqing. The faces of the people of Genius Prefecture were filled with worry, but they were already mentally prepared for this situation. They knew that today's conference wouldn't be that easy. If Xiao Wangqing didn't show his absolute strength, he wouldn't be able to proceed with the conference. Everyone knew this very well. On the extraterritorial battlefield, the aura of the two half-step sovereigns was like a tidal wave, turning into stormy waves. Due to the fact that Xiao Wangqing had sealed the battlefield, the people outside basically couldn't feel the aura inside. Otherwise, such an aura alone would have caused countless people to spurt out blood and die. Even so, many people couldn't help but tremble in fear just by looking at the situation inside the battlefield. Soon the battle between the two had reached its climax. After Xiao Wangqing's aura surpassed Li Wangye's, Li Wangye would immediately chase after him. On the other hand, Xiao Wangqing did the same. The battle between the two half-step sovereigns had reached a stalemate. It could be seen that Li Wangye's relaxed expression had now turned solemn. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had also changed. Obviously, Li Wangye had underestimated Xiao Wangqing. He didn't expect that Xiao Wangqing, who had just stepped into the half-step sovereign realm, could compete with him to this extent. Jiang Qin and Nan Beichao had once competed against each other. Both of them wanted to overwhelm the other with their qi. It could be said that they were going all out. The scene fell into silence. No one spoke a word. No one knew the outcome of this battle. If everyone thought that Li Wangye would win in the beginning, no one dared to make such a conclusion after seeing Li Wangye's current state. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, were also a little shocked. They exchanged a glance and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Clearly, they didn't expect Xiao Wangqing to confront Li Wangye head-on. Rumbling sounds erupted from the two's auras. Like a tsunami, a golden dragon emerged from each of their heads. It was an aura dragon that was completely condensed from powerful auras. The two great half-step martial emperors roared, and the two aura dragons collided with each other, emitting world-shaking roars as they intertwined with each other. The battle of auras lasted for 3 minutes before it shattered with a loud bang. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were struck by the backlash and took 3 steps back at the same time before they could stabilize themselves. Li Wangye was shocked. He looked at Xiao Wangqing in disbelief. Xiao Wangqing's green robe fluttered in the wind. His aura of a half-step martial emperor wasn't any weaker than before. What a terrifying collision of auras. I wonder who won. Can't you see it? It's obvious that it's a draw. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. Li Wangye has obviously underestimated Xiao Wangqing. However, this is only a collision of auras. It can't determine the winner or loser, nor can it represent the true strength of a half-step martial emperor. The real battle will begin next. Xiao Wangqing is indeed a peerless genius. I just don't know if he can still fight Li Wangye to a draw in the upcoming battle. I think it's going to be very difficult. Li Wangye is, after all, a half-step martial emperor of the older generation. His strength isn't something an ordinary half-step martial emperor can compare to. No one wasn't shocked. The way they looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed. However, the real battle had just begun. In their hearts, Xiao Wangqing still couldn't fight against a figure like Li Wangye. Xiao Wangqing, it seems like I've underestimated you. But don't think that you're qualified to negotiate with me. Next, I'll let you see how terrifying the name of Prairie Blazing Flames is. Li Wangye was infuriated. His body began to emit steaming flames. That was the powerful Saint Flame. He was much stronger than Lan Tingyan when it came to playing with fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the name of Prairie Blazing Flames. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just attack. Xiao Wangqing didn't show the slightest fear. His whole body was steaming with the monstrous battle intent that would only appear when he encountered a peerless expert. Li Wangye didn't say anything else. He chose to take the initiative to attack. His hands formed a fire seal and golden flames filled the air. The fire seal was branded with ancient patterns, and any flame that shot out from it could burn the void. The fire seal grew bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it became more than 30 meters in size. Under Li Wangye's control, it rushed towards Xiao Wangqing. Honglong. The towering fire seal was like a huge fireball. This casual strike was enough to create a huge hole in the sky. If an ordinary immortal venerable came into contact with this fire seal, he was afraid that his chi alone would be enough to destroy the fire seal before it could even reach his body. In the blink of an eye, the fire seal had arrived in front of Xiao Wangqing. Facing such a powerful attack from Li Wangye, Xiao Wangqing unsheathed a long sword. It was an incomparably cold sword with Xian sword chi. It was a peerless combat sword that exuded a ruthless aura. It was a ruthless sword, a sword of slaughter. Any living being in the heavens and earth would be destroyed by this sword. That's the legendary Wangqing sword. I've heard that Xiao Wangqing's sword technique is unique and ruthless. I never thought that I would be able to see this sword with my own eyes one day. Li Wangye's life-seizing flame is also abnormally terrifying. When these two great experts collide, it can be said that they are facing each other head-on. However, in comparison, Li Wangye still has the upper hand. After all, he has been stuck in the half-step sovereign realm for a very long time. The real battle is about to begin. Two half-step sovereigns with the power to destroy the heavens and earth will surely decide who is stronger. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the life-seizing flame seal and the Wangqing sword was the pinnacle of this battle. It was much livelier than the previous battle of Qi. Under countless astonished and expectant gazes, the Wangqing sword pierced through the fire seal at an extremely tricky angle. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. He had a unique understanding of sword techniques. Despite his pride, he couldn't deny the power of Xiao Wangqing's sword. It was a simple sword without any fancy moves, but it was able to hit the weakest spot of the fire seal with unparalleled sovereign might. Bang! In the next moment, the fire seal, which was originally extremely powerful, exploded into a sea of fire, covering the entire extraterritorial battlefield. Then countless cold sword lights filled the air. Under the pressure of the sword lights, the blazing sea of fire was quickly extinguished. Xiao Wangqing was still as handsome and unrestrained as before. He stood with his sword in hand and his momentum didn't weaken in the slightest. In other words, Li Wangye's life-seizing flame seal didn't cause any harm to Xiao Wangqing. What? This time it was Li Wangye's turn to be shocked. The way he looked at Xiao Wangqing had changed once again. He no longer had the contempt he had in the beginning. Others might not know, but he knew very well how much energy he had infused into that strike. It was almost his ultimate killing move. In his opinion, even if Xiao Wangqing wasn't injured, he would still be battered by that strike. But who would have thought that Xiao Wangqing didn't even lose a strand of hair and easily destroyed his fire seal? Li Wangye wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Bang! The void exploded as a fire shield appeared in Li Wangye's hand. Raging flames blazed, and in the next instant boundless flames spread out, forming a huge intent field of raging inferno. On the other side, the combat sword in Xiao Wangqing's hand sprayed out billions of green sword lights. Everyone saw the two colliding at an extremely fast speed. Honglong. The sky was completely destroyed. The entire extraterritorial battlefield was covered by raging flames and countless sword lights. No one could clearly see what was happening inside, but from the continuous sounds of explosions, one could imagine how intense the battle inside was. This fierce battle had been going on for a full 10 minutes without stopping. Many people were beginning to get anxious. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. Xiao Wangqing is much stronger than we imagined. He can actually fight Li Wangye to such an extent. I feel that regardless of whether Xiao Wangqing can win or not, he already has the qualifications to negotiate with Li Wangye. Everyone was guessing the outcome. Even if they couldn't see the situation inside clearly, they still had to keep their eyes fixed on the battlefield, fearing that they would miss any wonderful moment. A few minutes later, the originally violent extraterritorial battlefield suddenly quieted down. The steaming flames and green sword lights began to vanish. The scene inside was revealed to everyone. Li Wangye and Xiao Wangqing were still in the same posture as before the battle, staring at each other. Neither of them had any injuries and even their qi was exactly the same as before. Who won exactly? Could it be a tie again? I don't think it matters anymore. The conference can continue now. No one knew who won this battle, but now it seemed that it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that Xiao Wangqing was still standing there unscathed, which was enough to prove that he was qualified to stand on equal footing with Li Wangye. Chapter 1723. Who won? Han Yen couldn't help but ask curiously. The previous battle was completely obscured and he couldn't see the battle clearly. At this moment both Xiao Wangqing and Li Wangye were unscathed, so it was hard to determine who was the winner. Xianxia didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. On the battlefield, Xiao Wangqing spoke aloud. Li Wangye, can we sit down and talk now? Li Wangye's gaze towards Xiao Wangqing was still filled with astonishment. Others might not have seen the battle just now, but Li Wangye, who had personally experienced it, knew it very well. Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also saw it clearly. Their expressions were also filled with astonishment. Humph! Xiao Wangqing, you really shouldn't have interfered in the affairs of the immortal court. Li Wangye harumphed coldly. Then he flew down and landed on the spacious square. His action had undoubtedly acknowledged Li Wangye's strength and proved that Li Wangye was qualified to stand here and hold a meeting with him. Did you see that? Isn't it obvious who won and who lost? A figure like Li Wangye wouldn't have landed on the square even if he had the slightest advantage in the battle. Jiang Chen said. Senior Xiao is really amazing. You have just advanced to the half-step sovereign realm. The rest is up to you, said Han Yen with a smile. Han Yen said with a smile, but now wasn't the time to relax yet, because it was time for them to confront each other. Although Xiao Wangqing had shown incredible strength, it wouldn't be easy to solve Jiang Chen's problem perfectly. After Li Wangye landed on the square, Qiu Qianyun and Qin Xianbing also landed. The two of them hadn't spoken a word since they arrived, but after witnessing the battle with their own eyes, they were ready to listen to what Xiao Wangqing had to say. Even if Xiao Wangqing was powerful, he wouldn't be able to make the immortal court give up on the pursuit and trial of Jiang Chen. Xiao Wangqing, tell me, how do you want to solve this matter? Jiang Chen has killed many geniuses of the immortal court. We can't just let this matter go. Li Wangye stood there and said. Countless eyes were fixed on them, especially the old ancestors of the major powers of the ethereal immortal domain. Now that they had placed all their hopes on the immortal court, they must not let Jiang Chen go. Li Wangye, you have also said that Jiang Chen killed your geniuses. I think it's just a matter of strength in the battle between the young. The Golden Horizon has always been a place of slaughter. All of you should know this better than anyone else. For a long time, it's already considered good if half of the geniuses who entered the Golden Horizon can come out alive. The fact that your geniuses died in the hands of Jiang Chen only shows that you are incompetent. Xiao Wangqing said loudly. Xiao Wangqing, don't you think it's too easy for you to say that? If it's a real battle, we naturally won't say anything even if your geniuses died, but you have forgotten that Jiang Chen relied on the Sun Divine Feather to kill them. That's a completely different matter. Now that the Sun Divine Feather is in his hands, if the immortal court doesn't come forward to suppress him, who else can suppress him? Qiu Qianyun spoke, disapproving of Xiao Wangqing's words. His determination to kill Jiang Chen seemed unshakable. You peerless immortal venerables and even half-step sovereigns have come forward to deal with an immortal emperor junior. This will surely affect your reputation and face. What I want to say is, don't you have any geniuses in the immortal court? Could it be that the dignified immortal court can't find a young man who can fight against Jiang Chen? If it's the geniuses of the immortal court who attacked Jiang Chen, It's the matter of the younger generation. I won't come forward to stop it, but if you bunch of old guys want to deal with Xianxia shamelessly, I will never agree to it. Xiao Wangqing's attitude was incomparably firm. He had now put the face of the immortal court and the geniuses on the line. Every step he took had his own plan. What a joke. Our immortal court has countless geniuses. How can a puny Xianxia compare to us? If he loses the Sun Divine Feather, Xianxia will be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the geniuses of the immortal court. Li Wangye's chi fluctuated. He was extremely angry at Xiao Wangqing's slandering of the immortal court. One should know that the dignified immortal court was a supreme existence in the immortal world. If there wasn't a decent genius in the immortal court, there was no need for the immortal court to exist. As the holy land of cultivation in the immortal world, where countless people were scrambling to enter, wouldn't it become a joke? Good. Since you said so, it couldn't be better. With a smile on his face, Xiao Wangqing turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, hand over the Sun Divine Feather. Xianxia was taken aback for a moment. Without hesitation, he took out the Sun Divine Feather and handed it over to Xiao Wangqing. The moment the divine feather of the sun appeared, it immediately attracted countless gazes. Even Li Wangye and the others couldn't help but look over. They had never seen the legendary golden feather fan before. It was completely golden and emitted a buzzing sound. It was surrounded by the flames of the sun. It looked extremely mystical. Xiao Wangqing held the Sun Divine Feather in his hand and said to Li Wangye and the others, "From now on, the Sun Divine Feather belongs to me. Xianxia no longer has any divine weapons. As long as the older generation experts of the immortal court and the major powers of the immortal world don't attack Xianxia, your geniuses can do whatever they want and I won't interfere. In my opinion, this is the matter of the young generation. To Xianxia, dealing with countless peerless geniuses of the immortal world is a great trial and also a kind of danger. To your geniuses, having a figure like Xianxia as a training target is also a good thing for them to improve themselves. If anyone can kill Xianxia, that person will naturally become famous in the immortal world and become the #1 genius of the young generation. This is the purpose of my meeting today." Xiao Wangqing kept Xianxia's Sun Divine Feather and stated his purpose. As soon as his words were out, many of them nodded inwardly, because no one could find any fault in Xiao Wangqing's words. His words were reasonable and reasonable. There was no room for them to refute him. If the immortal court still didn't agree to it after he had put away the Sun Divine Feather, they would lose face. The experts of the older generation had no reason to attack Xianxia. If they did, it would be equivalent to admitting that the immortal court had no talent in the younger generation. This was something that the immortal court couldn't afford to lose. To Xianxia, this was also a great thing. Not only did he get rid of his current predicament, he also had a target to train against in the future. Growing under the pressure of countless monstrous geniuses was much better than relying on the Sun Divine Feather. Furthermore, Xianxia felt the most reassured to hand the Sun Divine Feather over to Xiao Wangqing for safekeeping. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Xiao Wangqing. It could be said that Xiao Wangqing had gone through a lot of trouble for him. Great. I didn't expect Senior Xiao to solve the problem in such a way. In that case, Xianxia's crisis will be resolved. Yang Yu was pleasantly surprised. His admiration for Xiao Wangqing had risen to another level. Don't be too happy yet. We still need to see if Li Wangye and the others agree to it. Even if they agree, those peerless geniuses in the immortal court aren't that easy to deal with. Every major power in East Xuanyu has their own geniuses in the immortal court, including our great Qian Empire. You should know very well how powerful those geniuses are. They usually don't have the chance to come back, but it's different now," said the old emperor. Yang Yu nodded inwardly. His face turned solemn once more. The scene turned silent once more. The experts of the major powers of the immortal world wore a solemn expression. Obviously, they hadn't thought that Xiao Wangqing would resolve Xianxia's crisis in such a way, putting them in a passive position. Now, they could only hope that Li Wangye wouldn't agree to Xiao Wangqing's request. Li Wangye stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Xianxia with the posture of a half-step sovereign. His eyes flickered with cold light, then fell on Xiao Wangqing. "Xiao Wangqing, what if I don't agree? What if I insist on killing Xianxia?" said Li Wangye Leng. "Haha. If that's the case, you can go ahead and kill Xianxia. I Xiao Wangqing won't stop you. But I can tell you very clearly that unless the three of you join forces and have the confidence to kill me as well, I will kill every genius of your immortal court that I see. From now on, I, Xiao Wangqing, will become a specter and there will be no more peace in the three immortal domains. Xiao Wangqing burst into laughter. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His attitude was extremely arrogant. His momentum was unparalleled. Every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful like thunder, striking straight into one's heart. It made people feel that he was absolutely not joking. Are you threatening us? Li Wangye gnashed his teeth. Threatening? You can understand it this way. I Xiao Wangqing have been trying to negotiate with you, but you insist on killing Jiang Chen. There's nothing left to talk about. Don't think that I'm joking. Li Wangye, try and kill Jiang Chen now. I'll kill all the major powers here right away. Let's see if you can stop me. Xiao Wangqing's words were simply insane. His half-step sovereign aura filled the air, causing everyone to shudder in fear and keep quiet out of fear. The expression of the old ancestors of the major powers turned incomparably gloomy. Almost all the major powers of the four domains of ethereal immortal domain had gathered here. If Xiao Wangqing went berserk and started a massacre, it would be an unimaginable blow to ethereal immortal domain. More importantly, Li Wangye and the other two wouldn't be able to stop Xiao Wangqing even if they joined forces. Li Wangye knew this very well because he had a deep understanding of Xiao Wangqing's terror. This was also the reason why Xiao Wangqing wanted to fight Li Wangye. It was for this negotiation. This was the ending that Li Wangye wanted the most. Everything was going according to his plan. How could this be? Don't tell me that the little bastard managed to escape again? Damn it. Even the immortal court can't do anything about Xiao Wangqing's protection. Even a half-step sovereign like Li Wangye is afraid of Xiao Wangqing. We can't let the great sovereigns of the immortal court take action. That's impossible. The great sovereigns are the supreme beings of the immortal world. They won't appear just for an immortal emperor brat. They can't afford to lose their dignity and face. No great sovereign will interfere in such a matter. Even in the immortal court, those in charge are all half-step sovereigns. Don't tell me that we're just going to let this go? That bastard Jiang Chen has killed so many of our people. How can we swallow this humiliation? Plus, his growth is just too fast. Even if we lose the Sun Divine Feather, we can't let him continue to grow. The threat he poses is just too great. Don't worry. The immortal court won't let this go. I estimate that it won't be long before they send out their heaven-defying geniuses. The moment they return, it will be the time of Jiang Chen's death. At that time, Jiang Chen won't be able to show himself even if he wants to. That's for sure. He can't go back on his word. Each and every one of them was fuming with anger. They had been hoping that the experts of the immortal court would stand up for them, but they had never thought that it would end up like this. The power of Xiao Wangqing had reached such an incredible level that even the immortal court had to retreat. Even so, the determination of these major powers to eliminate Jiang Chen didn't weaken at all. In fact, they couldn't wait any longer. All of them had seen Jiang Chen's potential. Such a figure had to be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't give him too much time to grow, otherwise they would end up like corpse insect. Of course, they weren't afraid of Jiang Chen because they had sent a lot of geniuses to the immortal court over the years. Now it was time for them to return. The strength of the true geniuses of the immortal court was unimaginable. Now that Jiang Chen had lost the Sun Divine Feather, there were just too many people in the immortal court who could kill him. What are you waiting for? Xiao Wangqing frowned and spoke to the experts of the major powers, Lung. Voila. In less than 3 seconds after Xiao Wangqing's voice trailed off, the crowd outside Genius Prefecture became incomparably quiet. Everyone left in an instant, fearing that they would offend a great god. Xiao Wangqing was an existence that they absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 1725. Jiang Chen came to Xiao Wangqing and bowed deeply. Senior, I can't thank you enough. Jiang Chen rarely bowed to anyone, but Jiang Chen couldn't repay Xiao Wangqing's kindness for the time being. The incident in Golden Horizon could be said to be the craziest thing that Jiang Chen had done in his life. In order to condense his Tao of slaughter, he had offended the three immortal courts. Perhaps only Xianxia had the ability to do so. Xianxia had indeed underestimated the impact of this incident. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Xianxia would have died for sure even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even the Zulong Tower wouldn't be able to protect him. I'm just buying time for you to grow up. I'm just trying to buy time for you to grow. If you want to survive in the immortal world, strength will always come first. No matter how powerful I am, I won't be as powerful as you. However, you can't let your guard down. This is all I can do for you. You will have to deal with the upcoming troubles by yourself. None of those peerless geniuses of the immortal court are easy to deal with. But remember, you must be ruthless no matter when you attack. An enemy is an enemy. There is only life and death between you and your enemy. Of course, you have always done very well in this aspect, much better than me. Xiao Wangqing spoke earnestly like a senior educating his descendant. Xianxia understands. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had done enough for him. Next he would have to rely on himself. Xianxia didn't like to rely on others. The next period of time would be the real tempering process for Xianxia. In the words of Long Shisan, fighting against the heavens was an endless joy. Xianxia had never been afraid of fighting. The geniuses of the immortal courts could only give him pressure, but they couldn't make him afraid. Only with pressure could he grow. There was still a long way to go in the path of the dragon transformation skill. Alright, I'll keep the sun divine feather for you. Whether you live or die now depends on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swaggered away with a sway of his body. Senior Xiao, I still have something to say, Xianxia hastily shouted, but Xiao Wangqing had already disappeared without a trace. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He still had a lot of questions to ask about the secrets of Golden Horizon, the Great Thousand Mirror, and the existence of desolate ancient land. He felt that a figure like Xiao Wangqing would more or less know the inside story, but it was a pity that Xiao Wangqing left too fast, not giving him a chance. Forget it. I'm not strong enough. Even if I know the secret, it's useless. It's just like what De Huang said. When it's time to know, I'll naturally know. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble coming up. Xianxia thought to himself. He adjusted his state of mind and prepared to face the coming storm. Little Qinzi, this senior Xiao is really awesome. How did you get to know him? Han Yan walked to Jiang Chen's side. Recalling Jiang Chen's domineering manner, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with admiration. Would you believe me if I told you that he was an old swindler when we first met? Jiang Chen shrugged. I don't. Han Yan shook his head. Then don't ask. Jiang Chen shrugged again. Activate the mountain guarding grand formation of Genius Prefecture. This matter has finally been settled, but the immortal world will never be peaceful again. The old emperor said to Yang Yu. Father, grandfather, will Jiang Chen still be able to stay in Genius Prefecture in the future? Yang Bufan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Of course. Xiao Wangqing was the one who left him here. Who dares to stop him? I have to take back my words. Yang Yu burst into laughter. He couldn't ask for more than Jiang Chen's return. It was a great fortune for Great Qian Empire to have such a monstrous genius. That's great, little Qinzi. We brothers can fight side by side again. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder excitedly. Little Qinzi, since the matter here has been settled, Mo Wuqing and I will return to Profound Yin Cult. After the Golden Horizon is over, we will return to Profound Yin Cult. After all, I'm the holy son of Profound Yin Cult, said Han Yan. Previously he had been worried about Jiang Chen's safety, so he wouldn't leave even if someone asked him to. Now that Jiang Chen was fine and had the backing of Jiang Chen, Han Yan no longer had the slightest concern. As for those peerless geniuses of the immortal court, he believed that Jiang Chen could deal with them. He should be pitying those geniuses instead. We're going back too. Don't forget to tell us when Monkey wakes up. Tyrant also came forward to bid farewell. Alright, all of you can go back now. I can handle it myself. I'll find a way to wake Monkey up as soon as possible. This bastard has cultivated the life symbol art. Coupled with the heaven-defying physique of the battle Saint Ape, it won't be difficult for him to wake up. Besides, I reckon that when 13 wakes up, his cultivation base will rise again, reaching a terrifying level. Jiang Chen said. He had incomparable confidence in Long Shisan. As for Han Yan and Tyrant, since he already knew where they were and how well they were doing, it would be very easy for him to meet them whenever he wanted. After Han Yen and Tyrant left, Xianxia looked up at the sky. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a sense of lofty sentiments. The sky of the immortal world was just too vast, but Xianxia believed that one day he could still stand at the peak of this sky. In the evening, in Jiangchen's courtyard of Genius Prefecture, Venerable Ling Long, Lon Lingji, Yang Bufan, Yang Yu, Yang Zonqing and Dong Fangyu had all gathered together. Jiangchen took out Long Shisan's body and placed it on a large green stone. The bloodline of the battle Saint Ape sure is powerful. His internal organs have been destroyed, but the bloodline is still alive. There's life force in his body now, but it's still very weak. It won't be easy for him to recover completely. Venerable Ling Long said. She had seen with her own eyes that Long Shisan was attacked by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and died a violent death. It was impossible for him to survive such an injury, but how long had it been? Even with the help of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long Shisan's life force had already emerged. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long didn't know that after Long Shisan was injured, he had been staying in the 33rd level. Although it was less than 2 days in the outside world, it had been nearly 2 months in the 33rd level. Of course, it was already very terrifying that he could recover his life force in just 2 months. Or rather, it was boundlessly terrifying that Long Shisan could survive such a calamity. Monkey has cultivated the life symbol art, so it's not strange for him to have life force. Plus, he has absorbed the Great Earth Immortal Milk in the support of his terrifying bloodline. As long as he's given enough time, even his broken meridians and internal organs will be restored. Chapter 1726. Brother Shisan will surely be able to stand up again. Lon Lingji's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Long Shisan. The fact that Long Shisan wasn't truly dead was already the best thing for her. She believed that Long Shisan would surely be able to stand up again. That was enough for her. Yang Yu stretched out his finger and placed it on Long Shisan's wrist. After checking Long Shisan's condition, he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps the situation isn't as optimistic as you think. He has suffered from the injury to his origin. This is the most serious injury and the hardest to recover from. It won't be difficult for his internal organs and meridians to recover, but the injury to his origin will have to depend on himself. Even if he's not dead now, he's a living dead man. It won't be easy for him to stand up again. Leave it to me. I'll bring him back to exquisite paradise. Venerable Ling Long spoke. By the way, there's a piece of Ling Long jade rock in exquisite paradise. It's made of ancient Ling Long jade. It's said to have the effect of reviving the dead. Perhaps it will be of great help to him. Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and thought of the treasure of exquisite paradise. Thank you, Master. Lon Lingji's face revealed a look of gratitude. No one knew the importance of the Ling Long jade rock to exquisite paradise better than her. She had thought of the Ling Long jade rock from the very beginning, but she didn't dare to say it because there had never been a male disciple in exquisite paradise. Moreover, only the saintess was qualified to lie on the Ling Long jade rock. She was once lucky enough to lie on it and her cultivation base improved tremendously. One should know that only a few of the genius disciples and respectable elders of exquisite paradise were qualified to lie on the Ling Long jade rock. Now that Venerable Ling Long was willing to take it out to save Long Shisan, Lon Lingji felt incomparably grateful. All right. In that case, I'll send Immortal Venerable to exquisite paradise first. Jiang Qin nodded. He wanted to take Long Shisan away, but Jiang Qin couldn't be at ease. After all, he hadn't seen the Ling Long jade rock of exquisite paradise. He had to see it for himself before he could leave Long Shisan here. It wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't trust Venerable Ling Long. On the contrary, he was most relieved to hand Long Shisan over to Venerable Ling Long. Long Shisan had done exquisite paradise a favor, and Venerable Ling Long was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here today. Jiang Qin was not worried. He just wanted to be at ease. He wanted to personally make arrangements for Long Shisan so that he could truly be at ease. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she bade farewell to Yang Yu and vanished with Lon Lingji, heading towards the direction of exquisite paradise at full speed. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan followed closely behind. Putting aside the profundity of the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen's traveling speed alone was already comparable to Venerable Ling Long's exquisite paradise was a true paradise. There were peerless spiritual veins under the ground. Thousands of miles of the sky was filled with mist and mist. Countless buildings were suspended in the mist. Immortal cranes and jade maidens were dancing in the sky. It was truly like a fairyland. Even with Jiang Chen's experience, he couldn't help but sigh after seeing the mountain gate of exquisite paradise. Even a pig would become a genius in such a cultivation environment. Under the lead of Venerable Ling Long, Jiang Chen brought Xian into the real hinterland of exquisite paradise. There was a hidden spatial zone at the top of an exquisite pagoda. This spatial zone was personally created by Venerable Ling Long. It was extremely firm and was surrounded by a powerful grand formation. Without Venerable Ling Long's permission, no one would be able to enter. Inside the space there was a palace that was as white as jade. This palace was completely white and was made of a rare jade material. Just from this alone, one could tell that it wasn't something an ordinary great force could compare to. Voila! With a wave of Venerable Ling Long's hand, the door of the jade palace opened with a crashing sound. A strong and pure aura rushed towards them. Jiang Chen took a whiff and felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. There was nothing else in the palace except for a bed. However, the bed was a little too big. It was 10 feet long and 10 feet wide. Its whole body was sparkling and translucent. Green saliva was rolling back and forth on its surface. White mist was constantly drifting above it. Not to mention a person with unique vision, even an ordinary person would be able to see that the bed in front of them was extraordinary. This is the Ling Long Jade Divine Level Stone. It was obtained by the ancestor by chance and then placed here. This is a piece of natural divine level stone. Lying on it can allow a person to enter a state of emptiness, strengthen the body and cleanse the marrow. Venerable Ling Long said. It's indeed a divine stone. Such a large piece of divine stone can no longer be measured in terms of value. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiang Chen, do you know what's so precious about this Ling Long Jade Divine Stone? Venerable Ling Long asked with a smile. It's the green saliva. At first glance, Jiang Chen saw the green saliva that was constantly swimming in the divine stone. According to his estimation, the value and effect of this saliva was no less than that of the great earth immortal milk. That's right. You have good vision. This is Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. It has the effect of reviving the dead. However, its effect can only be exerted on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. Once it leaves the divine stone, it will immediately evaporate and turn into nothingness. If it's combined with a divine stone, its effect will be even more peculiar than the great earth immortal milk. However, it's not easy to absorb the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. It's all about chance. That's right. Hearing this, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. According to what Venerable Ling Long said, although the treasure was good, it had its shortcomings. The Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva couldn't be taken out. The only way to absorb it was to lie on the divine stone and rely on one's own chance to absorb it. It would be a pity if he couldn't absorb so much Ling Long Jade Divine Stone's saliva. Jiang Chen put Xian on it. Venerable Ling Long said. All right. Without delay, Jiang Chen carried Xian and put him on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. When Xian's body approached the divine stone, countless white jade qi immediately emerged from the divine stone and wrapped Xian tightly, forming a white cocoon. Venerable, I'll leave Xian to you. Junior still has other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Jiang Chen cupped his fists towards Venerable Ling Long and was about to leave. Having settled Xian, Jiang Chen had one less thing to worry about. Well, be careful. Although Senior Xiao has helped you negotiate, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful in the future. You won't have an easy time in the future. Venerable Ling Long reminded Jiang Chen. She was very clear about Jiang Chen's situation. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared. What a great void technique. He can come and go without a trace. He can even enter and leave my space at will. This person will definitely become a great person in the future. Venerable Ling Long couldn't help but sigh while looking at the place where Jiang Chen disappeared. Venerable Ling Long was a person with high standards. She wouldn't put ordinary geniuses in her eyes, but she couldn't see through Jiang Chen at all. Master, when will Brother Shersan wake up? Lan Lingji asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. Let's see his fortune. Venerable Ling Long said. Late at night, Jiang Chen was sitting on the tallest ancient pagoda of Genius Prefecture, looking up at the starry sky with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Along the way he had experienced too many things, especially the incident in Golden Horizon, which made Jiang Chen understand a lot more. Looking at the starry sky, Jiang Chen suddenly felt homesick. Although many of his brothers had ascended to the immortal world, Jiang Chen still had a lot of concerns in his hometown. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiu, Nangong Wentian, Yu Zihan, these familiar faces all touched Jiang Chen's heart. I wonder how Dad is doing now. A day in the immortal world is equivalent to a year in the lower world. I wonder if anything big has happened in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen thought. He really wanted to go home now, but unfortunately, it was impossible for him to descend to the lower world from the immortal world. When a person's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he would ascend to a higher world law, but it was impossible to descend to a lower world from a higher world law, as it was against the heavenly Tao. Take Jiang Chen as an example. Given his current immortal emperor realm, the world law of Saint Origin World couldn't accommodate such a huge amount of energy. Let me divine it. Jiang Chen said, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the great divination art. He was merely giving it a try. He had already cultivated the great divination art to the heavenly vision realm, which was only the second realm. There were a lot of things that he couldn't divine, let alone divine things that were beyond the immortal world. If Jiang Chen could advance to the heavenly will realm, he might be able to divine some clues. Jiang Chen had entered into a state of emptiness. This state was extremely rare, but Jiang Chen was able to enter it whenever he wanted. This really made people jealous of him. Jiang Chen circulated the great divination art to the extreme. He seemed to have touched a barrier which made Jiang Chen overjoyed. He knew very well that this barrier was the barrier to break through to the heavenly will realm. Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the heavenly vision realm, which was only a step away from the heavenly will realm. However, Jiang Chen also understood that this one step was an unfathomable distance. It would be even more difficult to break through to the heavenly realm in one go. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give up. It wasn't easy for him to touch the barrier of the heavenly will realm. To Jiang Chen, this was a great opportunity that was hard to come by. It was the same as an epiphany. Once an epiphany was missed, no one would know when the next opportunity would come. Chapter 1727. No one knew when an opportunity would come and no one knew when it would leave. Jiang Chen being able to touch the barrier of the heavenly will realm could only be described as a stroke of luck. This was a heaven-defying opportunity and Jiang Chen would never give it up no matter what. The chant of the great divination art kept reverberating in Jiang Chen's mind. The characters of the chant were like the chanting of an ancient deity, booming and pleasing to the ear as they constantly battered against Jiang Chen's mind. Time ticked by. Such a great opportunity could only be chanced upon. Jiang Chen knew all too well how terrifying the heavenly will realm was. Once he broke through to the heavenly will realm, his great divination art would be raised to an extremely terrifying level, which would play a crucial role in his future cultivation. Crack. As time passed, the barrier suddenly emitted a cracking sound. The originally invisible barrier had actually cracked. Even though it was just a crack, it was enough to make Jiang Chen overjoyed. A crack was a huge breakthrough and such a breakthrough was too rare. The chant of the great divination art circulated faster and faster in his mind. Jiang Chen seemed to see the silhouette of the divination god. The divination diagram that had disappeared for a long time had actually reappeared. The divination diagram was the core part of the great divination art. Jiang Chen had seen it once before he had even started cultivating it. Unfortunately, his strength and comprehension of the great divination art at that time hadn't allowed him to truly view the divination diagram. Now that the divination diagram had appeared, Jiang Chen's divine will immediately landed on it, and his entire body was immersed in its profound state. His mind had almost completely fused with the divination diagram. He was no longer the same as when he had first looked at the divination diagram, which had injured his soul and caused him to vomit blood. If Tianjizi were to see Jiang Chen's current state, he would definitely be so moved that he would be speechless. This was because Jiang Qin had entered the most perfect state of cultivating the great divination art. According to the records of the great divination art, even a supreme expert who had cultivated to the heavenly will realm wouldn't be able to fuse with the divination map. Of course, the appearance of the mysterious heavenly map didn't mean that Jiang Qin had broken through to the heavenly will realm. It wasn't easy to break through from the heavenly rush realm to the heavenly will realm. At the very least, there was only a small crack in the barrier. It wouldn't be easy to break through the barrier completely. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the immortal mark, which had been lying dormant in the depths of his energy sea, stirred once more. Seemingly affected by something, the immortal mark began to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. The immortal motes are moving. Jiang Qin was pleasantly surprised. The immortal mark was his greatest secret. He had never known the purpose of its existence even in the immortal world. The immortal mark had always been hidden in Jiang Qin's body and would never come out on its own. However, Jiang Qin knew the mystical and importance of the immortal mark. At the very least, the immortal mark had saved his life several times. When he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had been attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal mark, he would have died directly. Later on, the immortal mark appeared and helped him control the divine feather of the sun. Now that he had fused with the divination diagram, the immortal mark had appeared again. This made Jiang Qin extremely excited. He imagined that the immortal mark might help him break through to the heavenly will realm. Not daring to be careless, Jiang Qin quickly separated a strand of divine will and instantly fused with the immortal mark. Then it rushed towards the barrier of the heavenly will realm. Crack, crack. When the immortal mark collided with the barrier, the invisible barrier began to shake. Countless cracks appeared. From the beginning it was indestructible, but now it was on the verge of collapse. It only needed a strong wave of impact to break through the barrier. Ah! Jiang Qin's soul suddenly let out a roar. His soul power, divine will power, and the immortal mark formed an invisible force that was like a vast ocean. It rushed towards the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse. Boom! This time, the barrier was no longer able to hold on any longer and shattered with a loud rumble. Buzz! Buzz! Jiang Qin's soul trembled even more violently. The moment his divine will broke through the barrier, he felt as if he had entered a vast ocean and entered a completely different world. The world in front of him was filled with nothingness. There were profound trails everywhere, each one emitting a variegated brilliance. Those are profundities, nomological laws, the heavenly mystery nomological laws. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. In the past, even if he saw these things, he would not be able to describe them. However, it was different now. He had completely reached the heavenly will realm, so he could understand these abstruse traces. These were the most profound things in the world. Ordinary people would never be able to touch them in their lifetime. Swoosh! Jiang Qin suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes and illuminated the night sky. Jiang Qin suddenly felt much clearer. He turned his hand and a heavenly mystery map appeared. At this moment, the heavenly mystery map had changed a little. In other words, the map in Jiang Qin's hand could not be called the real heavenly mystery map. It was just a part of the heavenly mystery map. The map shone brightly and there were yin and yang eyes carved on it. 2 fish, one black and one white, intertwined with each other, head and tail facing each other, forming the embryonic form of the Taiji diagram. This is the Taiji diagram that contains the profundities of yin and yang. It was separated from the heavenly mystery map. If this Taiji diagram is cultivated to the extreme, it can take physical form and be used as a powerful weapon to attack. The fusion of yin and yang can explode with unparalleled power. It is truly powerful. I never thought that the great divination art would be so powerful after reaching the heavenly will realm. This can no longer be called a simple divination technique. It can already be used in battle. It's a powerful battle technique. Jiang Qin stared at the Taiji diagram that constantly revolved in his hand. He could not suppress his excitement. After reaching the heavenly will realm, he had gained a completely new understanding of the great divination art. This was something that even the divine Jizi did not have. The great divination art had been passed down to Jiang Qin by the divine Jizi, but the divine Jizi probably did not expect this divination technique to have so many secrets. The Taiji diagram is incomparably profound. contains the profundities of divination in itself. It conforms to the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams. According to the records in the great divination art, after reaching the heavenly will realm, one can unleash great power without limit in battle. They can divine the opponent's powerful techniques. During the process of battle, if the opponent's powerful battle technique is directly imprinted into the Taiji diagram, the diagram can divine the cultivation method of the opponent's battle technique and find the opponent's flaws. This is just too heaven-defying. Xianxia couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be unable to restrain their excitement. With this Taiji diagram, Xianxia couldn't imagine how much benefit it would bring to him in battle in the future. Moreover, Xianxia had the spirits of the 5 elements in his body. As long as the Taiji diagram was imprinted into his body, Xianxia would be able to cast out the powerful techniques of the opponent. This point alone was already heaven-defying and somewhat terrifying. Now that I have reached the heavenly will realm, I wonder if I can divine something about Saint Origin World. Xianxia thought to himself. With a thought, the Taiji diagram emerged once again. It was an illusory Taiji diagram that was dotted with countless stars. According to Xianxia's will, a vast universe and a vast starry sky diagram appeared on the diagram. There were moving planets everywhere, dazzling Xianxia's eyes. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are just too vast. Every planet is a world with countless planes overlapping with each other. It's really not easy to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. There were too many planes. Saint Origin World was just one of the billions of planets, like a drop in the ocean. Oh right. I should use the immortal mark. The immortal mark was obtained from Saint Origin World. According to the trajectory of the immortal mark, I should be able to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Then Xianxia thought of the immortal mark. Xianxia's immortal mark fell on the Taiji diagram. The immortal mark turned into a jade-like light of the great Tao, hovering on the diagram. Xianxia quickly circulated the great divination art. The countless planets on the diagram rotated more violently, emitting their own colorful lights that were extremely beautiful. Suddenly, the immortal mark rushed towards one of the planets. Xianxia's eyes also fell on that planet. Previously, Xianxia had already made the immortal mark understand his intention. The immortal mark followed Xianxia's will and searched for the planet. The planet that it found was the place where he had left his qi. This is Saint Origin World, the place where I ascended. Xianxia's mood fluctuated greatly. Finally, he had found the location of Saint Origin World. Next, he would use the great divination art to calculate the situation of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Although it was impossible for him to calculate the exact situation of Saint Origin World, he could sense whether it was as stable as before. Xianxia circulated the great divination art to the extreme. His soul power fell on the position of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Immediately, a buzzing sound was heard. The planet was flickering and trembling as if it was being hit by some kind of force. Not good. Saint Origin World is in great turmoil. Xianxia stood up abruptly. His facial expression became incomparably solemn. After reaching the heavenly will realm, he could already predict a lot of things. The planet that represented Saint Origin World was shaking and flickering. It was enough to show that Saint Origin World was currently in great turmoil. How could Xianxia sit still when Saint Origin World was in danger? That was his hometown. Many important people were there. Chapter 1728. Given the Martial Saint dynasty's current development, it's impossible for them to find a major power that can compete with them. However, the current Saint Origin World is indeed in a state of turmoil. The great divination art won't be wrong. The current Saint Origin World is definitely not peaceful. Martial Saint dynasty is in danger. What should I do? Xianxia couldn't calm down at all. His hometown was in trouble and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He had always been a calm person, but right now he just couldn't remain calm. After all, this place was a completely different world from Saint Origin Realm. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could save Saint Origin Realm from this disaster. It would be great if I could return to Saint Origin World. Xianxia knitted his brows. Go back. Oh, it would be great if I could go back. Now that I have the great divination art, I can calculate the trajectory of the starry sky and find the way back. The immortal mark can deceive the heaven's secret, and the great void technique can allow me to walk through the spatial crevice freely. Perhaps I can really go back. Whatever it is, I have to give it a try even if I have to pay the price. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Not even an immortal sovereign could return to a lower plane like Saint Origin World from the immortal world. In the entire immortal world, perhaps only Jiang Qin had the ability to do so. Even a mighty immortal sovereign wouldn't dare to do such a thing because it was no different from courting death. Immortal sovereigns were powerful, but they were still within the law of the immortal world. Even if an immortal sovereign could find the coordinates of the starry sky and find the way back, the law of the heaven and earth was still there. Anyone who dared to challenge the heavenly Tao was destined to die. However, Jiang Qin had the most important part, the immortal mark. This immortal mark could seal the heaven's secret, preventing the heavenly Tao from discovering him. As long as he returned to Saint Origin World in a short period of time, he wouldn't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. The coordinates of the void, the space crevice, and the concealment of heaven's will. These were the three most basic conditions to return to the lower plane from the higher plane. None of them were missing. Since ancient times, no one had met these three conditions, not even the high and mighty great emperors. But now Jiang Qin had met these three conditions perfectly. The great divination art could help him find the void coordinates to go back, the great void art could help him not get lost in the cracks of space, and the immortal mark could deceive the heavenly secrets and escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore Jiang Qin made a very bold decision, which was to go home. The situation might be rather urgent, so Jiang Qin did not have much time to think or delay. He had to return as soon as possible. Under the control of Jiang Qin's will, the heavenly secret map suddenly enlarged. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin disappeared into the map along with the map. In the next moment, Jiang Qin reappeared in the endless starry sky. The heavenly secret map was right in front of his face. He had accurately located the coordinates of Saint Origin World and exerted all his strength to cast the Great Void technique. The immortal mark emitted a dark light that enveloped his body. In the starry sky, Jiang Qin was like a fish that had lost its way, shuttling back and forth, flying towards Saint Origin World. Saint Origin World. Billowing smoke filled the entire continent. The flames of war could be seen everywhere. The entire Saint Origin World seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented war. After hundreds of years of refinement, martial Saint Dynasty was undoubtedly the strongest power in Saint Origin World. Ever since Jiang Qin, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying figure in Saint Origin World. It's a pity that Jiang Qin is no longer here. Wu Lang also shook his head. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jun Tianqiu was terrifying. If they really fought, none of the great sages present could compete with Jun Tianqiu. At this time they couldn't help but recall the legendary figure of Saint Origin World. It was that figure who created martial Saint Dynasty and unified Saint Origin World. Now the appearance of Jun Tianqiu seemed to have changed the situation of Saint Origin World. Chapter 1729. All eyes in the palace fell on Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. Both of them were talented geniuses, and could be considered as the #1 experts in the martial Saint Dynasty. Even Wu Jiao and Yan Zhanyun weren't their match. Now, even these two strongest experts couldn't withstand a single strike from Jun Tianqiu. How are they going to fight the next battle? Emperor, that Jun Tianqiu is so powerful. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Someone shouted. He was a tall and burly man, and it was obvious that he was a hot-tempered man. It's impossible for us to sit here and wait for death. Brother Jiang Qin entrusted the entire dynasty to me. If the 1,000-year foundation of the martial Saint Dynasty is destroyed in my hands, even if I die, I won't have the face to meet my ancestors, and I won't be able to live up to Brother Jiang Qin's trust. All of a sudden Wu Jiao's aura became incomparably fierce. It was a determination to face death with equanimity. As the emperor, he had to live and die with the entire dynasty. Dad, don't think too much about it. 7 days later we'll just have a life and death struggle with Jun Tianqiu. Yu Zihan and I will go cultivate to recover from our injuries. At that time we'll join hands and fight Jun Tianqiu again. After saying that, Wu Lang stood up from his seat, and with a sway of his body he disappeared, followed by Yu Zihan. The departure of the two strongest experts of the martial Saint dynasty was a clear indication of their attitude. Everyone in the palace had a heavy heart. Now the martial Saint dynasty was facing its most critical moment. However, everyone knew very well that they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Surrendering was impossible, as the dignity of a dynasty wouldn't allow them to do so. Furthermore, according to Jun Tianchou's style, even if the people of the martial Saint dynasty surrendered, he would still kill a lot of them. Jun Tianchou was a bloodthirsty man, and the martial Saint dynasty was the target that he had always wanted to conquer and slaughter. He would never give them the chance to surrender. He wanted to see the martial Saint dynasty turn into a river of blood. Only then would he be satisfied and his desire to kill be satisfied. Everyone listen up. Deploy the grand formation at once to protect the foundation of the martial Saint dynasty. 7 days later we'll fight Jun Tianchou to the death. Wu Jiu's qi fluctuated. What would come would come. It was something that couldn't be avoided. When the time came they had to face it. Although the pressure from Jun Tianchou was tremendous, martial Saint dynasty wouldn't sit still and wait for death. There were still 7 days before Jun Tianchou's army would arrive. During these 7 days, martial Saint dynasty had to be fully prepared. After all, they were a major power that had ruled Saint Origin world for a long time. They had to show the bearing of a great dynasty. At this moment, Xianxia was still following the spatial coordinates of Saint Origin world with the Great Void technique. His speed had reached the extreme. He was like a speck of light flickering in the starry sky. Xianxia was incomparably anxious. Looking at the heavenly secret map, he knew that Saint Origin world was very close to Saint Origin world, but it was still too far for him to go there. Fortunately, Xianxia had mastered the Great Void technique, which could shorten the distance to the maximum. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be trapped in the spatial crevice and turbulence, never to return to Saint Origin world in the shortest time possible. I wonder what kind of situation martial Saint dynasty is facing. Before I left, I had already cleared all the obstacles for martial Saint dynasty. Saint Origin Palace has been destroyed and the devil race has been tamed by Yan. On this day, countless experts of the martial Saint dynasty appeared outside the martial Saint dynasty, including great saints and minor saints. All of them were waiting for Jun Tianchou's arrival. It could be seen that every expert of martial Saint dynasty had an incomparably unsightly face. Their mood was very depressed. It was a heaviness that came from the depth of their soul. Facing Jun Tianchou, who was like the sun in the midday sky, every one of them was under a lot of pressure. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang were standing at the forefront of martial Saint dynasty. Their qi was powerful and their cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After a few days of recuperation, the injuries that they had suffered during the battle with Jun Tianchou had fully recovered. However, their faces were still very solemn because they knew better than anyone else how terrifying the enemy they were going to face was. Hong Long. All of a sudden the sky exploded. Dark clouds pressed down. Terrifying qi waves rolled in the sky. Innumerable tyrannical qi began to spread. The whole Saint Origin world seemed to be welcoming the end of the world. Even if they were millions of miles away, they could still feel the tremendous pressure that made their soul shiver. In the sky, silhouettes descended continuously like meteors. Soon they appeared on the opposite side of martial Saint dynasty. There were more than 1,000 great saints and minor saints in total. Most of them were from the devil race. These devils were cruel and brutal by nature. Now that they had been subdued by Jun Tianchou, they had become powerful killing machines. Judging from their qi alone, Jun Tianchou's side had an overwhelming advantage over martial Saint dynasty. Sovereign King, please. A 9th grade Great Saint elder spoke loudly to the sky. When he mentioned the word, Sovereign King, his face was filled with respect. It was a kind of deep worship. A shadow walked out of the sky. Very quickly, the shadow became clear and solidified into a purple-clothed youth. The youth seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. His face was handsome and plump like jade. There was a rune brand in the center of his forehead. It was a mysterious ancient rune that added a sense of evilness to the youth. Greetings, Sovereign King. Countless great saints and minor saints bowed to the youth, calling him Sovereign King, as if he was a god sent by the heaven. The only thing they could do was to worship him. The youth was none other than Jun Tianchou, who had recently risen to prominence in Saint Origin World. His nickname was Sovereign King, the monarch of heaven and earth, the supreme king. Jun Tianqiu called himself the divine son of heaven and earth. He was extremely arrogant and never put anyone in his eyes. As soon as Jun Tianqiu appeared, his sharp eyes immediately fell on all the experts of Martial Saint Dynasty. After a quick glance, a smile was revealed at the corner of his mouth. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In his opinion, all of his opponents were meant to be trampled on and would eventually die. Jun Tianqiu, you and my Martial Saint Dynasty have always minded our own business. Why are you forcing my dynasty into a corner? If we really start a war, Saint Origin World will fall into turmoil and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It won't benefit either of us. Wuxia spoke loudly to Jun Tianqiu. Plunging the people into misery and suffering? What does that have to do with me? Jun Tianqiu will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Your Martial Saint Dynasty will naturally be destroyed. Only I, Jun Tianqiu, have the qualification to control the world. Your Martial Saint Dynasty doesn't deserve it," said Jun Tianqiu with a cold smile on his face. His eyes flickered with a red light. He was a bloodthirsty man and he didn't care about slaughtering innocent people. He only cared about his own pleasure. If he wanted to kill someone, someone had to die. The Martial Saint Dynasty was just a toy for him to toy with. The #1 expert in Saint Origin World? Jun Tianqiu, you will never be the #1 expert. In the history of Saint Origin World, there will always be a mountain above your head that you will never be able to surpass. Chapter 1730. Yuzihan's words made Jun Tianqiu's face turn gloomy in an instant, because he thought of a name that made him gnash his teeth even in his dreams. You mean that Xianxia? Humph. It's a pity that he didn't live in the same era as me. Otherwise, I would have killed him and created a legend that belongs to me. Jun Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Despite his arrogant tone, he had to admit that the legend of Xianxia was like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, making him breathless. Even though he was the strongest expert in Saint Origin World in the hearts of countless people, the true legend of Saint Origin World was still that white-clothed youth named Xianxia, not him. Annihilating Saint Origin Palace and killing immortals was a peerless act that no one could surpass. No matter how powerful Jun Tianqiu was, there were no immortals left in this world. If he couldn't kill immortals, he was destined to never surpass Xianxia. This was the most depressing thing for Jun Tianqiu and also the thing that he didn't want to mention the most, but he had to admit it. Even if he had annihilated Martial Saint Dynasty and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin World, he was destined to live under the shadow of that person. In the legendary history of Saint Origin World, he would always be ranked second. There was a name that was destined to be above him. Whether you admit it or not, his name is above yours. You should be glad that you didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have the chance to grow to where you are today. Wu Lang sneered. No one knew the terror of that person better than them. Today's Jun Tianqiu was at best at the same level as the Northern and Southern dynasties. Even if he was a little stronger than the Northern and Southern dynasties, the final outcome wouldn't change. If Xianxia didn't exist, the Northern and Southern dynasties were bound to grow to the same state as Jun Tianqiu today. Unfortunately, he met Xianxia, which doomed him to a tragedy ahead of time. Facts had proven that it was a terrible thing to live in the same era as Xianxia and become Xianxia's enemy. Therefore, it was Jun Tianqiu's great fortune that he didn't live in the same era as Xianxia. Haha, Wu Lang, Yuzihan, both of you are praising Xianxia like a god, but so what? Now that your Martial Saint Dynasty is at a critical moment of life and death, will Xianxia be able to save you? This world belongs to me, Jun Tianqiu, not to Xianxia. Xianxia is already a thing of the past. Jun Tianqiu burst into laughter. He didn't want to talk about Xianxia right now. He had come here today to destroy the Martial Saint Dynasty and fulfill his wish. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. Our Martial Saint Dynasty has never been afraid of anyone. Wu Lang's aura fluctuated. The two of you are merely my defeated opponents. What right do you have to clamor in front of me? Jun Tianqiu looked disdainfully at Wu Lang and Yuzihan, his eyes full of contempt. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. In his opinion, people like Wu Lang and Yuzihan weren't qualified to be his enemies. They weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance. Suddenly they drew their saint weapons and lunged at Jun Tianqiu with lightning speed. In the current Saint Origin world, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan represented the pinnacle of combat strength, the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Adding their innate talent, they basically couldn't find an opponent at the same level as them. However, everything changed when they encountered Jun Tianqiu. Their peak state would be destroyed in an instant. Two extremely terrifying combat swords pierced through the void and appeared in front of Jun Tianqiu. In the face of their powerful attacks, Jun Tianqiu didn't even budge. He casually stretched out both of his hands and stretched out 2 fingers. Clang. The scene seemed to have come to a standstill. The 2 peerless saint weapons were clamped by Jun Tianqiu's 2 fingers. Whoa. The crowd was in an uproar. No one could keep their calm anymore. Countless eyes fell upon the 3 of them. They were the pinnacle combat strength of Saint Origin world. Not only did they fail to cause any damage to Jun Tianqiu after using their peerless saint weapons, they were also clamped by Jun Tianqiu so easily. What? Yu Zihan exclaimed. His face was full of horror. This bastard is even stronger than before. We are no match for him. Wu Lang shook his head helplessly. He and Yu Zihan had already exerted their full strength, but the result was still the same. Their saint weapons were in Jun Tianqiu's fingers, and they couldn't move them no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even pull their swords out of Jun Tianqiu's hand. This made Wu Lang and Yu Zihan realize that they weren't on the same level. In the history of Saint Origin world, only Xianxia had such terrifying combat strength. Now that Xianxia wasn't here, no one was a match for Jun Tianqiu. Bang! A vast force suddenly surged out from Jun Tianqiu's fingers. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan couldn't withstand the force. They were sent flying hundreds of meters away like cannonballs before they could regain their balance. Their swords fell into Jun Tianqiu's hand. Jun Tianqiu threw them away like rubbish. He didn't even bother to look at them. His eyes were full of disgust. Wah! On the other side, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan were spurting out blood. Their bodies were severely injured. Their faces were pale, but compared to their injuries, the shock in their hearts was more terrifying. They couldn't imagine that Jun Tianqiu had become so powerful that no one in the entire Saint Origin world was a match for him. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance and saw the despair in each other's eyes. That's right, it was despair. This was an opponent that they couldn't deal with at all. They felt that even if all the 9th grade great saints of Martial Saint Dynasty joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Jun Tianqiu. They wouldn't even be able to stand a finger of Jun Tianqiu. If that was the case, then this war would be meaningless. The atmosphere on the side of Martial Saint Dynasty became incomparably oppressive. Jun Tianqiu's existence was like a giant mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jun Tianqiu glanced at Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. He stretched his arms and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. It's lonely to be an expert. It was the aura of a monarch who stood at the highest point, supreme and supreme. It was lonely at the top and lonely at the top. Jun Tianqiu did have the capital to be lonely. When a person couldn't even find an opponent, life seemed to have lost its meaning. Invincibility was such a lonely thing. Lord King, do you want to attack? An elder came to Jun Tianqiu and bowed. And kill them. There's no need for Martial Saint Dynasty to exist anymore. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. Destroying a dynasty wasn't enough to stir up his emotions. For him, destroying the Martial Saint Dynasty wasn't a challenge at all. Jun Tianqiu said it in a light tone. Kill. The 9th grade Great Saint Elder bellowed. Countless experts on the side of the Monarch King unleashed their powerful qi and killing intent, lunging crazily at the side of Martial Saint Dynasty. Kill. On the other side, Wu Jiu swung the Emperor's sword forward. The experts of Martial Saint Dynasty also unleashed their powerful qi. A battlefield broke out in an instant. The experts of both sides fought fiercely. This was the most tragic war in Saint Origin world. All the participants were saints. The battlefield was so vast that it almost covered half of Saint Origin world. This was a war of saints, a war that represented an era. Ever since Jiang Qin destroyed Saint Origin Palace, Saint Origin world had been shaken and the situation was about to change. Of course, this was based on the fact that Martial Saint Dynasty was destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. Honglong. This was a battle of life and death. Both sides were exerting their full strength. The devil race was the most ferocious. Originally they had a good relationship with Martial Saint Dynasty, but Jun Tianzhou had used some unknown means to completely subdue them and even change their belief. Jun Tianzhou was going to become the belief of the entire Saint Origin world. Although Jun Tianzhou didn't know what method he used, he had completely subdued them and even changed their belief. Jun Tianzhou stood at the highest point of the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking down at the extremely tragic battle below. Blood was splashing everywhere, but it couldn't arouse his excitement. The battle went on for an hour. It was still white-hot, but it was obvious that Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't hold on any longer. They began to retreat. There was already a gap between the strength of both sides. Coupled with the pressure from Jun Tianzhou, the experts of Martial Saint Dynasty were shrouded in a layer of shadow. They couldn't exert their combat strength to its peak. On the other hand, the enemies were roaring with vigor. Jun Tianzhou was like a god in their hearts. As long as Jun Tianzhou stood there, it was enough. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, who were severely injured, joined the battle as well. They had a clear view of the battlefield, and the despair in their hearts grew even greater. If this continued, the Martial Saint Dynasty would be destroyed today. Jun Tianzhou hadn't attacked yet, and once he lost his patience, it would be the end of the Martial Saint Dynasty. What should we do? The hearts of all the experts of Martial Saint Dynasty were filled with despair. They could no longer see any hope. Martial Saint Dynasty was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even resistance had become incomparably difficult. At this moment, in the turbulence of the starry sky, a light dot was approaching the planet of Saint Origin world at an extremely fast speed. That light dot was Xianxia. He's finally back. Chapter 1731. Arg. The battlefield was too tragic. Great saints were falling one after another. The void of Saint Origin world was completely torn apart. Millions of cultivators were hiding, not daring to come out. They didn't even have the qualification to watch such a battle. The morale of the people on Emperor's side was too high. Each of them exerted their strength to the limit. Martial Saint Dynasty was barely resisting and was losing ground, but as the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, none of them flinched. They would defend the dignity of the dynasty even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Arg! Yan Zhanyun suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest was slashed by his opponent. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood was gushing out crazily. The sword chi was still wreaking havoc in his body. Wuxia reacted quickly and pulled Yan Zhanyun back. This was Jiang Chen's father-in-law. If something bad happened to him, Wuxia wouldn't be able to explain it to Jiang Chen. Jun Tianzhou looked at the battlefield below, his face suddenly filled with irritation. Let's end this. An extremely violent murderous intent burst out of Jun Tianzhou's body. His chi had reached the extreme. This peerless figure who called himself emperor was finally going to take action personally. He wanted to end this war as soon as possible and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin world. Jun Tianzhou made a grabbing motion. His target was none other than Wuxia. The first person he wanted to kill was naturally the emperor of the Martial Saint Dynasty. No matter what, the emperor was the pillar of a dynasty. He was the soul, the spiritual sustenance. If he was killed, the dynasty would collapse by itself. Wuxia, who was fighting with all his might, suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. It was a dangerous aura that was enough to threaten his life. As a peerless great sage, he could still clearly foresee such danger. Wuxia's face darkened. He knew that Jun Tianzhou was going to attack him. The doomsday of Martial Saint Dynasty had finally come. Even if they had tried their best to resist, they still couldn't change the outcome. Dad. Seeing that Jun Tianzhou was going to attack his father, Wu Lang immediately stood in front of Wuxia. Go away. Wuxia pushed Wu Lang away with all his might. At this crucial moment, how could he allow his son to stand in front of him? If Wu Lang died, even if he lived, what was the point? The deep love between father and son is truly touching. Since that's the case, then you two shall depart together. Jun Tianzhou's black hair fluttered in the wind as killing intent burst out from his body. His terrifying palm was like a heaven-shaking barrier, sealing everything in its path. Then it shot towards Wuxia and Wu Lang. His attack had enveloped the father and son, intending to kill both of them. Once they died, the martial Saint dynasty would be finished. Boom. At this moment, Saint Origin World trembled all of a sudden. That's right, it was trembling. It was a very violent tremble. It wasn't just a local tremble, but the entire world was trembling. It was the trembling of the world barrier, as if the entire world was being attacked. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Nothing like this had ever happened in the history of Saint Origin World. One should know that every world had its own world law. The world law was the most stable thing in the world. Even a peerless great saint who had cultivated to the extreme wouldn't be able to cause a tremble in the world barrier. Zhou Xian's expression changed and he stopped what he was doing. It wasn't just him, the noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped, their expressions extremely unsightly. That tremble just now had caused their souls to tremble. Their entire bodies were under an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure was indescribable, but they couldn't move at all. What's going on? Why is the world shaking? I don't know. Could it be that some big shot has appeared? Impossible. We are the pinnacle existences of this world. How could there be any big shots? However, I feel an inexplicable pressure. Under this pressure, I feel an urge to worship the heavens. That's right. No one wasn't shocked. The entire world was still. Countless people looked up at the sky, wondering what was happening. Just as everyone was panicking, a figure appeared like a ghost, arriving above the battlefield. It was a young man in white robes. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sparkling and his face was handsome like a banished immortal. Just a glance from him could make the world stand still. The moment the young man appeared, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. Many great sages were shivering and had the urge to kneel down. Even Zhou Xian felt the same way at this moment. The other party just stood there without revealing his aura, but he gave them a feeling that they couldn't reach him. There was a terrifying power in this young man's body that they couldn't imagine. Xianxia. Xian'er. Your Majesty. Countless cries of surprise sounded out after the young man appeared. Wu Jiao, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. They had never thought that Xianxia would appear at this critical moment. It had been a few hundred years since they last saw each other, and these people couldn't help but tear up. They thought they would never have the chance to see Xianxia again in this lifetime, but now it was as if they were dreaming. No one dared to believe it. They felt like they were in a dream. It was impossible, but Xianxia had really appeared. He was the true legend of Saint Origin World. Xianxia. When the name spread, the faces of countless people on Zhou Xian's side turned even uglier. In the history of Saint Origin World, no one was unfamiliar with this legend. However, Xianxia had already ascended for hundreds of years. It was impossible for him to appear again. Brother Zhu, how have you been recently? Xianxia smiled at Wu Jiao. He tried his best to restrain himself from releasing his aura because he knew very well that even the slightest bit of his aura wouldn't be able to withstand it. The people in front of him wouldn't be able to either. Xianxia's eyes swept across many familiar faces. Finally, he was back. This was a heartwarming scene, a scene that Xianxia had dreamt of many times. Brother, you're really back? Wu Jiao still couldn't restrain his excitement, but at this moment he was also excited. His previously despairing mood had been completely relaxed. Xianxia had returned. The fate of Martial Saint Dynasty would be completely changed. No matter how strong Zhou Xian was, he wouldn't be able to compete with Xianxia. Wu Jiao was, after all, the emperor. His temperament was much better than ordinary people. He immediately told Xianxia everything that had happened through divine sense. Xianxia frowned and looked at Zhou Xian. I never thought that another peerless figure would emerge in Saint Origin World. Unfortunately, you have become my enemy. Xianxia said flatly. Zhou Xian raised his head and looked at Xianxia. Initially, he didn't dare to look at Xianxia in the eye, but the shadow of a meteorite seemed to have appeared in his eyes, making him fearless of Xianxia's pressure. You are the legendary Xianxia? Asked Zhou Xian. All these years he had been living under the shadow of Xianxia, feeling that all his light had been overshadowed by Xianxia. He felt that it was a pity that he couldn't live in the same era as Xianxia. He had never thought that he would be able to see Xianxia today. That's right, Zhou Xian. He is Xianxia. He is the true legend of Saint Origin World. With him around, you will never become the strongest in Saint Origin World. Zhou said loudly. It's over, it's over. Xianxia, that terrifying bastard, has returned. How is this possible? He has already ascended to the immortal world. How could he come back? How did he do it? It's too scary. Every glance of his is filled with the feeling of dominating the world. I don't even dare to look at his eyes, fearing that he will kill me with just a glance. That's right. It's just too scary. I'm a 9th grade great saint now, but all I want to do is to kneel and worship him. Zhou Xian's people were trembling in fear. They had never seen such a powerful person before. That kind of power had completely exceeded the concept of this world. Xianxia, you have already ascended to the immortal world, but you have violated the heavenly Tao and returned. You will suffer the heavenly punishment. Zhou Xian said loudly. Heavenly punishment? I am the heavenly punishment. Only I can punish you. Xianxia smiled faintly, but in his heart he was slightly surprised. This Zhou Xian didn't seem to be a simple person. He actually knew so much about the heavenly Tao. Xianxia, why are you so arrogant? You were born a few hundred years earlier than me. If we were in the same era, you wouldn't be able to reach your current height. You are destined to be my stepping stone. Even if you have returned now, I'm not afraid of you because you are restricted by the law of this world. You won't be able to exert the combat strength of an immortal. I'm going to fight you now to establish my position as the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. All of a sudden, Zhou Xian unleashed his powerful qi. The image of the meteorite in his eyes became clearer and clearer. It seemed to have given him great courage to fight Xianxia. The scene became restless once more. Even Wuxia and the others couldn't help but admire Zhou Xian. Sure enough, this bastard was the most arrogant of them all. He actually dared to challenge Xianxia, which was no different from courting death. You want to challenge me? Xianxia chuckled. He had long forgotten the feeling of being challenged by a great saint. No matter how arrogant and presumptuous Zhou Xian was, he was still just an ant in Xianxia's eyes. That's right. I want to challenge you. Given my current strength, I'm already invincible in Saint Origin World. Not even a 9th grade great saint can withstand a single strike from me. As long as I defeat you, I can break your legend and establish my own legend, becoming the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Chapter 1732. Looking at Zhou Xian's crazy look, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. A great saint was clamoring to challenge him. Xianxia suddenly felt that his level had been pulled down. Bang! Zhou Xian made a move. With a leap, a blood-red long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Xianxia, but the next moment, Zhou Xian let out a shrill scream. His whole body fell from the sky, lying on the ground like a dead dog. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. It was as if an incomparably huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making him unable to move at all. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Voila! The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them stared at Xianxia in the sky with horrified eyes. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia didn't move at all. It felt as if Zhou Xian had suddenly fallen from the sky. Xianxia didn't even look at Zhou Xian with his sharp eyes. However, everyone knew very well that it must be Xianxia's doing that Zhou Xian was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Otherwise, how could the mighty Zhou Xian fall from the sky by himself? This was too terrifying. Countless people were horrified. No one could imagine how powerful Xianxia was at this moment. They didn't have any concept of the high and mighty immortals. In their minds, Great Saint was the most powerful existence in this world. Zhou Xian had already reached the pinnacle of Great Saint realm. He was strong enough to fight an immortal. But now the terrifying Zhou Xian had encountered the legendary Xianxia. He wasn't even an ant and was completely crushed. Naturally, they didn't know that Xianxia's current cultivation base was a pinnacle figure even in the immortal world. An early immortal emperor like him was strong enough to kill an immortal venerable. The gap between a puny great saint and Zhou Xian couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Even if Xianxia couldn't exert his full strength due to the pressure of the world law, just a glance from him was enough to kill Zhou Xian hundreds of times. This was an irreparable gap. Frightening, truly frightening. As expected of a legendary figure. His fearsomeness is not something we can imagine. That is the power of a true immortal. The sovereign king is no match for it. The true legend of Saint Origin World. I never thought that he would return. Sovereign king is really unfortunate. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Such a scene was something that no one could have imagined. Jun Tianzhou lay on the ground, unable to move. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Heavens, what kind of power is this? The people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Most of the great saints and minor saints here had advanced in recent years, so they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. They had only seen Jiang Chen's portrait. What they knew more was Jun Tianzhou's combat strength. Now Jun Tianzhou had become a vulnerable ant in the hands of Jiang Chen. They couldn't imagine how strong Jiang Chen was now. Wu Lang, how terrifying do you think little Chenzi is now? Yu Zihan shrugged and said to Wu Lang with a smile. It's an extremely terrifying level. That level of cultivation is not something we can imagine. Wu Lang shook his head. He could only look up to Jiang Chen. Once upon a time, Jiang Chen was still a little genius who wasn't as good as him. Wu Lang had to step forward to resolve the crisis. But now the gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned at Jun Tianzhou. Jun Tianzhou flew up again and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Even a fool could see that it was Jiang Chen who controlled Jun Tianzhou's movement. Otherwise, Jun Tianzhou wouldn't have been able to move. Jiang Chen, aren't you affected by the heavenly Tao and the world law? Jun Tianzhou asked in horror. I don't need to use any energy to deal with you. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is nothing to me. Jiang Chen will break through the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Jiang Chen said faintly. He looked at Jun Tianzhou with great interest. He suddenly felt that this guy was more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. Unfortunately, this guy didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, he would be a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Jiang Chen, I'm the divine child of heaven and earth. Do you know what a divine child is? I'm the divine child. I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Jun Tianzhou laughed loudly. He didn't seem to know what fear was. In the face of great danger and pressure from Jiang Chen, he wasn't afraid at all. He could still maintain his arrogance. Is that so? Then let me tell you, in front of me, Jiang Chen, there's only one end for those who offend me, and that is death. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he no longer talked nonsense with Jun Tianzhou. In his opinion, he had seriously lowered his level by talking so much with a great sage-level character. Bang! As Jiang Chen's voice fell, Jun Tianzhou's body exploded, and then his whole person evaporated into nothingness. He died completely and disappeared from this world. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen stood there without moving. Jun Tianzhou was easily eliminated by Jiang Chen. He died without leaving any residue. It was as if this person had never appeared. However, at the moment of Jun Tianzhou's death, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. He was sure that Jun Tianzhou was completely dead, but Jun Tianzhou's words of divine child still made him very uncomfortable. Intuition told him that Jun Tianzhou didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. After the great divination art reached the heavenly Wu realm, Jiang Chen still believed in his intuition. Because such things had happened to the northern and southern dynasties. Is Jun Tianzhou also a clone of a great figure like the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Chen shook his head and denied this thought. Jun Tianzhou wasn't a clone at all, because the current Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to the previous Jiang Chen. Back then, Jiang Chen couldn't see through the truth of the northern and southern dynasties, but if Jiang Chen had his current cultivation base and eyesight, he would have been able to see through the northern and southern dynasties with a glance. However, he didn't sense any qi from Jun Tianzhou, and Jun Tianzhou was indeed dead. Jiang Chen could only feel that Jun Tianzhou wasn't an ordinary figure. After calming his mind, Jiang Chen stopped thinking about meaningless things. Jun Tianzhou's death was a fact. Since Saint Origin World was in such turmoil and he had coincidentally returned, he naturally had to unite Saint Origin World. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the group of devil experts. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Plop, plop, plop. With just a glance, all the devil experts knelt on the ground. Not just them, all the people who followed Jun Tianzhou knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. At this time, no one would think about ruling the world anymore. What was more important now was to stay alive. Jun Tianzhou was already dead, So how could they fight against Xianxia? The gap between them was just too huge. In their eyes, Xianxia was a god, an unreachable supreme existence. There was only one ending for them to fight against him: death. People of the devil race, Yen subdued all of you with the supreme devil wand. Instead of staying in the devil world obediently, you actually dared to come out and cause trouble. You even dared to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. It seems like there's no need for you to exist anymore. Xianxia said, Lung Lung. Great Immortal, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. Our devil race was only forced by Zhou Xian. We had no choice but to submit. That's right, Great Immortal. Zhou Xian forced us to do this. We had no other choice. As long as Great Immortal doesn't kill us, we will definitely hide in the devil world and swear never to come out again. If Great Immortal doesn't believe us, we can swear in the name of the devil race. The people of the devil race were all terrified. They were also afraid of death. Although the devil race was ferocious, in front of an unreachable heavenly deity, all resistance was futile. At this moment they could only beg for mercy. It's too late. Xianxia flicked his finger. Flames shot out from his finger like sharp swords. The flames turned into spiritual snakes and entered the bodies of the devil experts. Arg. The raging flames instantly engulfed the experts of the devil race. Along with miserable screams, all of them were burned to death. There's no need for the devil world to exist anymore. Xianxia stretched his hand into the void and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, a world fell into his palm. The world in his palm was the devil realm, a unique spatial zone that belonged to the devil race. Bang! Xianxia gently clenched his fist. The devil world shattered with a loud bang. All the devils inside died instantly. At this point, the devil race in Saint Origin world was completely annihilated. Not a single remnant was left. Xianxia knew very well that the devil race was rebellious and brutal, and it was impossible to tame them. In order to bring peace to the Saint Origin world and to stop the devil race from stirring up trouble, the best way was to destroy them, completely destroy them. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight of Xianxia's means. It was too terrifying. He could destroy a world effortlessly. Seemed like he could do it with just a thought. The devil race was completely annihilated. From now on, the devil race would never appear in Saint Origin world again. The remaining people on Zhou Xian's side crawled on the ground, trembling violently. They were completely dumbfounded by Xianxia's power. It was a terror that had completely exceeded the limit of human beings. They could do nothing but fear. On the other hand, the faces of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty were filled with excitement, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with extreme shock. They never dared to imagine that a man could be so powerful. Chapter 1733. Wuxia came to Xianxia's side, his heart surging with emotions. He knew his brother all too well. No matter how terrifying Xianxia's performance was, Wuxia wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. In his heart, Xianxia's existence was already a miracle. The miracles that Xianxia had created in Saint Origin world were just too many. Although Zhou Xian was terrifying, Wuxia had never compared Zhou Xian with Xianxia. In his point of view, the two of them were incomparable. Brother, what should we do with these people? asked Wuxia. Kill them all. Their hands are stained with the blood of Martial Saint Dynasty. Xianxia said lightly, sentencing all the great saints and minor saints to death with a single sentence. Please spare our lives, Great Immortal. We know our mistakes. We are willing to mend our ways and serve Martial Saint Dynasty from now on. Please don't kill us, Great Immortal. We really know our mistakes. Please spare our lives. All the experts prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping bitterly. Although they were the pinnacle existences in this world, true great saints, and their combined strength was unparalleled, they couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance after witnessing how Xianxia annihilated Zhou Xian and the devil race. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly. He stretched out a finger and pointed downwards. The bodies of all the great saints and minor saints exploded with a loud bang. All of them died tragically on the spot. Xianxia's face was expressionless and his eyes were devoid of emotion. This had always been his method of punishing his enemies. The immortal world was much crueler than Saint Origin world. Xianxia had experienced too much. He knew that in order to establish a foothold in this world and not worry about the future, one must be ruthless. Their hands were stained with the blood of the martial saint dynasty. Their deaths were for the sake of avenging those who had died in the martial saint dynasty. Furthermore, Xianxia knew very well that Wu Lang and Yu Zihan would soon ascend to the immortal world. At that time, the foundation of the martial saint dynasty would be weakened. If these people surrendered now, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't rebel in the future. They had all been instilled with different thoughts by Jun Tianqiu. This scene was witnessed by everyone from the martial saint dynasty. All of them felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. This was just too terrifying. Jiang Chen's ferocious methods were beyond their imagination. He killed all of his enemies with his bare hands. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to do it. Brother Jiu, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the reality. You don't have to feel pressured. If you fall into their hands, can you imagine what will happen to you? Jiang Chen patted Wu Jiu's shoulder, then strode towards Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang. Jiang Chen bowed deeply to Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang, then called out, "Father-in-law." In this world, there weren't many people who could make Jiang Chen bow to, and these two people in front of him were one of them. Good. Chen, well done. If it wasn't for you today, the martial saint dynasty would be finished. Yan Zhanyun pulled Jiang Chen's shoulder, unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. Father-in-law, you're injured. Jiang Chen struck out a stream of Wu's spiritual qi at Yan Zhanyun. Yan Zhanyun only felt a shiver in his body, but recovered immediately, returning to his peak state. Yan Zhanyun was shocked. Jiang Chen's means were really terrifying. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to grow, the Wu's spiritual qi became purer and more effective. Given his current immortal emperor cultivation base, it was effortless for him to heal the injuries of a great saint. Chen, tell us quickly. How are you two doing in the immortal world? Wu Tianyang asked excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Wu Tianyang was actually asking about Wu Ningzhu. After all, they had all ascended and Wu Ningzhu was his biggest concern. Father-in-law, don't worry. Sister Ning and little you are fine. With me around, you don't have to worry at all. This time I have divined that the martial saint dynasty is in trouble, so I broke through the heavenly secret and returned. However, given my current strength, I can't stay in Saint Origin world for long. I have to return as soon as possible. Now that Jun Tianqiu has been eliminated, the martial saint dynasty will be completely stable. Said Jiang Chen. Even though he had the immortal mark, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, he no longer belonged to Saint Origin world. He had completely separated himself from this world. This world wouldn't be able to withstand his pressure. Just a sneeze from him could shatter this world. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal mark, this world would have collapsed the moment he arrived. Brother, let's talk inside. Wu Jiu came to Jiang Chen's side. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing some familiar faces, Jiang Chen's heart finally felt at ease. In the grand ceremony of the imperial palace, some of the core members were sitting there. Naturally, Jiang Chen was sitting at the top. As long as he was present, Wu Jiu wouldn't dare to sit on this seat. Jiang Chen looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Where's my father?" When Jiang Chen was outside, he had been looking for Jiang Zhenhai's shadow but failed to find him. Now that all the core members had gathered here, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Chen heir, your father has already ascended 100 years ago." Yan Zhanyun said. "What? My father has ascended?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was something he hadn't expected. His father had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 years. According to the time law of the immortal world, Jiang Zhenhai had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 days. Jiang Chen had never felt his father's aura in the ethereal immortal domain. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He had always been in the eye of the storm. Jiang Zhenhai had just ascended not long ago, so his cultivation was probably still very weak. It was normal that Jiang Chen couldn't find him. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Jiang Zhenhai had ascended to the ethereal immortal domain. After all, there were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Where's Nan? Jiang Chen also didn't see Nangong Wentian. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. With Nangong Wentian's talent, he had already ascended. He had once tried to find Nangong Wentian in the immortal world but to no avail. Now that he didn't see Nangong Wentian here, his guess was confirmed. Nangong Wentian has already ascended. It seems like you guys haven't met him in the immortal world. Wuxia said. The immortal world is too big. It's beyond your imagination. Xianxia shook his head. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he get rid of the threat of martial Saint dynasty, he also got the news that Zhang Zhenhai and Nangong Wentian had ascended to the immortal world. Xianxia wasn't worried about Nangong Wentian at all. Nangong Wentian's talent was almost comparable to Han Yan's. Even in the immortal world, Nangong Wentian would live a good life. Zhang Zhenhai didn't have any great talent. In Saint Origin world, Zhang Zhenhai could be considered a tyrant, but in the immortal world he was just a small shrimp. Xianxia didn't plan to let Zhang Zhenhai ascend to the immortal world. In Xianxia's point of view, it was better for Zhang Zhenhai to stay in the mortal world. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. However, Xianxia understood that Zhang Zhenhai was worried about him. The reason why Zhang Zhenhai was so anxious to ascend to the immortal world was to be with him. But now Xianxia couldn't help but worry about Zhang Zhenhai. Zhang Zhenhai was his own father. If his father was wronged, Xianxia would definitely blame himself. No one knew the cruelty of the immortal world better than him. Perhaps in the eyes of Wu Jiao and the others, ascending to the immortal world was a supreme glory. They didn't know that they were nothing in the immortal world. There were many people who regretted their decision to ascend to the immortal world. Being a lowly ant in the immortal world was much better than living a free and unfettered life in the mortal world. Unfortunately, coming back down after ascending to the immortal world was just an extravagant hope. Little Chinzi, one day I will ascend to the immortal world as well. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. He didn't expect to be as powerful as Xianxia one day, but ascending to the immortal world was his life's biggest goal. Just like Wu Lang, he missed the days when he fought side by side with Xianxia. Xianxia patted Yu Zihan's shoulder and cheered him on. Xianxia didn't tell Yu Zihan how cruel the immortal world was. He didn't want to break a person's dream. Back in the day he was just like Yu Zihan, longing to ascend to the immortal world. Ascending to the immortal world was his life's goal and dream. Xianxia didn't have the right to take away Yu Zihan's dream. That night Xianxia, Yu Zihan, Wu Lang and the others drank and chatted merrily. It felt like they had found the feeling they had in the past. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang talked about many things that had happened in the past, and the sound of laughter filled the air. All the legends that Xianxia had created in the past were told to Yu Zihan with great familiarity, as if it had just happened yesterday. The next day Xianxia left. There was a statue in the martial Saint dynasty, the tallest statue in the world. This statue was of Xianxia, and he was worshipped by the descendants of the martial Saint dynasty. Before Xianxia left, he left a divine sense seed in the statue. This divine sense seed wouldn't disappear for millions of years, and it was enough to ensure the martial Saint dynasty's eternal peace. Xianxia took out the heavenly secret map and found the way back. After that he performed the Great Void technique and returned to the immortal world at top speed. His mind was filled with thoughts. Zhang Zhenhai's ascension had filled him with worry. Once he returned to the immortal world, the first thing he needed to do was to find Zhang Zhenhai. No matter which immortal realm Xianxia was in, Xianxia would find him and keep him by his side. Zhang Zhenhai was the most important person in his life. Chapter 1734. In the ethereal immortal domain, the major forces were as restless as ever. Some places were even in chaos. Corpse insect had been destroyed by Xianxia, but there were still some survivors. Now they had become stray dogs and were beaten wherever they went. Many forces that had been harmed by the corpse sect were searching everywhere for the remnants of the corpse sect. It seemed like they wanted to completely eliminate the corpse sect from the immortal world. This was also the corpse sect's own doing. They dug up corpses everywhere and didn't even let go of the ancestral graves of others, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be resentful. Countless people hated and feared this sect, but because the corpse sect was too tyrannical they had always been hiding. But now it was different. Xianxia had destroyed a major sect, which made countless people clap their hands in joy. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time was released in an instant, and all of it was vented on those who were still alive. It was undoubtedly a disaster for those disciples who were struggling at death's door. They had escaped from a disaster and then fell into another disaster. From the point of view of Corpsine sect, Xianxia was undoubtedly a great hero. He had done an earth-shattering and good deed. Many people were grateful to Xianxia. Countless young people regarded Xianxia as their idol, but no one could stand up to help Xianxia's current situation. The people that Xianxia had offended were too powerful. Not to mention the 3 immortal courts, just those major forces alone were enough to make him suffer. On the second morning after Xianxia's departure, a genius from the immortal court arrived and threatened to kill Xianxia. Taking into account the fact that the time law of the immortal world was different from that of Saint Origin world and the distance in the starry sky, Xianxia would only need half a day to settle his matters in Saint Origin world. Even if he wasn't in a hurry to return, he would be able to return tomorrow. After the outcome of the negotiation, everyone was waiting for the geniuses of the immortal court to appear. It was bound to be a big show. The fact didn't disappoint them. A genius named Tianyu was the first to appear. It was said that he was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He had entered the immortal court to cultivate with his supreme aptitude. Now that he had returned to Heavenly Jade Dynasty, he issued a life and death challenge to Xianxia. The news that Tianyu of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was going to challenge Xianxia to a life and death battle spread across the entire East Xuanyu like a whirlwind. The mountain immediately became the focus of attention. Many people had already begun to fly towards the mountain after receiving the news. The battle between the monstrous geniuses of the young generation was bound to be incomparably exciting. No one wanted to miss it. It seems like the geniuses of the immortal court can't wait any longer. They have appeared so soon. That's for sure. If the geniuses of the immortal court still don't show up, wouldn't it mean that Xianxia's reputation is above them? That means that they are afraid of Xianxia. What kind of existence is the immortal court? It's a supreme existence. No one has ever dared to challenge the immortal court. Plus, those geniuses who could cultivate in the immortal court are all incomparably terrifying figures. They are proud and arrogant. How could they allow Xianxia to be so arrogant and despotic? Furthermore, many of these geniuses were originally from the major powers. Now that Xianxia has killed so many of their geniuses, it's only natural that they would be incomparably furious. I heard that this Tianyu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. He won't be easy to deal with. Do you think Xianxia can handle him? If Xianxia had the Sun Divine Feather in the past, he would naturally be able to kill Tianyu in a split second, but it's not necessarily the case now. Xianxia is merely an early immortal emperor, which is 3 levels lower than Tianyu. Although Xianxia has extraordinary talent, Tianyu is also a genius among geniuses. In a real fight, ordinary early immortal venerables aren't a match for him. I'm afraid that Xianxia won't be able to defeat him. That's hard to say. I heard that Xianxia is also incomparably heaven-defying. Although he's only an early immortal emperor, he still can't be underestimated. Otherwise, Xiao Wangqing wouldn't give him the chance to fight the geniuses of the immortal court. I guess there will be a fierce battle in the mountain tomorrow. It's hard to tell who will win. That's right. Whether Xianxia is qualified to fight the geniuses of the immortal world will be revealed tomorrow. This life and death battle had attracted the attention of the entire immortal domain. Not just East Xuanyu but the entire ethereal immortal domain. Although Xianxia had wreaked havoc in the immortal world and killed a large number of experts, that was because he had the Sun Divine Feather. Now that Xianxia had lost the Sun Divine Feather, no one knew how powerful he was. However, most of them weren't optimistic about Xianxia's chances against the geniuses of the immortal court. After all, the gap between the two geniuses wasn't small. The 10,000 Zhang Mountain was a very symbolic mountain in East Xuanyu. Generally, if a big shot wanted to fight a battle, they would choose this place. For a long time, the 10,000 Zhang Mountain had become an important venue for many battles. As soon as the name of the mountain was mentioned, people would know that there was going to be a battle. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news that Xianxia was going to challenge Xianxia, Yang Bufan came to the place where Tianyu was. He wanted to discuss with Xianxia and tell Xianxia about Tianyu, but found that Xianxia had already disappeared. Where did little Qinzi go? Yang Bufan frowned. According to Xianxia's usual style of doing things, he wouldn't leave at such a critical moment. After all, fighting against the geniuses of the immortal court was something that Xianxia had always been looking forward to. A day passed very quickly, but Xianxia still hadn't appeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Even Yang Yu was dispatched, but he couldn't sense any qi of Xianxia. In other words, Xianxia had already left Genius Prefecture. No one knew where he had gone. What the hell? Xianxia just had to disappear at this time. Now the 10,000 Zhang mountain is already crowded with people. That kid Tianyu has also arrived. All eyes are waiting for this battle. If Xianxia doesn't appear, he will become a laughing stock. In that case, Senior Zhao's negotiation will be meaningless. Yang Yu said with a frown. Your Majesty, can you find the trace of Xianxia? Dongfang Yu said. Find? How? That kid knows the Great Void technique. If he hides, let alone me, even the old emperor won't be able to find him. Yang Yu said gloomily. Oh father. I know little Qinzi very well. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. I dare say that Xianxia doesn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes. I know his ability too well. If I'm not mistaken, something must have happened to little Qinzi. Let's go to 10,000 Zhang Mountain and have a look. I'm sure that as long as Xianxia hears the news of Tianyu's challenge, he will certainly show up. Yang Bufan spoke. His confidence in Xianxia was unimaginable. He knew Xianxia's scariness better than anyone else. A half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu wasn't enough to pose a threat to Xianxia, let alone make Xianxia flee. As a matter of fact, Xianxia had never been afraid of a battle. Let's go and have a look first. I hope that Xianxia will show up in time. Yang Yu nodded. He was also very confident in Xianxia. He felt that Xianxia must have something to do by leaving so suddenly. A mere Tianyu wasn't enough to make Xianxia retreat. This battle was highly anticipated by everyone. Even a big shot like Yang Yu had to pay attention to it. Of course, Yang Yu had his own purpose for going there because the experts of the enemy forces would certainly show up. At that time, Yang Yu would be able to support Xianxia. The 10,000 Zhang mountain was already crowded with people. Clouds and mist drifted above the mountain, making it look like a fairyland. The sun was shining brightly today. It seemed like a good day to do anything, including the battle. On top of the mountain, amidst the clouds and mist, a young man was standing against the wind. He was clad in a white feather robe. His blue hair was very eye-catching. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. There was a heroic spirit between his brows. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among men. More importantly, his cultivation base. Just by standing there without emitting any qi, he gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. His high and mighty demeanor and arrogance made people feel that only such a figure was worthy to be a genius of the immortal court. He's Tianyu. Sure enough, he looks extraordinary. He's a dragon among men. That's right. Although he only seems to be a half-step immortal venerable, I can imagine that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning against him. One should know that the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable isn't small. This is the advantage of geniuses. They always have something that surpasses ordinary people. This is the peerless genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that he has returned, he wants to avenge those who died in Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Plus, Xianxia's reputation is too great now. Whoever kills Xianxia will become famous in the immortal world. Tianyu naturally won't let go of such a great opportunity. Countless gazes landed on Tianyu, causing him to become the focal point. He stood there like a star, attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people. Did you see that? This is the true genius of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. A puny Xianxia can't be compared to him. If Xianxia dares to show up, he will die in Tianyu's hands. That's right. That Xianxia is so arrogant because of the Sun Divine Feather. Now that the Sun Divine Feather has been taken away by Shao Wangqing, how can he fight brother Tianyu? The two of them aren't on the same level. Xianxia hasn't shown up yet. I think he probably doesn't dare to come. Ridiculous. Chapter 1735. To the young disciples of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, it could be said that they had been living under the shadow and pressure of Xianxia during this period of time, especially those geniuses who had entered the Golden Horizon. They had infinite fear of Jiang Chen. It wasn't until the appearance of Tianyu that they felt emboldened and could bring out the pride of a great dynasty and a major power. In their minds, as long as Jiang Chen lost the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be scary anymore. He would just be a monstrous early immortal emperor genius. They admitted that Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, but at the same time, there was an insurmountable gap between Jiang Chen and Tianyu. This meant that Jiang Chen was no match for Tianyu. Once the battle started, Jiang Chen was destined to die tragically in Tianyu's hands. The scene was grand. After all, Tianyu was a genius of the immortal court. Every time he came out, he would represent the shadow of the immortal court, attracting the attention of all. Plus, this battle was symbolic. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Chen had relied on the Sun Divine Feather to sweep across the world and stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. But now it was different. Xiao Wangqing had taken away Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather, which meant that Jiang Chen had lost his greatest reliance. Given his early immortal emperor cultivation base, he would no longer be able to stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. Therefore, the battle between Tianyu and Jiang Chen was very symbolic. Time was ticking away. Many people were getting impatient from the wait, but Jiang Chen still hadn't shown up. Not even a shadow could be found. What's going on? Could it be that this Jiang Chen is really afraid? This doesn't seem like his style. It's hard to say. After all, he has lost the Sun Divine Feather. It's normal for him to be afraid. It's just that we have been waiting here for so long. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up in the end, won't we be fooled? What the hell is he doing? If Jiang Chen doesn't show up, he will lose a lot of face. Tianyu will have something to brag about in the future. The famous Jiang Chen doesn't even have the courage to fight against Tianyu. Doesn't this make Tianyu famous in vain? They had waited for too long. It had been 2 hours since Tianyu had appeared. The sun was already hanging high in the sky. Many people felt that Jiang Chen would not appear again. Some scolded Jiang Chen for being a coward, while some shook their heads and lamented that it was a pity. They originally thought that it would be a peerless peak battle. Would it end just because Jiang Chen did not appear? Tianyu had a smile on his face. Although he had been waiting for 2 hours, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked even more proud. If Jiang Chen didn't dare to show up, it could only mean that Jiang Chen was afraid of him. This also proved that Tianyu's deterrence was extremely strong. The famous Jiang Chen didn't even have the courage to fight against him. How awesome was Tianyu? What's going on? What the hell is Jiang Chen doing? Still not coming? Dongfang, you couldn't stand it anymore. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up today, his reputation will be completely ruined. Yang Yu's face was extremely unsightly. As a matter of fact, today's battle wasn't just a personal battle between Jiang Chen and Tianyu. In a sense, it had also involved Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Qian Empire. Everyone in the immortal world knew that Jiang Chen was from Great Qian Empire. If Jiang Chen didn't show up, Heavenly Jade Dynasty would have the capital to ridicule Great Qian Empire in the future. This was something that Yang Yu didn't want to see. Let's wait and see. I believe little Chenzi will come, said Yang Bufan. His heart had begun to beat like a drum. He wouldn't believe that Jiang Chen had fled out of fear, but Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. It was very likely that he had encountered something important and had gone to deal with it. Another half an hour had passed, but Jiang Chen still hadn't shown up. The scene had become restless. Many of them began to curse, especially the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Their curses were the most brutal, and the language they used was unbearable. Haha. That little beast Jiang Chen finally knows fear. He knows how powerful our brother Tianyu is. He's so scared that he's like a turtle hiding in its shell. He doesn't even dare to show up. That's right. Don't boast about Jiang Chen anymore. He's just a coward who relied on the Sun Divine Feather to stand out. Now that he has lost the Sun Divine Feather, he has gone into hiding. And you people of Great Qian Empire, stay away from our Heavenly Jade Dynasty in the future. Be like Jiang Chen and walk with your tail between your legs. Haha. The people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were too arrogant, but judging from the current situation, they did have the capital to be arrogant. After all, Jiang Chen hadn't appeared yet. Many people of Great Qian Empire had also arrived. Each and every one of them was enraged, but they couldn't say a word. Unless Jiang Chen appeared at this time, they could only accept the taunts and swallow their anger. Is that so? As soon as these taunts subsided, A cold voice suddenly sounded from the void. The next moment, a white-robed youth walked out. As if he was taking a stroll in the garden, he directly ascended the mountain. Xianxia. The people of the Great Qian Empire exclaimed in surprise when they saw the person who had come. Yang Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This little ancestor had finally appeared. If he still didn't appear, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. He's here. Xianxia has appeared. I told you that he wouldn't be a turtle hiding in its shell. That's right. According to Xianxia's previous style of action, a mere Tianyu isn't enough to make him flee. Good. A good show is about to begin. We didn't come in vain today. The sudden appearance of Xianxia immediately set off a storm. Everyone was excited. Such a scene made Tianyu's face extremely unsightly. Putting everything else aside, the agitation caused by Xianxia's appearance had made him extremely uncomfortable. This made him understand that Xianxia's reputation was much greater than his. All the anticipation of this battle was on Xianxia, not him. Xianxia looked at the group of Heavenly Jade Dynasty's disciples who had ridiculed Great Qian Empire and said coldly, "It seems like you have forgotten the scene of you fleeing from the Golden Horizon. You can only talk about me behind my back. Now that I, Xianxia, am standing here, who dares to say a word? Just a bunch of scoundrels. The reason why I, Xianxia, am late is that Tianyu isn't worthy of my attention. I have already given you enough face by appearing here." Chapter 1736. They wanted to refute but couldn't find a reason, especially those who had come out of Golden Horizon. They would never forget the fact that they were killed by Xianxia like stray dogs. In front of Xianxia, they didn't even have the capital to be arrogant. Haha. People of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, weren't you guys very arrogant just now? Why aren't you jumping around now? You two are nothing in front of Senior Brother Jiang. I won't forget how you were killed by Senior Brother Jiang in Golden Horizon. Do you want me to describe it to you bit by bit? A bunch of cowards who only know how to gossip behind one's back. In front of Xianxia, they are nothing but clowns. Have you all heard it clearly? Senior Brother Jiang has given face to your big brother Tianyu by coming here. A mere Tianyu isn't worthy to be Senior Brother Jiang's opponent. Now it was the people of Great Qian Empire's turn to mock and ridicule. All their resentment was vented in an instant, which made them feel incomparably comfortable. Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu had a smile on their faces, secretly giving a thumbs up to Xianxia. They liked such a young man no matter how they looked at him. He was so arrogant that it made them exclaim in admiration. He had already choked the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty with just a few words. Moreover, look at his bearing and domineering manner. Putting aside the result of the battle with Tianyu, his momentum alone had already overshadowed the opponents. On the top of the mountain, Tianyu's face was incomparably gloomy. The first time he met Xianxia, the latter had given him a show of strength. What infuriated him even more was that Xianxia had said that he wasn't worthy to challenge him in front of thousands of people. This was a great humiliation to him. As a genius of immortal court, nothing was more important than dignity and face. How could he stand losing his dignity after the appearance of Xianxia? "You're Xianxia?" Ling Tianyu spoke. Xianxia stood opposite Tianyu with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Peak of half-step immortal venerable. You are indeed much stronger than Zhang Yulong, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me," Xianxia said in a regretful tone, which undoubtedly stimulated Tianyu's self-esteem even more. "Humph. Xianxia, you're insane. How dare you go against the immortal court? Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough. You've killed so many people of my Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Today I, Tianyu, will avenge them by killing you." Tianyu harumphed coldly. A murderous aura burst out from his body like a surging tide, startling the crowd. The geniuses of the immortal court were indeed extraordinary. It was quite an eye-opener to witness a battle between peerless geniuses. Boom! Xianxia's chi fluctuated. Without wasting any time, he turned into his half-dragon form. Given his current strength, he still needed to use his most powerful attack to fight Tianyu. After all, Tianyu wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. Even an early immortal venerable was no match for him. If it was before, Xianxia would have no choice but to run away when he encountered such a genius. But it was completely different now. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Adding the slaughter dragon seal and the great divination art that had reached the heavenly wool realm, Tianyu couldn't pose any threat to him at all. Cut the crap. Let's fight. Let me see how strong the geniuses of the immortal court are. Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He was going to let Tianyu attack first. He wanted to see how terrifying the heavenly wool realm was, and if it was really able to summon the opponent's combat technique. Humph. Tianyu harumphed coldly. All of a sudden he struck out a huge palm at Jiang Chen. The attack was earth-shattering. The void above the 30,000-meter mountain was torn apart. The terrifying palm arrived above Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye. The power of this attack was truly astounding. Any ordinary expert would have been smashed into powder by this attack. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. He struck out the true dragon palm. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw collided with Tianyu's palm. Hung long. The heavens and earth shook. The void was torn into pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had created a separate battlefield in advance, the aftermath of this attack alone was enough to destroy the 30,000-meter mountain. In this collision, the two of them stood in place without moving at all. Just from the surface, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. What? But even so, it was enough to stun Tianyu. His facial expression turned ugly all of a sudden. He looked at Jiang Chen with incomparable astonishment, eyes full of disbelief. One should know that there was a gap of 3 grades between him and Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, he had lost the battle if they were evenly matched. Jiang Chen is truly powerful. He's worthy of being the #1 monstrous genius in the immortal world. Isn't he a little too terrifying? Despite only having an early immortal emperor cultivation base, he's actually on par with a half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It seems like Jiang Chen's power isn't just because of the sun divine feather, but also because of his heaven-defying ability. Of course. Isn't that obvious? If Jiang Chen isn't a genius with great luck, how could he control the sun divine feather? However, this is just a probing attack. It's still uncertain who will win. After all, Tianyu is a supreme expert of the immortal court with extremely powerful means. I still think that he is stronger than Jiang Chen. No one wasn't shocked. The first clash had already caused an uproar. In the entire immortal world, how many early immortal emperors could fight a half-step immortal venerable? Moreover, this was a half-step immortal venerable genius of the immortal court whose combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early immortal emperor. They were afraid that Jiang Chen was the only one who could do it. This kid is getting more and more terrifying. Yang Yu was incomparably surprised. After all, Jiang Chen had lost the sun divine feather. At the beginning he was somewhat worried about Tianyu, but now it seemed that his worry was completely unnecessary. In the sky above, Tianyu no longer underestimated Jiang Chen, and began to prepare his real killer move. Through the collision just now, he understood that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen if he didn't go all out today. Jiang Chen, that was just a probing attack. Next, I'm going to use my killer move to make you die a graveless death. Tianyu spoke viciously. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste time with Tianyu. Chapter 1737. Tianyu's eyes were as sharp as blades. He stretched out both of his palms. Golden light flickered in his palms. Then the golden light spread and covered his palms. His fingers were twitching violently. Each golden light was like an ice-cold sword. Astral Qi. Jiang Chen's eyes quivered. He could immediately tell that the golden light in Tianyu's palms wasn't ordinary. It was the strongest astral Qi in the heavens and earth. It was extremely sharp. Once it was combined with a powerful combat skill, its power would be unimaginable. It was even more powerful than an immortal weapon. One had to admit that Tianyu had the qualifications to be arrogant despite his arrogance. Just this heavenly astral Qi alone was enough to show disdain to the younger generation. Look, brother Tianyu is going to use the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Amazing. This is brother Tianyu's unique skill. I heard that he has already cultivated the 9th slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. It said that he has already cultivated it to the most terrifying 9th slash. Its destructive power is unimaginable. A single strand of heavenly astral chi is enough to sever all space. That's right. The 9 heavenly astral slashes has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous, especially the last slash. Once it is used, it will be unfathomable. This is Brother Tianyu's trump card. I never thought that he would use it in the first round. It seems that Xianxia has angered Brother Tianyu. He's going to kill Xianxia with a single strike. That's for sure. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, Brother Tianyu is a man of status. It would be too shameful if he tangled with a puny Xianxia for too long. That's why Brother Tianyu is going to use his ultimate move to kill Xianxia to establish his dignity and strengthen the prestige of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were thrilled to see Tianyu using his unique skill. The legendary 9 heavenly astral slashes was Tianyu's unique combat skill. Its power was unimaginable. They were very confident that as long as Tianyu used this ultimate move, he would be able to kill Xianxia and make Xianxia die a graveless death. Of course, this was only their ideal. If Xianxia was that easy to kill, he would have already died hundreds of times. The experts of Great Qin Empire had a slight change in their facial expression. They could see that Tianyu's next attack would be incomparably terrifying. Although they were still very confident in Xianxia, they were still a little worried. Xianxia, if you can survive my 9 heavenly astral slash, Tianyu will spare your life today. Tianyu spoke. He was incomparably confident in his 9 heavenly astral slashes. In his point of view, no matter how heaven-defying Xianxia was, he was just a puny early immortal emperor. It was impossible for Xianxia to survive his 9 heavenly astral slashes. I told you talk too much nonsense. Xianxia shook his head. Immediately, a diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a huge Taiji diagram that was constantly rotating. Xianxia wanted to test the power of the great divination art. He wanted to see if he could use the Taiji diagram to completely imprint Tianyu's 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. It was the most perfect kind of imprint. It wasn't just the same move, but also the cultivation method of the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. Shua. Tianyu made his move. It was a very simple movement. He slashed forward with one hand. It looked like a hand blade, but in Xianxia's eyes, it looked completely different. It was an incomparably abstruse attack. It looked simple, but in fact it had a complicated trajectory. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. He cast the great divination art to the extreme. The Taiji diagram began to rotate violently. On the Taiji diagram, complex imprints began to form. Eventually, these imprints turned into a hand blade. A brilliant blade light emerged in the center of the Taiji diagram. From the moment Tianyu made his move to the moment he slashed out the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes, the Taiji diagram had already fully evolved the first slash in such a short period of time. Moreover, the trajectory of evolution was very clear. That trajectory was the true cultivation method. What the fuck? Xianxia couldn't help but curse. He was too excited. After the great divination art reached the heavenly will realm, it had formed a Taiji diagram. Before he used it, he had never thought that the Taiji diagram would be so heaven-defying. Of course, Xianxia understood that this was because the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes was relatively simple. That was why it could be evolved so quickly. If it was a more complicated combat skill, it wouldn't be so easy. Even so, this situation was shocking enough. What was truly terrifying was not just the rapid evolution. This was because the Taiji diagram was connected to Xianxia's life. It could be said that the Taiji diagram only appeared because Xianxia had comprehended the heavenly will realm. In other words, the Taiji diagram was Xianxia's private product. Therefore, whatever evolved from the Taiji diagram would immediately enter Xianxia's mind. Xianxia could use it at any time. You can't imagine such a scene. When an amazing enemy with an amazing battle skill, moreover, it was his own unique battle skill, it was unparalleled in the world. Under such circumstances, when he was full of confidence in fighting with you, he suddenly found out that you could also use the same battle skill. That kind of scene for the opponent would be a huge blow. It was certain that it would affect the mind. In a battle between experts, the mind was undoubtedly the most important. Once the mind was in chaos, it basically meant that one would lose. How? The first slash displayed by Tianyu carried an incomparably terrifying heavenly astral chi that seemed to be able to cut the entire world in half. It let out a soaring roar and arrived above Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye. Tianyu sneered. He wanted to see what means Jiang Chen would use to deal with his 9 heavenly astral slashes. Swish. Jiang Chen also moved. He imitated Tianyu's action and stretched out his palm. With the same action he slashed forward with his hand. The terrifying heavenly astral chi instantly spread out. The exact same attack and the exact same heavenly astral chi collided with each other. Bumble. The void was completely shattered. The 2 heavenly astral chi collided with each other and finally collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind a tragic battlefield. No, this is impossible. Tianyu jumped up directly. He seemed to be greatly stimulated, as if someone had stepped on his tail. His expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Such a scene was simply absurd to him. What happened? What was that just now? Did you see it clearly? It seems to be the 9 heavenly astral slashes too, right? It's exactly the same. Impossible. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is Tianyu's unique combat skill. How could Jiang Chen display it? Damn, I must be dazzled. But Jiang Chen's action just now is exactly the same as Tianyu's attack. I really can't find any difference. How could this be? Abnormal. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal. He seems to be able to use some kind of terrifying secret art to simulate the opponent's technique, and then use the exact same combat technique. My God, this is unbelievable. I hope this is just a coincidence. Otherwise, such an ability is just too abnormal. That's right. Jiang Chen is too abnormal. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. No one wasn't shocked. When they recalled the scene just now, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. This kind of shock was much greater than when Jiang Chen defeated Tianyu. Tianyu's mood changed too much. He still couldn't accept this reality. Even if Jiang Chen used his most powerful combat skill to destroy his attack, he wouldn't be afraid at all because he still had an even more terrifying move to display. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen used the exact same combat technique as him, the same 9 heavenly astral slash. More importantly, Tianyu could clearly see that Jiang Chen's 9 heavenly astral slash was exactly the same as his. Even the trajectory was the same. How could this be? I'm the only one in the entire immortal world who can display the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Jiang Chen definitely can't. Could it be that he learned it when I displayed it? Thinking of this, Tianyu's expression turned even more unsightly. If his guess was correct, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Learning the 9 heavenly astral slashes in 1 second? Wasn't this nonsense? Given his talent, he had spent a lot of time and effort to cultivate the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Chapter 1738. The Tai Chi diagram in his sea of consciousness circulated more and more violently. The imprint of the 9 heavenly astral slashes on it was incomparably clear. It was like a trace of the great Tao that was imprinted in Jiang Chen's sea of consciousness. The great divination art is truly terrifying. The Tai Chi diagram manipulates the heavenly tribulation and can engrave the trajectory of the opponent's battle technique. Moreover, as my cultivation base continues to improve and my comprehension of the great divination art continues to increase, the Tai Chi diagram will be able to materialize. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to use it as an immortal weapon. Jiang Chen was currently in an incomparably good mood. The great divination art had brought him a huge surprise. The first time they fought, it had already made his opponent flustered and gained unimaginable benefits. The Tai Chi diagram was only an illusory diagram right now, but as the great divination art continued to improve and develop, it would definitely become more and more powerful. At that time, it might even materialize and become a terrifying immortal weapon, just like the Heavenly Saint Sword, which would become his natal magic treasure. Only the last realm of the great divination art, the heavenly divination realm, was something that Jiang Chen didn't dare to think about. It all depended on luck. Jiang Chen was already incomparably satisfied to be able to cultivate to the heavenly will realm. The path of cultivation also required one's temperament. Some things couldn't be forced. Sometimes it was very important to maintain a calm state of mind. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is only so. Zhang Chen said indifferently. This simple sentence undoubtedly stung Tianyu's self-esteem once more. He had the urge to cough up blood. The 9 heavenly astral slashes was his unique battle technique. It was the technique he was most proud of, but now it was looked down upon by his opponent. What made Tianyu even more depressed was that Zhang Chen didn't use any of his trump cards even though he had already used his unique battle technique. All Zhang Chen did was use the same move as him to destroy his attack. Damn it. I don't believe you're really that powerful to be able to materialize my 9 heavenly astral slashes. Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. Then his aura became even more intense and the astral energy between his palms became even more dazzling. They were like terrifying blades that collided with each other, creating clanging sounds. It was as if they were smashing iron, causing sparks to appear in the air. Second slash. Tianyu shouted and slashed out with the second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. The terrifying astral chi turned into 2 heavenly sabers and slashed at Zhang Chen with unstoppable momentum. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The instant Tianyu made his move, an imprint appeared on the Taiji diagram. The same saber light appeared once again. As the Taiji diagram circulated faster and faster, the opponent's combat technique also became faster and faster. It was practically an instant. Hualai Zhang Chen's palms slashed forward, unleashing the second slash of the heavenly astral 9 slashes. Just like before, the heavenly astral saber light collided with each other, tearing the void apart as a terrifying destructive power filled the air. No! Tianyu roared. He felt like he was going crazy. His mind was in a mess. Zhang Chen's heaven-defying means had completely affected his mind. He simply couldn't accept this reality. It was exactly the same as before. It was the same 9 heavenly astral slashes. It was exactly the same scene as before. If the first time was an accident, it was absolutely impossible for the same accident to happen twice in a row. My God, are you sure I'm not seeing things? The second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slash that Zhang Chen used just now was exactly the same as the first slash. There was no difference between it and Tianyu's attack, as if it was made from the same mold. How can he be so abnormal? If this situation continues, I'm afraid that Tianyu is going to be defeated today. It's not afraid. I think it's certain. Haven't you noticed that Tianyu's mind has been completely affected by Zhang Chen's actions? I'm afraid that he can't exert his full combat strength anymore. And Zhang Chen hasn't shown his strength yet. This is too terrifying. No one wasn't shocked. This was absolutely not a coincidence. It could only mean that Zhang Chen's means were too terrifying. On the side of Great Qin Empire, Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu were also horrified. Even Yang Bufan didn't know when did Zhang Chen have such a terrifying means. When did little Chenzi learn such a secret art? This is too terrifying. Yang Bufan sighed. Although he had seen many miracles of Zhang Chen's actions today still caught him off guard. Tianyu is finished. Yang Yu said with a smile. Dongfang Yu beside him also had a smile on his face. With their eyesight they could naturally see through the current situation. Tianyu's mind was in a mess and was no longer suitable for combat. Moreover, his experience was completely different from Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen often rolled between life and death. Whether it was temperament or combat experience, he was miles ahead of Tianyu. Zhang Chen, this is impossible. I'm going to display all the remaining attacks of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. I'd like to see if you can still display them. Tianyu was getting crazier. Next he was going to display all his trump cards without any reservation. He was going to kill Zhang Chen with a single blow. He absolutely didn't believe that Zhang Chen could still display his 9 heavenly astral slashes under such speed. I'll give you a chance to do it. Zhang Chen kept the Taiji diagram with a swish, no longer displaying the great divination art. He wasn't interested in the 9 heavenly astral slashes at all. He had 2 purposes in displaying the 2 moves of his opponent. One was to disrupt his opponent's mind, and the other was to test the power of the Taiji diagram. Now that both purposes had been achieved, there was no need for Zhang Chen to be polite with Tianyu anymore. Next it was time to decide life and death. Swish, Tianyu moved. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out countless strands of astral chi. The terrifying 9 heavenly astral slashes were directly displayed by him from the 3rd slash to the 9th slash. The connection between each slash was extremely tight, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. The entire scene was like a vast ocean, like a tidal wave that kept rolling upwards. The terrifying astral chi formed a huge net that completely covered the entire battlefield. The scene was extremely frightening. Many people were shuddering with fear. Perhaps only Xianxia could deal with such a powerful attack. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Tianyu's attack was very powerful, it was full of flaws because his mind was in a mess. He couldn't display the combat strength that he should have at all. Xianxia shook his head. In this state, Tianyu could no longer pose any threat to him. Come on, don't waste any more time. Let's test the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal. It's worth it to die under the Slaughter Dragon Seal, Xianxia said loudly. Chapter 1739. Xianxia was ready to use the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Ever since he comprehended the way of slaughter and obtained the cultivation method of the Slaughter Dragon Seal, he had never really used this powerful dragon skill. Today Xianxia would use it to test the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal while he was fighting against Tianyu. Xianxia's body shook. Countless blood-red lights began to appear behind him. With the appearance of these lights, Xianxia's momentum began to become extremely sharp. It was a cold, murderous aura that almost condensed into a substance. The substantial murderous aura directly froze the battlefield. As the murderous aura continued to tumble and surge, a blood-red dragon was formed and floated behind Xianxia's head. It was a huge blood-red dragon with a pair of emotionless eyes. The entire dragon seemed to be condensed with murderous aura. An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. It was a terrifying slaughter dragon. It flew out of Xianxia's body and floated above his head. The dragon was 100 meters long and was covered in blood-red light. The murderous aura was so strong that it was a real slaughter dragon. What was more terrifying was that the slaughter dragon actually carried a trace of heaven's might. Looking down on the world, reigning supreme. The appearance of this blood dragon was precisely for slaughter. A dense killing intent permeated the entire battlefield, and a pair of dragon eyes seemed to want to annihilate all living things in the world. What a strong murderous aura. Xianxia is finally going to use his means. Terrifying. This aura is too terrifying. I actually feel a powerful heaven's might from the blood dragon. How is this possible? I know. The heaven's retribution that Xianxia passed seems to be the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The blood dragon in front of us is evolved by Xianxia using some powerful combat skill. If I'm not wrong, he must have passed the heaven's retribution with this combat skill, so he absorbed the murderous aura and heaven's might from the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The scene was shaken once more. There was no need to look at the outcome of the battle. The result could be seen from the chi of both sides. The chi of the slaughter dragon had completely suppressed the chi of Tianyu's heavenly dipper 9 tribulations. Coupled with the gap between the current state of Xianxia and Tianyu, even a fool could tell who was stronger. What a powerful means. Xianxia's progress is just too fast. When he first entered Genius Prefecture, he wasn't even an immortal king. How long has it been? Dongfeng Yu sighed. He couldn't calm down at all. He still remembered the scene when Xianxia fought against Yun Zhangshao for the sake of Dan Prefecture. At that time Xianxia was still very weak. After coming out of the Golden Slaughter, he had undergone earth-shattering changes. Yun Zhangshao had also died in his hands. Given Xianxia's current strength, Dongfeng Yu felt that he wouldn't be able to be killed by Xianxia in a single strike. Although Dongfeng Yu was the master of Dan Prefecture, his strength was merely at the half-step Immortal Venerable realm. Moreover, he had just advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm not long ago. Compared to a genius like Tianyu, there wasn't much room for comparison. The current Xianxia had grown to the point where Dongfeng Yu could only look up to him. Brr. The slaughter dragon roared wildly. Its whole body seemed to have come to life. Its 300 meters long body rushed towards the 9 tribulations of Tianyu. Hong long. Fang. Fang. The entire battlefield was shattered in an instant. Terrifying chi waves spread out. Those astral chi were like sharp blades that kept cutting the blood dragon's body, but couldn't affect it in the slightest. Instead, it was destroyed by the blood dragon. In the blink of an eye, the ocean-like terrifying celestial spirit was completely destroyed by the slaughter dragon. It was completely destroyed. Barf. Tianyu was sent flying away. The destruction of the 9 tribulations had also caused him to suffer a strong backlash. His face turned pale as an arrow of blood spurted out of his mouth. His chi had also weakened. The chi of the slaughter dragon was still as strong as before. After destroying the 9 tribulations of heavenly astral, it appeared in front of Tianyu in the blink of an eye, opened its bloody mouth and bit at Tianyu. No, Tianyu's heart trembled with fear. He could feel the chi of death from the blood dragon. Only now did he realize that he had really underestimated Xianxia. It turned out that Xianxia wasn't that easy to kill. Honglong. Tianyu exerted all his strength, exhausting the last trace of energy in an attempt to destroy the slaughter dragon. The slaughter dragon exploded, turning into an ocean-like murderous energy. In an instant Tianyu was submerged in a sea of blood. Not a single shadow of him could be seen. On the heavenly Jade Dynasty's side, many people's hearts were clenched and their faces were unsightly. Although they didn't know if Tianyu could survive such an attack, there was one thing they were sure of. Tianyu had been thoroughly defeated in today's battle. Is he dead? I don't think so. After all, Tianyu is a half-step immortal venerable. He won't be that easy to kill. It's hard to say. Xianxia's means are just too powerful. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid that his ending won't be any better. Countless gazes fell on the chaotic battlefield. Regardless of whether Tianyu was dead or alive, he had already been defeated. Utterly defeated. Soon the airwaves on the battlefield disappeared, and Tianyu's figure reappeared in everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Tianyu could no longer be described as in a sorry state. He was covered in blood and one of his arms was missing. It was completely shattered. Tianyu's body was wobbling as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Humph! Xianxia harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Then he appeared in front of Tianyu like a ghost and slashed at Tianyu's head. Stop! Just at this moment a loud bellow was heard. An incomparably powerful silhouette emerged and reached out his hand. His target wasn't Xianxia but Tianyu. He was a terrifying intermediate immortal venerable with a majestic build and donned in a dragon robe. It turned out that he was the emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Just like Yangyu, he had been watching the battle secretly. He had never thought that the outcome would turn out like this. He was incomparably furious. Tianyu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and a genius of immortal court. He naturally couldn't watch Tianyu die tragically in the hands of Xianxia. Puchi. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too late. Xianxia was just too fast. With the Great Void technique, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. Plus, it was impossible for him to spare Tianyu's life. Chapter 1740. Arg! Tianyu let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. Given his current condition, it was impossible for him to resist Xianxia's sword. The sharp heavenly saint sword severed Tianyu's head. Blood spurted out. A head flew high up into the sky, bringing along a bright blood light. Tianyu's eyes were still wide open, filled with the fear he had when he was still alive. Emperor Heavenly Jade was a step too slow. He didn't manage to grab Tianyu back, but he managed to grab his head. Bestarred. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. His arm, which was holding Tianyu's head, couldn't help but tremble violently. His hatred for Xianxia had reached its limit. Both of his eyes were red and he couldn't wait to tear Xianxia apart. Tianyu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, a peerless genius. How could he bear the fact that he, the dignified emperor and an intermediate immortal venerable supreme expert, couldn't even save Tianyu? How could he accept this? How could he accept this? Heavenly Jade Dynasty had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Xianxia. Now that Tianyu was dead, Emperor Heavenly Jade felt incomparable heartache. Xianxia, you little brat. Hand over your life. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. An intermediate immortal venerable chi was instantly unleashed. A huge palm was thrust at Xianxia. terrifying qi waves spread out, covering the entire mountain. But just at this moment, another huge palm fell from the sky, colliding with Emperor Heavenly Jade's attack accurately, destroying it. A majestic figure stood in front of Jiang Chen. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Yu? Don't you have any shame to bully the young? Yang Yu spoke rudely. This was the reason why he showed up today. If it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Yang Yu certainly wouldn't touch him, but if it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty who wanted to kill Jiang Chen, Yang Yu naturally wouldn't allow it. If it was before, he might not have dared to intervene when the 8 major powers were pressuring him. He could only get rid of his relationship with Jiang Chen, but things were different now. Jiang Chen was a genius of Great Qian Empire. He would be the first one who wouldn't allow Emperor Heavenly Jade to take action. Seeing Yang Yu's attack, Jiang Chen withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. His face was calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion on his face after killing Tian Yu, as if it was a very simple matter. Even if Yang Yu didn't attack, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Given his current ability, he naturally wasn't a match for an expert like Heavenly Jade Emperor, but with the Great Void technique, it was impossible for the Emperor to kill him. Yang Yu, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little bastard. Emperor Heavenly Jade's anger didn't diminish. It seemed that he couldn't control his emotions anymore. What a joke. Tian Yu is dead because of his incompetence. This battle was started by him. What does it have to do with you? Have you forgotten what Senior Xiao Wangqing said? Even the Immortal Court has to give face to Senior Xiao, let alone you. Aren't you afraid that Senior Xiao will annihilate your Heavenly Jade Dynasty after killing Jiang Chen? Yang Yu laughed heartily and held his head high. With the support of his backer, he was unyielding. Seeing that Emperor Tianyu was so angry that his face turned purple, Yang Yu was so happy that flowers bloomed in his heart. Emperor Heavenly Jade gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen as long as Yang Yu was here. Besides, Yang Yu's words were very reasonable. He couldn't afford to offend Jiang Chen, who was someone that even Li Wangye had to give face to. That day, Xiao Wangqing had said that this matter would be settled by the geniuses of the Immortal Court. If the experts of the older generation attacked Jiang Chen, Xiao Wangqing would certainly retaliate. Not even the 2 Heavenly Jade dynasties could withstand the revenge of a mighty half-step sovereign. Emperor Heavenly Jade, if you aren't convinced, let the geniuses of your Heavenly Jade dynasty continue to attack. I, Jiang Chen, will kill every one of them. If 2 of them come, I will kill both of them. Jiang Chen shouted in an incomparably imposing manner. Then he turned and left, flying towards the direction of Great Qian Empire along with Yang Bufan, Dongfang Yu and the others. Yang Yu too had a smile on his face. Your Majesty, what should we do now? An expert of Heavenly Jade Dynasty came to the side of the Emperor and asked. Let's go. Emperor Heavenly Jade said helplessly, turned and left with his people. What else could they do? It was certainly unrealistic to kill Jiang Chen today, and it wasn't the right time for them to do it. However, Emperor Heavenly Jade was aware that Tian Yu had initiated the first battle between Jiang Chen and the geniuses of the Immortal Court. There would certainly be more terrifying geniuses appearing next. The Immortal Court was just too powerful. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen died in the hands of the geniuses of the Immortal Court, Xiao Wangqing wouldn't be able to say anything. Just like that, the first battle between the geniuses of the Immortal Court and Jiang Chen had ended with Jiang Chen's victory. The prelude to this battle had excited many people because they knew that this was just the beginning. The immortal world would no longer be peaceful in the future. With the emergence of a devil incarnate like Jiang Chen, it would be impossible for the immortal world to remain peaceful. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen. Even the geniuses of the Immortal Court aren't a match for Jiang Chen. Even Tian Yu has died in the hands of Jiang Chen. It seems like Jiang Chen's rise is unstoppable. It's good to have a strong backing. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing's deterrence, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the chance to stand here and fight the geniuses of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by the joint forces of the 8 major powers. I'm afraid that the show has just begun. The Immortal Court is high and mighty with countless geniuses and experts. Tian Yu is just one of them. If the 3 Immortal Courts unite, there will be countless geniuses. Tian Yu's death will only make more geniuses restless. I'm afraid that those geniuses who usually don't show themselves will also make a move. Everyone was looking forward to it. The immortal world hadn't been peaceful ever since the end of the Golden Horizon. With the support of Xiao Wangqing, Jiangchen was going to be the pinnacle of the young generation. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have the chance to see the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. But because of Jiangchen, they were finally able to witness the strength of the immortal court. Little Qinzi, where have you been? I almost thought that you wouldn't show up. Yang Bufan asked. I've gone to deal with some personal matters. If it wasn't for the good timing, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Chapter 1741. After the battle with Tianyu, Jiang Chen's reputation had become even greater. Apart from that, Jiang Chen had also brought great glory to Great Qian Empire. Now the disciples of Great Qian Empire held their heads high when they walked outside. It was true that the glory of Jiang Chen had been added to them, giving them the right to boast about it. Late at night, Jiang Chen and Yang Bufan were sitting together, drinking and chatting merrily. Given the current situation, it was rare for them to have a drink together. King Fan, I'm going to Exquisite Paradise to see Monkey tomorrow, and then I'll be away for some time. Jiang Chen said. Away? What? Yang Bufan was stunned. For a moment he didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would leave so suddenly. He knew that Jiang Chen had been through too many things recently. The departure of Wu Ningzhu and De Huang Dog had made Jiang Chen feel a little depressed. Now he was facing a lot of pressure from the geniuses of the immortal court. However, Yang Bufan also knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would run away. The monstrous geniuses of the immortal court weren't enough to make Jiang Chen flee in fear. To tell you the truth, my father has already ascended to the immortal world for quite some time. The reason why I'm leaving this time is to look for my father. Jiang Chen didn't conceal his purpose. His return to Saint Origin World had let him know about Jiang Zhenhai's ascension. Therefore the first thing he did was to look for Jiang Zhenhai. He knew Jiang Zhenhai's aptitude. He was afraid that Jiang Zhenhai was still a puny human immortal after ascending to the immortal world for such a long time. Such a cultivation base was too dangerous for him to stay in the immortal world. Jiang Chen had to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. What? Your father? Yang Bufan couldn't help but be surprised at first, but then he nodded secretly. He had long known that Jiang Chen was an ascendant, so he didn't ask about Jiang Chen's family situation. Now that Jiang Chen's father had also ascended to the immortal world, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to look for him out of worry. Yes, according to the time, it has been more than 100 days since my father ascended. Jiang Chen said. But do you know where uncle ascended to? Yang Bufan asked. The immortal world was just too vast. Moreover, there wasn't just one immortal world. Each vast immortal domain was a world of its own. It wasn't an easy task to find a puny ascender in the vast immortal world. I don't know for the time being, but I'll do some divination. I should be able to find some clues. Jiang Chen said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be able to find Jiang Zhenhai even if he wanted to. After all, the immortal world was just too vast. Looking for a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now Jiang Chen's great divination art had already reached the heavenly will realm. With all his might he should be able to find some clues. At least he would be able to find a rough location. Even if he couldn't determine which one of the 9 immortal domains Jiang Chen was in, he would have a target. And go ahead. After you find uncle, come to Great Qian Empire and treat this place as your home. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. He and Jiang Chen had gone through life and death together. He had long accepted Jiang Chen as an outsider. If Jiang Chen's father came to Great Qian Empire, even the emperor would have to come out and greet him personally. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. There was no need for him to be polite with Yang Bufan. The two of them drank until midnight. Yang Bufan stood up and left. Jiang Chen adjusted his condition and began to use the great divination art to calculate the approximate location of Jiang Zhenhai. Although some of them hadn't seen him before, they had long heard of his name. More importantly, Jiang Chen was one of their own. I'm here to see your immortal venerable. Jiang Chen smiled. Young Master Zhang, please. The leading female disciple didn't dare show any hesitation. She hastily opened up a path for Zhang Chen, not daring to block his path. Chapter 1742. At the highest point of exquisite paradise, in the private territory of Venerable Ling Long, Zhang Chen walked straight into it as though there was no one around. Two people were standing beside the Ling Long jade rock. They were Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji. Their eyes were fixed on Long Xian on the rock without blinking. Seeing Zhang Chen walking in, Venerable Ling Long smiled as a greeting. Zhang Chen, I heard that you have killed Tianyu. Venerable Ling Long spoke, looking at Zhang Chen with eyes full of admiration. She knew very well what kind of person Tianyu was. Zhang Chen was able to kill a monstrous genius like Tianyu with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. This point alone was enough for him to laugh proudly at the young generation of the immortal world. This is just the beginning. I don't put a mere Tianyu in my eyes. Zhang Chen spoke casually. His arrogance didn't make one feel proud, as though he was describing a very normal thing. As a matter of fact, Zhang Chen didn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes at all. Venerable Ling Long nodded with a smile. Given her eyesight, she was very accurate in judging people. A monstrous genius like Zhang Chen was born with great luck. As long as he continued to develop, his future achievements would be beyond her imagination. However, you still have to be careful. Tianyu is just the beginning. Tianyu isn't very eye-catching among the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court. I'm afraid that killing him will only attract more terrifying attacks. Venerable Ling Long reminded. I, Zhang Chen, have never been afraid of anyone. By the way, how's Monkey now? Asked Zhang Chen. Come and see for yourself. Venerable Ling Long said. Zhang Chen strode to the front of the Ling Long jade rock and found that Long Xian was completely in a cocoon. The saliva of the Ling Long jade was constantly drilling into Long Xian's body. To Zhang Chen's surprise, Long Xian's vitality and qi had begun to become vigorous. More importantly, Long Xian's internal organs had been completely restored. His pale face had regained its rosy color. The injuries he had suffered before had also been completely healed. Good heavens! Such serious injuries can actually be healed in such a short time. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. This result is also beyond my expectation. Although the effect of the Ling Long jade saliva is amazing, it shouldn't be this powerful. Now it seems that Long Xian's bloodline is very strong and his body has accumulated a lot of great earth immortal milk. Now the speed at which he is absorbing the Ling Long jade saliva has reached the extreme. To be honest, the amount of Ling Long jade saliva he has absorbed in these few days is comparable to the total amount that everyone in Exquisite Paradise has absorbed in the past 10 years. Venerable Ling Long smiled wryly. The Ling Long jade divine stone was Venerable Ling Long's treasure. It was impossible for her not to feel distressed after Xian absorbed so much of the Ling Long jade saliva. That was the Ling Long jade saliva, an extremely precious treasure. Now Xian was desperately absorbing it. If it was someone else, Venerable Ling Long would have thrown that person off the divine stone. Young Master Jiang might not know this, but the Ling Long jade saliva is incomparably precious. Ever since it appeared in Exquisite Paradise, no one has ever absorbed a large amount of it. Brother Xian is the first. However, Master said that this shows that Brother Xian and the Ling Long jade divine rock are fated. At least the fate between Brother Xian and him is greater than ours. How much he can absorb will all depend on Brother Xian's fortune. Lan Lingji's face was wearing a gratified smile. She was the happiest person when she saw Long Xian's vitality growing stronger and stronger. Ever since Long Xian was placed here, she had never taken a step away from the rock. All her attention was focused on Long Xian. This bastard has always been a freak. Zhang Chen said with a smile. What kind of figure was Long Xian? He was a powerful immemorial battle spirit who was born from the heavenly spiritual stone. The Ling Long jade divine rock was also a kind of heavenly spiritual stone. It seemed like Long Xian had an incomparable affinity with this kind of heavenly spiritual stone, which explained why he could absorb so much of the saliva. Now, it seemed like Zhang Chen's decision to place Long Xian in Exquisite Paradise was the right one. Otherwise, given Long Shersan's injuries, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly even if he was placed in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. But Brother Shersan still hasn't woken up, Lan Lingji suddenly said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen hastily sent his divine sense into Long Shersan's body to check Long Shersan's basic condition. After checking Long Shersan's body, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. How could this be? All of Monkey's vitality has been mobilized and his injuries have been completely healed, but there's still a dead silence in the depths of his soul. There's no sign of him waking up. Jiang Chen said. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Monkey's injuries had been healed and his vitality was vigorous, but he still couldn't wake up. Back then, Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had jointly attacked Long Shersan, causing severe damage to his body, especially to his soul. It was almost obliterated. Although his injuries have been fully healed, it's still too difficult to wake up his soul. That's why such a situation has occurred. Venerable Ling Long shook her head and said. This showed that Long Shersan's current situation was indeed a little tricky. Does Venerable have any good ideas? Jiang Chen's face was full of worry. Initially, he planned to leave for Fengqi Immortal Domain to look for his father after seeing Long Shersan, but he didn't expect that Long Shersan's condition would change. Stimulating. Venerable Ling Long said. How? Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji looked at Venerable Ling Long at the same time. Draconic Shersan has fully recovered. We just need to awaken his soul, but it's not easy to do so. We need something to stimulate him, and it must be something that he cares about the most. Only then can we pierce his soul and force him to wake up. That's right. Venerable Ling Long said. Master, what can stimulate Brother Shersan to wake up? Lan Lingji asked anxiously. Venerable Ling Long didn't answer Lan Lingji's question. Instead, her eyes fell on Lan Lingji at the same time like Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, why are you looking at me like that? Lan Lingji felt goosebumps all over her body. Miss Lan, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can stimulate Monkey's heart. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Me? Lan Lingji was stunned. That's right. Draconic Shersan is deeply in love with you, so only you can stimulate his soul and wake him up. Otherwise he might not wake up for hundreds of years. Perhaps he might never wake up again, said Jiang Chen. Chapter 1743. What Venerable Ling Long said was absolutely not an alarmist. Although Long Shersan seemed to be full of vitality, it was actually very dangerous. If the right medicine wasn't prescribed, it would be impossible to wake him up. Besides, the medicine must be strong. Otherwise, Long Shersan would fall into an eternal slumber. Once his soul adapted to the slumbering subconsciousness, it would be even more difficult for him to wake up. Master can ask Lingji to do anything as long as it can wake Brother Shersan up. Lan Lingji spoke hastily. She was a cold and aloof saintess. Her mind was in a complete mess when it came to the matter of Long Shersan. She and Long Shersan had met in Golden Horizon. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Long Shersan had saved her many times. Now her heart had completely belonged to Long Shersan. If Long Shersan didn't wake up, the rest of her life would be meaningless. I also need to think about this. Venerable Ling Long said. Venerable must have a way. Monkey's current situation is very critical. If he can't be woken up in time, it will be very difficult to wake him up after he gets used to this state of slumber. Jiang Chen said. Venerable Ling Long thought for a moment and said, 3 days later, I will hold a son-in-law selection assembly in Exquisite Paradise. It will be a martial arts competition for the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise. Because of your relationship, there should be a lot of geniuses from the immortal courts arriving here recently. Many of them are geniuses from various major powers. I believe there will be a lot of people who want to establish a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It will certainly be a grand feast. I will announce this matter now. You two stay here and think of ways to stimulate him. If he doesn't wake up in 3 days, Lan Lingji will belong to someone else. As soon as Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, with a sway of her body, she vanished, leaving behind the dumbfounded Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji. 10 seconds later, Jiang Chen reacted and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the place where Venerable Ling Long disappeared. Xianxia was full of admiration for Venerable Ling Long's move. However, the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise had always been arrogant. She had never held a public son-in-law selection. This was the first time. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was very concerned about Long Shisan. How did Master come up with such an idea? Lan Lingji's face flushed a little. No one knew how many saintesses had emerged from Exquisite Paradise in the past, but none of them had ever held a son-in-law selection. It was as if she couldn't get married. Haha, Miss Lan, there's nothing better than Immortal Venerable's idea. Think about it, if Monkey knew that you're going to marry someone else, he would crawl out of his grave and fight with him. Xianxia burst into laughter. It was imaginable that the immortal world would be set off in a stormy sea once this news was spread out. One should know that Exquisite Paradise had been established for a long time. It had a profound foundation and the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a true paradise. To the people of the immortal world, which of them wouldn't take pride in marrying a fairy of Exquisite Paradise as their wife? That was simply a bragging right, let alone a saintess. The immortal world was in turmoil. There were many people who wanted to build a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It was said that the founder of Exquisite Paradise was a mighty half-step sovereign. This was no secret. So basically no one dared to provoke Exquisite Paradise in East Xuanyu. Because of Jiang Chen's matter, many of the geniuses that were sent to the immortal court by the major powers of the immortal world had returned. This was a good opportunity for them to compete with each other. One should know that each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant and disliked each other. Once there was an opportunity to suppress the other, none of them would miss it. Moreover, they would be able to marry a beauty and become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Otherwise, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't be so attentive to Long Shisan and even took out the precious Ling Long jade stone to heal Long Shisan's injuries. Although Lan Lingji was very shy about the matter of choosing a son-in-law publicly, she had decided to go all out in order for Long Shisan to wake up. Moreover, she also wanted to know what position she occupied in Long Shisan's heart and whether she had the qualifications to awaken him. Lan Lingji fantasized that Long Shisan would appear in a domineering manner 3 days later, sweeping away all the geniuses and marry her in the most dazzling manner, becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This was what she was looking forward to the most. Monkey, get up quickly. If you don't, your wife will be someone else's. Xianxia looked at Long Shisan, who was lying quietly on the divine stone, and said. The son-in-law selection would be held 3 days later. Xianxia had no choice but to postpone his plan to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. After all, he might be needed at any time. This was a matter of life and death for Long Shisan. Naturally, Xianxia would do his best to help. As for finding his father, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. When the matters here were completely settled, he would be able to leave without any worries. On this day, the immortal world was boiling. Not long ago, a piece of news was released from Exquisite Paradise. It was a major event in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long announced that she would be selecting a son-in-law for the saintess 3 days later. As a reward, she would provide 10 drops of Ling Long jade's saliva. More importantly, she had already adopted Lan Lingji as her daughter. That was to say, whoever married Lan Lingji would be her son-in-law. That was to say, she would be the son-in-law of the saintess. For a moment, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. Not only East Xuanyu, North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and West Xuanyu, all the major powers were boiling. This was a rare event in the immortal world. Recently, the immortal world had been stirred up by Xianxia. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise had undoubtedly diverted everyone's attention. This is a major event. Exquisite Paradise is going to publicly select a son-in-law for the saintess and even offered 10 drops of Ling Long jade's saliva as a reward. This is just too attractive. I'm afraid those geniuses are going crazy. Putting aside the 10 drops of Ling Long jade's saliva, just being able to marry a peerless beauty like the saintess is already the happiest thing for any man. Moreover, Lan Lingji has already been adopted by Venerable Ling Long. Whoever marries Lan Lingji will be the adopted son of Venerable Ling Long. From then on, he will have a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. This time it will surely attract a lot of people. When the time comes, we'll go and join in the fun. Exquisite Paradise has never been open to the public and men are not allowed to enter. This is a great opportunity for us to visit. If we're lucky enough to catch the eye of any female disciple, wouldn't I be rich? Get lost. Go and wash your face first and see how virtuous you are. Chapter 1744. The news of Exquisite Paradise selecting a son-in-law for the saintess spread like a whirlwind. Soon it reached every corner of ethereal immortal domain. Even the people of the other 3 domains knew about it. Among them, East Xuanyu was the most excited. After all, Exquisite Paradise was a major power in East Xuanyu. As its base of operations was here, people knew about Exquisite Paradise the best. As for the people of the other 3 domains, apart from those major powers like Exquisite Paradise, ordinary people didn't know about Exquisite Paradise. Of course, it didn't matter whether ordinary people knew about it or not. It was enough for those major powers to know about it. Didn't the saintess of Exquisite Paradise fall in love with Xianxia? Why is she going to select a son-in-law so soon after Xianxia's death? You don't know about this. It's because of Xianxia's death that the saintess has been depressed all day long. That's why Venerable Ling Long held such a ceremony, hoping that the saintess can walk out of the shadow. This is Venerable Ling Long's good intention. That's right. But it's really a pity that Xianxia is dead. If he didn't die, given his ability, I'm afraid that he would have the strength to fight those peerless geniuses of the immortal courts like Zhou Xian. Why are you talking so much? Death is death. Death is the past. In this world, the winner is the king. No matter how powerful the dead are, they will eventually be submerged in the history. Now that Xianxia has just died, Venerable Ling Long is going to hold a son-in-law selection ceremony. This is the reality. In a short period of time, this kind of seemingly unrealistic yet reasonable conjecture had been spread out. It was said that Lan Lingji was about to die of depression. Venerable Ling Long had no choice but to use this method to make Lan Lingji walk out of the shadow. Of course, such a conjecture was understandable. After all, many people had witnessed the death of Xianxia. He was killed by Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. No matter how heaven-defying a monstrous genius was, it was impossible for him to survive in such a state. Also, the love affair between Lan Lingji and Xianxia wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. Of course, if the real reason was made public, many people's jaws would drop to the ground. One must know that if the news that Draconic Xian was still alive were to spread, the impact would be too great. Countless people might not be able to accept it. However, no matter how people speculated, no matter what purpose Venerable Ling Long had in holding this son-in-law selection, it was already the center of attention. The purpose wasn't important. What was important was the result. Whoever could suppress all the geniuses and win the saintess' trust would become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. That would be a great glory. He would immediately become famous in the immortal world, an existence that countless men envied and envied. In the next 3 days, many geniuses had returned from the immortal court. Most of them were monstrous geniuses sent by the major powers to the immortal court for cultivation. They hadn't seen them for a long time. They had once created their own legends in this heavens and earth. Entering the lofty immortal court was equivalent to entering the highest mansion in the immortal world. Initially, they thought that they would never come back again. After Tianyu's death, the news spread out very quickly. Jiang Chen's fame had finally spread throughout the immortal court. Many powerful geniuses naturally wouldn't allow the fame of a nobody to surpass them. This was simply a humiliation to them. Therefore, what they had to do now was to kill Jiang Chen personally. The emergence of these powerful geniuses happened to coincide with the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise, which directly attracted their attention. It was important to kill Jiang Chen, but it was equally important to build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Moreover, they could also get a saintess as their wife. Therefore, they had to participate in the selection of son-in-law. Furthermore, this was no longer just a selection of son-in-law, but a battle of reputation between the geniuses. It was a great opportunity for them to make a name for themselves and suppress their peers. In other words, Venerable Ling Long had prepared an arena for them. More importantly, all the major powers and geniuses believed that Xianxia might appear in the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise. At that time, not only could they participate in the son-in-law selection, but they could also kill Xianxia. Could be said that killing two birds with one stone. I see so many monstrous geniuses have returned. It seems like the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise is very attractive. Their original target was Xianxia, but now, all of them have been attracted to Exquisite Paradise. What do you know? Xianxia will definitely participate in such a major event. Xianxia is a man who values friendship and righteousness. Even if it's for the sake of the dead Zhou Xian, he will still show up. The higher-ups and geniuses of the major powers have naturally noticed this. That's why they have sent their geniuses who returned from the immortal court to participate in the son-in-law selection. Firstly, they can make a name for themselves, build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise, and secondly, they might be able to kill Xianxia. It's killing two birds with one stone. You're right. Ever since Xianxia rose to fame, all kinds of major events are inseparable from him. This bastard is simply everywhere. I believe that Xianxia will also participate in such a major event. No matter when and no matter what happened, people's eyes would always fall on Xianxia. After all, Xianxia's fame was so hot that it was hard for people not to notice him. Furthermore, all the major events that happened in the immortal world these days were inseparable from Xianxia. Therefore, people believed that this son-in-law selection wouldn't be that simple. It would certainly be very exciting. Many of them had already begun to head towards Exquisite Paradise. On the second day after the announcement of the son-in-law selection, Venerable Ling Long ordered for Exquisite Paradise to be opened to the public. Those who wished to participate in the son-in-law selection could enter Exquisite Paradise in advance. Their accommodations had already been arranged. Many geniuses had arrived at Exquisite Paradise and were sent to their designated accommodations. Ever since the first person entered Exquisite Paradise, more and more people arrived. Exquisite Paradise had never been so lively before. Almost all the major powers had come. Of course, everyone knew very well that the focus of the son-in-law selection was the peerless geniuses who returned from the immortal court. Therefore, many of them were here to watch the show, to cheer for their peerless geniuses. Some of them wanted to perform well. If they could gain the approval of Venerable Ling Long, it would be a great opportunity for them. Furthermore, Lan Lingji wasn't the only peerless beauty in Exquisite Paradise. What if they were unstoppable and attracted the attention of other female disciples? Fate was something that no one could predict. Therefore, they still had to show their faces. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.